Fell from the overcast sky as Sam made his way across Resfall towards the eastern gate. At first, Sam could feel the bitter cold morning through his cloak and armor all the way to his bones. But as he strode through the cobblestoned alleys and past frost-strewn windows, he spun his mana core inside of himself to create the warmth from the inner hearth technique. Within moments of spinning his mana core one way and then another, Sam's whole body felt like it was in the comfort and warmth of the Guildhall's common room, right by the fireplace. The feeling was in stark contrast to the biting wind and the gray and dour sky. As it was only the day after Hearthmas, the streets were very quiet that morning. So quiet, even the guards were surprised to see anyone when Sam approached the gate and stepped out into the snowy landscape beyond. For over an hour, Sam trudged through the thick blanket of snow in the forest just east of Resfall, and eventually came to a clearing where the glowing flames of a green dungeon gate floated between the leafless birch trees. "Here we go," Sam thought, taking one last breath in the wintry cold morning before stepping into the gate and entering the new dungeon world beyond. A blast of heat hit Sam as soon as he arrived on the other side of the journeyman tier dungeon gate. The air was thick and humid, filled with the sounds of unseen creatures chattering, calling, singing a symphony of danger and life across a vast, lush jungle untouched by human hands. The mystic jungle, Sam thought with awe, as he looked at the beautiful cerulean sky above him and watched a winged creature fly through the clouds far off in the distance. It was amazing to think only seconds ago he'd been standing in a bitter cold morning and now was in this lush tropical jungle. It made him think of a year ago when Sam had helped Curtis deal with his WBS, winter blues syndrome, and it ended up in a world just as cold as the reality they had left. With very mild annoyance, Sam wondered why the dungeon gate couldn't have sent them to a sunny place like this last time. Oh well, Sam thought. Curtis got over his WBS in the end, so it doesn't matter. The Mystic Jungle had been the name the travelers who had visited this dungeon gate in his first timeline had dubbed this world. The tangle of undergrowth and ferns glowed softly beneath the shadows of the tall, thick trees that stood overhead. Without warning, the forest around Sam seemed to shift. It was subtle at first, like a trick of the light, but then the realization dawned on him. The forest itself was alive. No, not the forest, but something within it. The very air seemed to tremble as an immense shape began to materialize from the foliage. Sam's eyes narrowed. He quickly materialized Shadeslayer, gripping the powerful shadow blade in his grip. A horrifying creature revealed itself in a slow, haunting dance of changing colors. Its colossal form, previously hidden by an extraordinary camouflage that mimicked the surrounding jungle, now shimmered into view. The creature's scales were a tapestry of iridescent hues, flowing from the deep greens of the leaves to the dark browns of the tree trunks. It was as if the very essence of the jungle had taken on a formidable, living form. And that living form was monstrous. The creature in front of Sam was like a dragon stripped of its wings and fire. It stretched out its neck toward Sam and opened its massive jaw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Sam slid beneath the creature, slicing its stomach with his shadow blade. He made the most pitiable scratch against the creature's toughened hide, as if he'd scratched the monster with a fingernail rather than a deadly blade. Sam knew he needed more power if he was going to take out this monster, so he triggered Pain Ring. A bright crimson light shot out from his chest and took over a radius of the battlefield. The gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set began to empower his ability, making his power surge more and more. The creature whipped its long neck and tried a second time to chomp Sam to bits. Sam dodged and managed to slice the creature on its side. The attack still wasn't doing much, but his power level against the monster had upgraded from a fingernail to a butter knife. The tiniest specks of blood formed on its skin where his attack had landed. The creature and Sam locked into a deadly dance of attacks, dodges, and retreats. This monster was clearly an apex predator of the Mystic Jungle and wasn't used to taking on a prey this challenging. In fact, It had no mental understanding of what it might mean to be a prey itself. Retreat was not an instinct it normally felt compelled to do. As their battle continued, Sam kept slicing away, waiting and waiting as the specks of blood got bigger, until finally, one of his cuts managed to cut deep enough that a drop of blood fell from the creature's side onto the ground below. Gotcha. Sam triggered blood flame as soon as the speck of blood hit the ground. A sharp swirl of blood shot upward from the spilled area, burning through the monster's toughened skin, exposing weakened flesh. Sam rushed forward and stabbed the monster in that exact spot with his shadow blade. The black sword thrusted deep into the creature, slicing through guts, organs, and flesh. Sam wrenched the sword free, dragging with it a torrent of blood and entrails. The Blood Knight triggered blood flame once again. This time the crimson flames covered the large dragon-like creature and burned it alive until it was nothing but a charred husk. 79. The skeletal remains of the dragon-like creature took on a silver, luminescent glow and slowly began to disintegrate down into a green monster stone. Still catching his breath, Sam walked over and pocketed the stone into his inventory. "We'll drain this to improve my magic affinity later," Sam thought. He peered around the jungle to make sure there weren't any other of those monsters coming for him. He triggered his mana sense as an extra precaution. He looked to be safe. For now. A large ziggurat structure, covered in moss and vines, poked through the trees, and Sam smiled. He recalled the words written in the traveler's journal in his previous timeline. The mystic jungle was a curious dungeon world. A large stone ziggurat immediately captured our party's attention and was the first part of the dungeon world we had sought out to explore. We assumed it was where the dungeon boss would lie, but instead we found there an alternative, secret opportunity. 30 minutes later, after trudging through the jungle, cutting down vines and overgrown shrubs, Sam stood in front of the ancient structure. The ziggurat's stones were massive, each one carved from the dark, weathered rock of the jungle's depths. The stones were partially covered in thick moss and entwined with the roots of towering trees. Vines cascaded down its sides like green waterfalls, and bright, exotic flowers bloomed in the crevices, adding splashes of color to the gray stone. Hieroglyphs and intricate carvings adorned every surface. The carvings appeared to pulse with energy, emitting a soft blue light. Sam walked around the structure, studying it. The air around him was heavy with the scent of damp earth and ancient stone, mixed with the faint, almost imperceptible aroma of magic. He eventually came across what looked like a doorway into the ziggurat. It was composed of stone and had an empty, large, circular hole where something could be placed. Around the door were stone symbols with handles. There was a moon, stars, a sun, clouds, and clouds with rain. Sam reached out to the moon symbol and took hold of its handle. He pulled, and a heavy column began to slide out from where Sam had pulled. He paused. "It's exactly as the traveler's journal in my previous timeline had described it," Sam thought. He pushed the moon column back into its space and looked up at the sky. It was daytime, and the sun was just being blocked by a cloud. Sam then reached for the column with the cloud symbol and pulled it out. It was heavy. A normal human being would not have been able to lift, let alone pull such a piece of stone out from its resting place. Whoever had built this ziggurat had been more than human, had been some other creature entirely. Sam sighed. Such large questions could be asked at another time, in another day. Sam heaved the stone column into the empty section of the doorway. As he did so, the doorway began to glow. A deep, resonant rumbling emerged from within the ziggurat, a sound so primal and powerful that it vibrated through the ground and into the soles of Sam's feet. It felt as if the structure itself was awakening from a long slumber, its ancient stones groaning and shifting. The massive stone door began to move. It was a slow, deliberate motion, grinding against centuries of stillness. Dust and small pebbles cascaded down as the doorway, long sealed, relinquished its hold. As the door opened, a cool draft of air escaped from within, like the exhalation of a giant being. It carried with it the scent of age-old stone, forgotten incense, and a hint of something undefinable, something that spoke of ancient secrets and long-lost knowledge. Light from the glowing glyphs spilled into the darkness beyond the doorway, revealing the first few steps of a stone staircase descending into the heart of the ziggurat. The light seemed to beckon him forward, inviting him to discover the mysteries that lay hidden in the depths below. Sam stared at the shadowy entrance and thought once more about the journal from his previous timeline. In the depths of that ziggurat, we were rewarded with secret and rare riches, but the cost we paid wasn't worth any of it. Sam took a step forward. He wouldn't make the same mistakes as those who had come here in his previous timeline before him. Sam descended the darkened steps of the ziggurat's interior, slowly. The narrow staircase spiraled downward, and quickly the daylight of the jungle faded away, leaving Sam only in darkness. He paused on the stairwell. A soft breeze hummed through the otherwise still and silent crypt. He materialized a vial of blood and triggered level 2 of blood flame, summoning a ball of fire to his palm. A makeshift torch to help light the way. Sam continued downward, passing strange hieroglyphs and symbols on the wall. The pictures depicted a race of people. First, they were building some structure. That structure then turned out to be the ziggurat. Then there was a glyph Sam didn't really understand. There was another being, different from the stick figure drawings of the race. A being that looked a lot more powerful. It had large, narrow eyes and a hulking shape. The glyphs ended soon after the appearance of that figure. Sam eventually reached the bottom of the stairwell where there was a door to another chamber. As soon as Sam stepped into the next room, blue torchlight appeared all around the room, lighting up the large, open chamber. A sudden rumble echoed behind him. The doorway to the chamber he had entered was shut. A glowing set of blue eyes emerged from the darkness beyond. The eyes reminded Sam of the last figure he saw on the walls of the ziggurat. The figure that had ended the carvings altogether. 80. The glowing set of blue eyes got larger as a towering figure stepped out from the shadows from the back of the chamber. The blue eyes were attached to a figure, forged from gold. The creature, if that was the right word to describe this artificial golem, was a masterpiece of ancient craftsmanship. Its body was a hulking mass of metal, each plate and joint intricately designed, fitting together with an almost impossible precision. The gold was not merely decorative, it pulsed with an inner light, veins of blue, arcane energy coursing through it like the lifeblood of a dormant beast. Sam snuffed out his ball of blood flame and replaced it with his black blade with glowing purple runes known as Shadeslayer. The words from the traveler's journal in his previous timeline echoed in his brain as he took in the secret boss monster. Inside that ziggurat was a horrific guardian that ended the lives of over half our party. The gold guardian's face was a mask of solemnity. Its eyes, two deep, glowing orbs of the same mesmerizing blue, pulsed between the joints of the creature's gold plates. These eyes seemed to pierce through the shadows, casting an otherworldly light that filled the chamber with a ghostly aura. No emotion could be read upon the metallic visage, yet its gaze held an unnerving intelligence, a silent sentinel watching over its domain. Sam stepped towards the giant guardian. The guardian generated a glowing blue sword of energy in the palm of its hands. Sam was not intimidated. He materialized a powerful piece of equipment of his own, a glowing blue shield with the power to reflect magical attacks, the arcane Aegis. The blue shield floated above Sam. With the blue shield protecting him, Sam rushed the guardian straight on. The guardian lifted up its blue sword and slashed down at Sam and his arcane Aegis shield. As the guardian's attack landed, Sam considered more of the journal from his previous timeline. Only after half my party was dead did I learn the secret to destroy the horrible creature. The only thing that could break through the creature's gold armor was the very energy that powered it. The blue energy sword smashed into the arcane Aegis, only for the entirety of the sword's energy and power to reverberate back into the guardian. The ziggurat guardian shook as its own power overloaded its body. The gold plates fizzled and cracked, black smoke and ash replacing the blue hue of arcane energy, until the guardian collapsed on the ground into a heap of metal. Sam smirked. He knew the secret weakness of the secret boss. The guardian's remains glowed until it turned down into a monster stone. The chamber shook. The blue torches turned red like normal firelight. The door from which he had come opened up again along with a door on the opposite side of the room. Sam grinned. The treasure chamber. This was the whole reason Sam had come here. He stepped forward. He picked up the monster stone that was previously the ziggurat guardian and stepped towards the ancient treasure room. The room beyond the secret boss chamber was damp, dark, and cold. A treasure chest with cobwebs sat in the middle of it. Sam unlatched the treasure chest and opened it up. Sitting inside was both what he had expected and unexpected. A single, soul-bound scroll. In his previous timeline, the travelers had a soul-bound scroll for each of the party members that had survived the battle with the Guardian. Sam hadn't been sure whether there would be multiple scrolls for him or only one. It looked as if there would only be one. He unfurled the scroll and took in the impossible choice of items on offer. Endless map, adept tier, mythic. Maps out standard dungeon gates. Limit. Can be used 3 times before endless map destroys itself. Or thrower's gloves, adept tier, mythic. A powerful pair of gloves that allow the user to throw monster or creature high into the air, regardless of user's strength stat. Weight limit, determined by capture beings asterisk and SFADFA, undefinable asterisk dash value. Sam's eyebrows furrowed as he took in the contents of the soul-bound scroll. He was both pleased and perplexed. The item he had hoped to receive in the scroll was there. Thrower's gloves. The ability to toss monsters into the air regardless of their normal weight or his strength felt like an incredible boon. He also figured it would pair nicely with his hurting hook ability. He was perplexed, however, because the final line in the item description had caught him off guard. First off, it hadn't been recorded in the traveler's journal entry in his previous timeline, and he had written out the entire contents of the soul-bound scroll he had received. Secondly, the new final line to the item description was both alarming and intriguing. The oddness fit in with some of the other strange events he'd been witnessing inside the dungeon gate. The appearance of the flickering black demon and the flickering citizens of Eldoria in the gray gate. Strange occurrences that hadn't happened in his previous timeline. Sam couldn't help but wonder whether his actions in this new timeline were creating a ripple effect and disruptions in how the dungeon gate system was meant to work. Then there was the garbled line around the weight limit of the item's ability. Weight limit, determined by capture beings asterisk and SFADFA, undefinable asterisk dash value. Sam had once read about something like this in his previous timeline, but it had been extremely rare, and most people had chalked it up to mostly rumor and hearsay. Yet, it was such an odd sight. It was as if the system itself was struggling to translate what must have been some kind of hidden value. Odd, Sam thought. Yet the strangeness made Sam want the item more. Before Sam made his selection, though, he always did his due diligence to consider the other item on offer. And boy, was it a good one. Endless Map offered the ability to outline the entire landscape of a dungeon world. The amount of secrets and rare treasure such an item would allow him to unearth was unimaginable. Sam drooled at all the loot. There was just one downside. The item could only be used 3 times. The use limit, plus the fact that he already had quite a large backlog of information from his previous timeline's research about dungeon gates, that the item didn't seem entirely necessary. If the Endless Map could be used more than 3 times, he would have had a much harder decision on his hands. But, the situation as it was, he was going to stick with the item he'd specifically entered this dungeon to get. Sam made his choice. He was eager to try out his new equipment and maybe, just maybe, get to the bottom of whatever the heck asterisk and SFADFA dash undefinable dash value stood for. 81. The daylight of the jungle was almost blinding when Sam stepped outside after his sojourn into the depths of the ancient ziggurat. The light was so intense, Sam's eyes winced, and he covered them until they slowly adjusted back to normal. The clouds over the sun had long since faded away, leaving a bright, clear day across the monster-infested jungle. Before moving on, Sam looked down at his new equipment upon his hands. The thrower's gloves mimicked the design of the types of armored gauntlets he was used to wearing, and yet they seemed to be made of a sturdy and flexible material that had the strength and resilience of steel, but lacked the cumbersome weight. The main body of the gloves was a rich, deep blue, reminiscent of a twilight sky. Intricate etchings of ancient runes and symbols were showcased across the enchanted metal. Sam clenched his fingers in and out. He couldn't wait to try out this new equipment. His plan was to head towards the dungeon boss and try out his new gloves along the way. About 20 minutes later, he got his first opportunity to use his new equipment. One of the stealth dragons that he'd fought earlier once again emerged out of the ground, rushing right for him. Sam dodged the monster's attack, sliding beneath it and then clutching the creature with the thrower's gloves and then whipping the monster high in the air. Sam's eyes widened with awe and glee as he watched the creature fly high into the air, much higher than he would have been able to throw it had he tried without the gloves. In fact, Sam doubted he would have been able to throw the giant beast off the ground without the special power of the gloves. He didn't waste any time, stretching his arm upward and triggering the new level of hurting hook. A sizzling orange whip shot out from his palm and latched into the dinosaur, sending Sam hurtling high in the air. The monster just floated there defenseless, having no aerial attacks or abilities to speak of. As his hurting hook caught him up with his airborne enemy, Sam used the momentum to materialize his Shade Slayer and slash right at the creature. The creature had high defensive stats, just like the other he had fought, but due to the airborne and shocked nature, his sword attacks did a little bit more damage than he had initially done at first in his opening battle with this type of creature. Still, it wasn't an impressive amount of damage. He quickly grabbed hold of the massive monster and flipped it over, sending it hurtling towards the ground with his black blade tipped right against its throat. The two crashed into the ground, creating a massive explosion of dirt and debris. As the dust settled, Sam looked down at his powerful blade wedged right through the throat of the creature. The fall had been enough momentum to give his blade the extra power needed to destroy the monster quickly. Sam grinned. He was liking his new equipment, liking it a lot. He also noted that the strange, dragon-like creature clearly had a low, undefinable value, whatever the system meant. He wasn't really sure what that meant yet, but he figured it would become clearer the more monsters he tested the gloves against. Once he encountered a monster that didn't let him throw them very easily, he might be able to compare the differences against the dragon-like monster to better determine whatever the heck the undefinable value really was. Sam eventually came across a group of 3 jungle shamans that shot hostile spells at him. He rushed towards them, and when he threw them in the air, they didn't budge. That's odd, Sam thought. They clearly weighed less than the dragon-like creature, and yet according to the thrower's gloves, they were actually heavier than the dragon-like creature in the undefinable value. Sam eventually gave up on trying to toss the shamans into the air and simply finished them off with his regular rotation of skills. He mused on the fight as he continued forward in the direction of the dungeon boss. He considered the differences between the dragon-like creature and the jungle shamans. The jungle shamans fought with magic, and the dragon-like creature mostly attacked physically. Sam began to wonder whether the undefinable value had something to do with one's capacity to do magic. That made a certain sense to him as a working theory, though there was the one inconsistency with that framework, which was the dragon-like creature did have magical abilities, mainly its stealth camouflage power. Though perhaps that wasn't actually magic, but rather just a perk of the creature's overall physiology. Sam didn't manage to gather any new information by the time he arrived at the dungeon boss chamber. He figured he might talk about it with Toby or Curtis when he got back to Resfall, but until then, he was happy to just finish off the dungeon boss and get home. He'd gotten what he'd come here for. It was now time to leave. With his shadow blade already materialized, Sam stepped through a narrow passageway, passing through a purple flame that marked the dungeon boss zone and into a large jungle clearing. A colossal creature woke up from its slumber as soon as Sam entered. The behemoth looked to be of the same family or species of primordial dragon-like beings as the camouflage monster he'd fought multiple times within the mystic jungle dungeon world. But this creature looked much more powerful. The creature was much sturdier than the quick, snappy beings he'd fought earlier. This monster had a broad, armored body supported by stout, pillar-like legs. Its tail, massive and muscular, ended in a cluster of crystalline spikes, shimmering with arcane energy. The creature's back was lined with towering, rune-carved plates, each glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. Its head was crowned with a halo of glowing horns, and its eyes burned with a fearsome malevolence. The most alarming part of the creature was its cavernous maw filled with rows of razor-sharp crystalline teeth that looked capable of ripping Sam into nothing but shreds within seconds. Sam knew a lot about this boss monster from the Traveler's Journal from his previous timeline. The Traveler had named this formidable foe the Thornback Spellmaw. The creature signaled it was going to make a powerful magic attack when its armored plates glowed brightly. This might be the perfect test subject for my thrower's gloves, thought Sam. The creature looked incredibly heavy, so he shouldn't be able to throw it up normally, and it definitely had magic-based attacks that went beyond its physiology like the creature he'd fought earlier. Sam got to work straight away, rushing towards the Thornback Spellmaw. He slid beneath its legs and clutched its stomach with his thrower's gloves and pushed upward. Nothing happened. The creature exceeded the powerful item's mysterious, unknown value-based weight limit. That's disappointing, Sam thought to himself. The giant creature had lifted up one of its legs to stomp on Sam in retaliation for attacking its underside. Sam quickly retreated and triggered Pain Ring. Looks like I'll just have to fight this thing in my classic style, Sam smirked. The Thornback Spellmaw roared furiously as it rushed towards Sam. The Blood Knight baited the monster into his pain ring and dodged the attack and sliced his shadow blade between the creature's armored plates, doing a tiny but not significant amount of damage. Sam knew to be patient, though. The gnawing teeth of his Silver Dragon armor set would still bring his power levels up to a point that even this armor-plated monster wouldn't be able to withstand. The Thornback Spellmaw's armored plates began to glow a deep azure blue. Here we go, Sam thought, instantly recognizing that the creature was about to unleash a powerful magical attack. The creature cried out, and a huge blast of blue magical energy shot out in a huge radius that Sam narrowly avoided. Fumes of smoke and burnt mana rose out from the boss monster's armored plates. I wonder, Sam thought, suddenly having an idea. He sprinted towards the boss monster once more, quickly sliding between its legs and getting himself in position on the creature's backside. He grabbed hold of the monster's stomach and pushed upward. Sam's eyes widened with glee as the boss monster went hurtling into the air. Gotcha! Sam instantly triggered Hurting Hook, sending himself high into the air after the rocketing monster. Both Sam and the Thornback Spellmaw burst out through the canopy of jungle trees until it was just the open air, the blue sky, and them. Sam used the momentum of his hook to unleash a deadly slice into the boss monster's stomach. He slashed again and again with a fury, pummeling the creature in the direction of his pain ring down below. He knew he was back in the right position when his seventh slash ripped open the creature's stomach, draining it of blood and flesh onto the treetops below. The monster's eyes were fading as the two of them began their descent. Sam clutched onto the creature's body as it was going to be his landing pad for when they reached the ground. As they torpedoed downward, Sam couldn't help but smile. He'd discovered a bit more about the system and his new piece of rare equipment. Technically, Sam still had no idea what the mysterious, undefinable value referred to, but he was getting closer, and more importantly, he loved his new thrower's glove. 82. Sam instantly missed the hot jungle air when he stepped back outside into the bitter winter of Greater Resfall. The sky was dark and cloudy, though a few stars still poked through, lighting the barren forest of leafless trees. "Time has passed since I entered," Sam observed, looking up at the night sky and beginning to trudge forward back to the city he called his home. The glow of the green dungeon gate lit up the forest and eventually faded away from view as Sam got further away from it. The dungeon gate would close in a couple of hours now that the dungeon boss was dead. Another deadly and devastating dungeon break had been averted. As Sam walked back to Resfall, his thoughts were mostly focused on his new thrower's gloves and the strange, undefinable value that determined the weight limit of those he tossed into the air. He still didn't know for certain what the undefinable value was. However, he was getting closer. He knew it had something to do with one's ability to do magic. A non-magic wielding entity gets tossed no problem, but if the creature or monster can unleash magical attacks, that was where things got confusing. As much as he tried, Sam was never able to throw the jungle shamans. However, he did manage to throw the colossal thornback spellmaw, but only on the second try. Which had to mean, whatever the undefinable value was, it wasn't a static attribute like one's physical weight. It had the possibility to change over the course of a battle, and had some connection with one's usage of magical abilities. Could the undefinable value be some kind of mana weight or mana capacity? Sam wondered. He hadn't ever really read anything that had discussed mana as having a weight or definable metric, though it was a part of most beings with the power to wield magic and abilities. Something still wasn't adding up completely to Sam, however, as mana weight didn't seem that complicated a metric to translate in the system. But maybe that was because mana was ethereal. One didn't contemplate the weight of air either. Sam could sense that it had some meaning beyond his current comprehension of the dungeon gate system, and he probably had the greatest knowledge on the system currently in Westria at the moment, which made this new information about the system seem all the more intriguing and disconcerting. He figured he would bring it up with Curtis the next time he saw him. He was one of the smartest wizard-class travelers in the guild, so he might have a good idea about what the undefinable value truly was. A few hours later, Sam arrived back in Resfall and found the Travelers' Guild near empty. A lone clerk perked up at the sight of him. "Oh, Sam," said the assistant. "The others said to tell you they were at the Enchanted Snowman building competition." "Oh yeah," Sam smiled to himself. How could I forget? He eventually found himself at the Royal Resfall Park to find it crammed with people. Families, kids, and citizens were gathered around, ready to make snowmen for the annual competition. The reason the event was known as the Enchanted Snowman was that the winning snowman would get doused in special alchemical water that would temporarily bring the snowman to life. The first person he saw through the crowd was Curtis, whose tall elven stature, pointy ears, and silver hair made him stand out from the majority of the human population that lived in Resfall. Once he approached the elf, he could see the rest of the guild, all gearing up to start making prize-winning snowmen. "Has the competition started?" "Not yet, no," said Curtis. "May I ask where you've been?" "I just got back from training," said Sam. "I actually had a question for you. Does mana have a weight to it?" Curtis's eyes widened with shock at Sam's question. "How do you—" The elf paused and recomposed himself. He made an odd face, looking at Sam with a new curiosity. There was also a seriousness in the way he now stared at the young man. "What makes you say that?" "I acquired this new A hand suddenly grabbed hold of Sam's arm. "Stop speaking with the enemy. We have a snowman to make." It was Toby, dragging him to a spot he and Clara had set up. A few minutes later, Queen Alice Grace, from an erected podium nearby, announced the start of the annual Enchanted Snowman building competition. "All right, time to win," said Toby with an intense fury. They started gathering puffs of snow together and rolling it into a big ball. Multiple teams all across the park did the same. Clara, Toby, and Sam, all rosy-cheeked, laughed and giggled at the absurdity of trying to build a snowman in a hurry. He couldn't believe how much fun they were having. It actually was more significant than it might have first seemed. It was just a silly snowman building competition after all. But Sam remembered the venom with which the three of them used to make fun of the contest and those who partook in it when they were effants. Sam and his friends had been penniless and near starving. They couldn't afford the luxuries of spending an evening creating silly people out of snow. In fact, such an event proved a prime time to steal food from people's cupboards while they were away. For the three of them to be here now, attempting to make a snowman for the competition, just highlighted how far they had come. How much all three of their lives had changed since Sam's return to the past. It filled Sam's heart with joy. He poured that love into their snowman. Unfortunately, however, love was not enough. "He looks a bit," Clara said awkwardly. "Not right in the head?" "Yeah," said Toby. "I don't know how it happened, but he looks a bit drunk." The three of them looked around to see what other people had come up with, and, fortunately for them, the competition wasn't as stiff as they may have feared. The most impressive was undoubtedly the majestic bird sculpture a group of bird-watching enthusiasts had carved out of the snow. Meanwhile, the dangerous fire brigade had created a giant odd lump in the snow that was supposed to be a life-sized morale-boosting peanut. Across the park, Lord Odo Bumblefumble and Earl Fitzy Foppleplop were arguing with the Queen's referees due to the fact that both men had ordered their servants to sabotage the other's snowman. "You know," said Toby, "maybe our drunk snowman can win." "That bird is pretty nice, though," said Clara. "True, but is it a snowman?" "So long as we beat Brock and Curtis," said Toby. They looked over to their fellow traveler colleagues to see that they had only made a third of a snowman, just one perfectly spherical ball to start with, and had been arguing over it ever since. "The balls don't need to be perfectly spherical. It's a bloody snowman, elf," said Brock in exasperation. "The structural integrity of our project must be considered at all costs," Curtis replied with equal frustration as Brock's. In the end, Alice awarded the young brother and sister who had made a traditional snowman with buttons for eyes and a carrot for nose as the winner. Everyone cheered and congratulated the young kids. They all then gathered around as one of the royal alchemists poured the animating liquid onto the snowman. As the liquid poured over the snow sculpture, it began to sparkle like a cascade of starlight, flowing over the snowman's form. The snow glistened and shimmered, as if infused with the very essence of life. Slowly, a magical transformation unfolded. The snowman's button eyes flickered with a newfound glow, and its pebble mouth curved into the hint of a smile. The one inanimate figure stirred, stretching its snowy arms with a crackling sound, like the gentle breaking of ice. Everyone cheered and clapped in amazement. The majesty and awe-inspiring moment only lasted for a few seconds before things then got weird. The snowman's face turned angry, and he started hissing at the crowd. He waddled forward. People screamed, children cried. Sam turned to Toby and Clara. "Should we kill those children, snowman?" "Isn't that kind of evil?" asked Toby. "The ethics on this one seem hard," Clara agreed. At that point, a flicker of strange purple magic appeared in the air. Instantly, Sam was on guard and materialized his shadow blade. The purple magic took on the shape of a wolf's jaw as it blasted through the enchanted snowman, destroying it and thus returning it back down to the mere puffs of snow that had been used to create it. The crowd was alarmed, and many people were moving quickly away to leave the park. Others were staring at Sam and the other travelers in the crowd. The figure that had destroyed the snowman emerged in the center of the chaos. A silver-haired elf woman with striking blue eyes stood among the dead snowman's remains with two elven soldiers protecting her at her side. The woman paid no attention to the terrified citizens and stared directly at Curtis. "It's good to see you, banished one," the woman said to Curtis. 83. The crowd gathered in the royal park of Resfall whispered and murmured amongst themselves with avid curiosity at the appearance of the powerful silver-haired elf woman. Those not looking on with intense interest were quickly heading to the park's exit, wanting to get away from any danger, be it a dangerous elf wielder of some kind of shadow magic or another vicious and marauding killer snowman. Those who stayed turned to the elf traveler Curtis. "I hoped this day would never come," he sighed. "But let me introduce everyone to Thalia Ashgrove, my little sister." Murmurs and whispers spread all throughout the crowd. "Did you know Curtis had a sister?" said Clara in a hushed tone. Sam shook his head. Whatever life Curtis Ashgrove had lived prior to becoming a wizard-class traveler who worked for the Travelers Guild of Restfall was unknown to Sam. Such knowledge had never reached the feathers, quills, and pens of the historians and scholars Sam had read on the history of Westria in his previous lifetime. Leaning over on the other side of him was Toby, whispering, "Is it just me, or is Curtis's sister really "What are you two whispering about?" hissed Clara. Toby went completely red in the face. "Nothing," said Toby frantically. "I was just asking Sam what kind of magic he thought the woman had used." Sam was impressed by Toby's quick thinking. More than that, his friend's question was an interesting one. Most of the races of Westria referred to the dungeon gate system and the powers travelers unlocked as new magic. Old magic, however, was more often than not used to describe the powers wielded by those of the elven race. Even in Sam's previous timeline, the ancient magic of the elves was shrouded in mystery. A mystery that was forever left unanswered after the deaths of the hundreds of thousands of elves in the elven genocide. They all went quiet as Curtis stepped towards his sister. Curtis's eyes locked with Thalia's. His sister had the same faded light blue eyes as his own. He hadn't gazed upon those eyes in almost 7 years, not since he didn't even want to think about it. "Thalia," Curtis said, taking another step towards his sister. "Do not refer to me by my first name, banished one," said Thalia with a sharp venom. "You can refer to me by my formal title, Eledion Ardona." Curtis felt a stabbing pain in his chest at his sister's words. His family always knew how to hurt him best, didn't they? Poke him right at his weakest, sorest wounds. He wondered what she was doing here. His mind went straight to the glitter dust he had found on the strange bug Sam had given him to investigate. It was also very odd that Thalia had shown up tonight, of all nights. Just after Sam had spoken to him of, how had the boy referred to it as, mana weight? It was like hearing a baby try to grasp at the concepts of the universe. The boy wasn't understanding fully, but he was closer than any non-elf he'd heard speak on the subject. "Okay," sighed Curtis. "Eledion Ardona, what brings you here?" "I wish to speak with your queen," said Thalia. "Oh, do you?" said a voice filled with a furious temper that Curtis instantly recognized. Queen Alice Grace strode toward the elf woman with a flaming fist in her hand. The crowd of onlookers gasped at the queen's display of power, impressed with her growing command of her mythically rare traveler class. Curtis did not like where this was going. If Queen Alice attacked his sister, that would cause huge political ramifications across human-elf relations. The queen spoke loudly so everyone could hear. "You seek counsel with me, yet arrive in the dead of night without telling someone, and reveal yourself with the use of hostile old magic. I am sorry, but I do not seek counsel with someone who conducts themselves in such a manner. You may find help here in Restfall, but certainly not from me." With that, the queen turned around and marched off, her handmaiden hurrying right behind her. That was bad, Curtis thought, but a lot less bad than what I was expecting. Following the queen's declaration that she would not be meeting with Thalia Ashgrove, Guildmaster Redfield quickly invited the elven envoy back to the Travelers' Guild Hall so that they could discuss their reasons for their unexpected visit. Guildmaster Redfield demanded that Sam and Curtis join him for the meeting with the elves. As the Guildmaster closed the door to the meeting room, Thalia looked to Curtis and said snidely, "Is this a joke, banished one? We lay down our pride before you and your human friends, and you take us to your headquarters for new magic. Have you forgotten the elves' feelings on such matters?" "At least they didn't bring that dwarf with us into the meeting room," said one of Thalia's guards. "The smallest kindness," said Thalia, shaking her head in dismay. "I thought dwarves and elves had resolved their tensions," Sam asked. The dwarves had erected a statue of Curtis in their mountain kingdom for helping save them from the dwarven cataclysm. "For the dwarves, maybe," said Thalia, impatience lacing her words. "Another annoying disgrace brought upon the elves of the glittering forest by the Banished One. You know, a group of dwarven merchants actually reached out to us to see if we wanted to import dwarven marshmallows and ale?" "I mean, the marshmallows are cool," said Sam. "You can get ones that taste like apple pie." "Absurd experiments made by a group of drunks who like living in a cold, damp mountain cave," said Thalia. Curtis sighed at Thalia's blatant hostility. He was glad Brock was not in the room with them right now. "Are we going to start this meeting, or have you just come here to remind me of all the Banished One's disgraces?" said Thalia. The guildmaster crossed his arms. "I'd prefer if we didn't refer to one of the most talented men in my guild as the Banished One," said Edgar. "You talk and act as if you've been disrespected, yet the only person I see being rude here is you." Talia's eyes narrowed. "The Banished One has no other name." Edgar got red in the face. "Yes, he does. And you know he does. What is this cryptic, elven ridiculousness?" Curtis placed a hand on the guildmaster's shoulders. "It's okay, Edgar. Let them call me what they will." Edgar took a deep breath. "If you say so, Curtis," said Edgar. "Let me know if you change your mind." The guildmaster then turned to Talia. "The meeting will begin shortly," said Edgar. "I'm just waiting on 2 more people to join us." At that moment, a hidden door emerged between the walls at the back of the room. "Here they are," grinned Edgar. The hidden door swung open, and in stepped Mildred Cross, followed by Queen Alice Grace. "Ah," Curtis thought. "So it was all for show." "Apologies for the theatrics," said Alice, grinning. "I hope you can understand. You said you needed our assistance?" Talia nodded. "I hope you recognize the fact that the elves are a proud people, and we don't take asking for help lightly," said Talia. "But there's a growing problem in the glittering forest. New species of bugs keep showing up on a daily basis, dangerous bugs. We were hoping we could exchange rare elven goods and materials for information, and whatever items or technologies you use to fight such infestations yourselves. We wouldn't even be against using special dwarven magitechnology if you were able to procure it for us." Curtis listened to his sister's words closely. "So this does have to do with that bug Sam had me investigate," Curtis thought to himself. At that point, Sam spoke up. "I think your best bet is to let us come back with you to deal with the growing bug infestation. This problem is going to rapidly get out of hand, trust me." Talia blinked. "And who are you, exactly?" Curtis wished his sister had a better bedside manner. "Another one of the respected travelers under my command," said Edgar. "One who I've learned time and time again deserves being listened to in times of great struggle." Thalia crossed her arms. "If any humans or dwarves come anywhere near the glittering forest, they will have an arrow through their neck as soon as they are spotted. We did not come here seeking the assistance of your soldiers wielding abominable new magic. We came here for supplies and technology." The meeting room erupted with yells and shouts, mainly between the guildmaster and Thalia Ashgrove, but mutters and murmurs abounded, and the room descended into chaos. Finally, breaking through the disorderly discussion, Sam shouted out, "Elendor ne Therian Edhel!" All of the elves looked at the young man in shock. Curtis couldn't believe the words that had just come out of the young swordsman's mouth. It was like hearing a baby utter a curse word. Except this was way worse. 84. The elves stared at Sam with complete and utter shock. The entire room had gone silent since Sam had spoken Elvish out loud. He had deemed his actions as the best move he could make in that moment. Lilith's power was clearly growing inside the glittering forest, and the elves were going to need their help sooner rather than later. He knew that this was the only path forward if he truly wanted to help the elves and Westria as a whole. His Elvish wasn't perfect, but he had studied it in his previous timeline, and the phrase he had used had come up in enough recorded stories of the ancient and wise race that he could speak that one sentence with the authority of a truly fluent speaker, though he hadn't expected the reaction of the elves to be so intense. Curtis was looking at him like he'd just killed an innocent child in front of them all, and, to be fair to his colleague, it was very abnormal for a human to be able to speak Elvish. It wasn't taught in schools, and it was an incredibly difficult language to learn if one didn't learn to speak it as a child. So, for Sam to be able to speak Elvish and utter a phrase of such potent meaning would be shocking to anyone familiar with the language of the elves. Thalia and her guards looked at him with a mixture of surprise, bemusement, and a bitter sense of having been insulted by the words he had uttered. "Do you really understand the words you speak?" said Thalia, staring across the meeting room at Sam. Sam nodded. Curtis shook his head. "He definitely doesn't," said the elf. He grabbed Sam by the arm. "Sam, I don't think you understand what you've just enacted. This is not a joke." "Don't treat him like a child, Banished One," said Thalia. "If the boy is smart enough to teach himself our mother tongue, he's competent enough to take responsibility for the words he's uttered." "Do you mind catching those of us who can't speak Elvish up, please?" said Edgar. Thalia smirked. "Of course," said the beautiful, silver-haired elf woman. "Your talented and respected traveler has just challenged me to a duel." Alice clenched her fists so hard sparks of ash flew up from her fists. Luckily, no one noticed. They were all staring at Sam, as was she. Annoyance and anger, an echo of feelings she had felt the first time she had met the black-haired boy, were swelling up inside of her. What the heck is he thinking? Challenging this elf woman to a duel? Does he not think I wouldn't mind taking a crack at her myself? But that's not the correct diplomatic procedure, is it? Sam's actions are absolutely ludicrous. Also, when did he manage to learn bloody Elvish? "I'm sorry," said Mildred, finally speaking up herself, looking between Thalia and then Sam. "What does a duel achieve here, given the circumstances?" Thalia smiled at Sam. "Should I explain, or would you like to?" Sam nodded. The Elvish word Tharion Edhel doesn't just mean a normal duel to the death. It means a duel of noble purpose. A challenge, one might say. A bet. "That is right, child," hissed Thalia gleefully. "In a Tharion Edhel, we don't fight to take one another's lives necessarily, but to settle a dispute and come to a new agreement. It's a contract written in blood." Alice was beginning to piece together what Sam's plan was here. However, it still seemed like a risky one. At least, it wasn't as purely idiotic as she'd originally thought it might be. "So, you called this Tharion Edhel," said Thalia, looking to Sam. "What terms do you propose?" "Simple," said Sam. "We fight. If I win, you let us come and help you with the bugs in the glittering forest. If you win, we give you the supplies you want free of charge." "It sounds like they win no matter what," grumbled Edgar. "Agreed," said Mildred. "Trust me," said Thalia. "Accepting help from soldiers wielding whatever mutated new magic you use will be seen as a loss by my entire people. I don't even want to imagine the sense of shame." "Why does everything you say sound like an insult?" said Edgar. "The elven race has lived on this world for far longer than any mere human," said Thalia. "If my words sound insulting, it's because wisdom usually does to the unknowing." "Even your answer is rude," sighed Alice, baffled by the elf woman's words. "Your terms seem fine to me," said Thalia, returning back to the duel. "When shall we fight? Now? Tomorrow?" 3 weeks from now," said Curtis, interjecting. The elf traveler turned to Sam. "I know you don't want to hear this," said Curtis, "but you're way over your head taking on my sister. If you want even a minuscule chance of taking her on, you're going to need time to train." Sam looked at Curtis, almost as if he knew already what the elf man was saying to him was true. He then nodded without saying any more. It was one of the things that Alice found both infuriating and alluring about Sam. The way he seems to always have some card hidden up his sleeve at all times. What the heck does he know that we don't? Alice grumbled to herself. Thalia's eyes narrowed at her brother. You're wasting all of our time, banished one, she said. The outcome is the same whether we duel now or in 3 weeks. Why waste all of our time? 3 weeks is the condition to the Therian Edhel, said Sam. I'm the one who made the challenge, and I want that in my terms. Thalia sighed with annoyance. Fine, she said. So be it. Let us meet in 3 weeks' time. We'll be staying in the forest to the east of the city. Visit us there if you wish to end this little challenge sooner rather than later. The realization and formal admission that you no longer wish to waste my time will be enough for me to respectfully spare your honor. With that, Thalia and her 2 elven soldiers walked out of the Travelers' Guild Hall and into the night. Well, isn't she charming? Said Alice. 85 Thalia strode through the night. Her boots sank into the fresh, powdery snow with each step. The forest around her was a silent, slumbering world of white. The towering pines and spruces stood heavy with snow, their normally vibrant green needles frosted to a soft, muted gray by the moonlight. Behind her, she could hear the synchronized footsteps of her guards, a rhythmic crunching that contrasted the otherwise silent world of the forest at night in the dead of winter. Thalia bristled just thinking about that black-haired kid with the strange red eyes. What a fool, she sighed. She didn't care what kind of new magic the young man might wield. It would be no match against the abilities she had cultivated on her path. The most annoying part of all of this was having to wait 3 weeks. Thalia and her guards trudged through the snowy ground of the forest until eventually the elf woman stopped, grabbed a piece of snow almost like a piece of fabric, and pulled it back to reveal what was a piece of magical camouflage that welcomed them to a warm indoor encampment with a crackling fireplace. The trio stepped into their hidden indoor campsite and sat down at the couches in front of the fire. Are you not worried? Asked one of her guards, Phelan. 3 weeks is a long time, said the other, Lorien. Even if we got supplies, it would mean we wouldn't get back to the glittering forest for another 2 months or so. What if the infestation problem worsens during that time? There is nothing else to be done, sighed Thalia. If the situation worsens, my father should be able to handle it on his own. And what about the kid? Asked Phelan. What if he proves to be your match? The 2 guards looked at Thalia with a serious expression. The concerned looks only lasted a second before they all cracked a smile. Fighting that kid will be, what's the human expression again? A piece of cake. Back at the Travelers' Guild Hall, Sam was staring at 4 very annoyed and frustrated faces. Thalia and her guards had been gone for a while, and everyone had yet to say anything. It was one of those excruciating silences when disappointment, anger, and frustration was oozing out of the people nearby that the feelings of discontent were almost palpable. "Since when can you speak Elvish?" Edgar finally asked, breaking the silence. "I tried once long ago and couldn't make heads or tails of the language." "I've always known a little," said Sam. "Picked it up in books." The 4 faces all narrowed their eyes at him with suspiciousness. People didn't just pick up Elvish. More discontent oozed out into the room. Sam would just let the others in the room chalk his fluency in Elvish up to being another peculiar part of his identity. "I don't think you understand the implications of what you've just done, Sam," said Curtis, rubbing his forehead in an agitated panic. "My sister is the Eledion Ardona, that's the heir to the High Ruler of the Glittering Forest. She is immensely powerful in the ways of old magic. Even if you trained your hardest over the next 3 weeks, you have a very low likelihood of winning." Sam suddenly perked up at Curtis's words. He couldn't believe he had missed it before. "Wait a minute," said Sam. "If your sister is the heir to the High Ruler, wouldn't that make you—" "That is not the topic of our current conversation," said Curtis, immediately cutting Sam off. "Nor is it any of your business." Curtis's words were laced with venom and anger, and Sam knew he immediately had to back off. He didn't know the elf's background very well, but clearly there was some kind of hurt and undealt with pain in the man's previous life before becoming a traveler. One didn't just get the nickname Banished One, did they? "As I was saying," said Curtis. The elf then went on to explain the differences between new magic and old magic. Sam vaguely knew quite a bit of it already, mainly that elves were able to cultivate mana and abilities without having to enter the dungeon gates. Rather than classes with assigned abilities, the elves trained in certain styles known as paths. It was because of these paths that until the advent of the new Dungeon Gate era, elves were one of the most powerful and feared races in all of Westria. On top of that, Curtis continued, if you were to win, you'd then be upsetting the second most politically powerful person in the Glittering Forest, creating a disastrous political situation for all of us. Also, there's... Queen Alice slammed her hands on the table. The girl's eye twitched, and Sam feared her annoyance most of all. Not to mention, said Alice, seething, 3 weeks from now lands squarely on the evening of the Love Spell Day's ball, which raises the likelihood of it being ruined for another year. The last 2 years in a row, the Love Spells Day ball had been hijacked by assassination attempts and explosions. The first time, Clarence Erdstrom had orchestrated assassins to try and kill Alice, that Sam and the crew had then thwarted. Then last year they had been attacked by the Dwarven Death Cult, the emissaries of the Fallen, leading to a blood-soaked skirmish in the royal ballroom. The ball was beginning to get a reputation for being cursed. I don't want my reign to go down in history as the one that ruined love, cried Alice. My ancestors will be rolling in their graves over this. You heard Curtis and the Queen, said Guildmaster Redfield. Human-elf relations, not to mention love, are on the line here. I hope you know what you're doing. Yes, added Mildred. This would be a great time to tell us you have a plan. I do, said Sam. And, said Alice, what is it? I'm going to train for the next 3 weeks, and then I'm going to beat Thalia Ashgrove in a duel, said Sam. It doesn't work that way, said Curtis with exasperation. 3 weeks isn't enough time to beat Thalia. She's been training on her path for years. I understand that, said Sam. That's why for the next 3 weeks, I'm going to be training my magic affinity and working towards breaking through the second threshold. The 3 adults in the room were all stunned at that statement. That sure shut them up, Sam thought. 86. Edgar narrowed his eyes at the boy. The kid stood there with a blank expression on his face, daring everyone else to question the words he'd just uttered. The young man in front of him was far from a kid. He stood straight with pride, and, even just looking at the boy, it was apparent that he was a strong and powerful force. The kid was 18 years old now, and had been under Edgar's purview for over 2 years. Edgar had watched Sam's growth as a traveler with respect, admiration, and awe. The young man was one of the most talented travelers he had ever witnessed. Yet, despite all of that, Edgar still couldn't help but see the young man as the brave but scared little orphan boy who had arrived outside the guild hall on that snowy winter's night 2 years ago. Now that same boy wanted to face the second tribulation and break through the second threshold. He's not ready, Edgar thought to himself. The guildmaster shuddered just thinking about the trials of the second tribulation and his own experiences going through it. Most travelers didn't make it past the first tribulation, and even fewer made it past the second. There were far more novice-tier and apprentice-tier travelers than there were people ranked above that. The second tribulation was even more deadly than the first tribulation, and was significantly more complicated and involved. A memory of a hulking, shadowy figure with glowing pink eyes pierced Edgar's mind, reminding him of the horrific battle he had to face when he had pursued pushing through the second threshold. The trial was always slightly unique and tailored to the individual, though the one underlying constant between all versions of the second tribulation was that it was a truly miserable and awful affair that Edgar would never wish upon anyone. And yet, he also knew it was one of the mountains one had to climb in the path to power. The silence in the meeting room was finally broken by Mildred. Edgar, you can't allow him to do this, said Mildred. You and I both know what's involved. The boy will surely die. I will allow it, said Edgar. Sam has never proven himself wrong when standing up for a challenge that seemed beyond his means. I will not be the one to stop him here. Sam, I hope you know what you're doing. Finally, Sam's cold expression changed. The boy smirked as if he somehow could already fathom the pain that awaited him on his journey to the second threshold. Unbeknownst to Edgar or the others, Sam was indeed fully aware of the trial that awaited him. Following Edgar's decision to allow Sam to pursue the second tribulation, the meeting quickly came to a close. For almost everyone in the room except Sam, the meeting had concluded unsatisfactorily. "I hope you know what you're doing," said Alice as she sternly marched off with Mildred behind her. "I could say the same to you," said Mildred to Edgar. Curtis just sighed and shook his head. "I need a moment to think," was all he said before heading off. Soon it was just Edgar and Sam in the room alone together. "I trust you know what you're doing," said Edgar. Sam nodded. "Well, good luck then," said the guildmaster before leaving the room. Now Sam was all on his own. He took a deep breath and considered everything he needed to do in the coming days and weeks. It had always been in his plan to push through the second threshold in the coming months, but the arrival of Thalia Ashgrove certainly had pushed it up his agenda somewhat. Sam knew from his first timeline that it had taken over a year for travelers to discover the second threshold after the emergence of the dungeon gates. In that early era, there was a race mentality across travelers, all rushing to gain more power and knowledge ahead of others as fast as possible. The second threshold had proven a stumbling block across the collective knowledge of travelers at that time. Everyone knew that the second threshold must exist, given the discovery of the first threshold. Yet, what no one could seem to figure out for a long time was how exactly did you push through it. The first threshold had involved converting one's mana from one tier to the other, undergoing excruciating amounts of pain to do so, and many people tried to do exactly that from apprentice tier magic affinity to journeyman tier magic affinity. Except, upon going through a harsher variation of the first threshold, many of those mana practitioners discovered that their magic affinity stat stayed at 50, not moving up that additional stat point needed to break into journeyman tier magic affinity. At the time, no one could explain it. It didn't make any sense. How could one have journeyman tier mana coursing through their veins and yet still not have reached journeyman tier magic affinity? There was something missing. What eventually was discovered was that converting one's mana was only the first step to breaking through the second threshold. It was at that point that travelers began to discover the existence of their own individual core realms. To break through the second threshold required discovering, entering, and emerging from one's core realm alive. It had an over 75% fatality rate. Only the best and most ambitious of travelers even attempted to break through. Sam knew that there was a lot of work to be done. He headed out of the meeting room and up to his dormitory. There wasn't much he could do that evening, but he planned on getting a lot done the following day. Until then, he knew he had to rest. 87. Sam woke up the following morning bright and early. He headed down to the dining hall and grabbed himself a blueberry muffin and a mug of coffee and sat on his own to plan out his next moves. First thing he had to review was his stats. He sipped on his coffee and called his profile to view in his retina. Sam, class. Blood Knight, super rare. Rank, journeyman tier. Ability, Pain Ring, novice tier. Level 3. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. After significant damage is taken, user acquires split-second vision to see where their opponent is going to move and do seconds before they do it. Hurting Hook, apprentice tier, level 3. Shoot a hook rope that if it hits an enemy, it can pull them back closer towards you or send you hurtling quickly towards them. Hook can be bent at will to whip and hurl enemies with. Hurting Hook can also latch itself onto inanimate objects and be used as a magical grappling hook. Blood Vision, journeyman tier, level 1. Can see blood vessels beneath the skin, allowing for greater accuracy and destruction. Can pinpoint and hit vital arteries and organs of one's enemies. Class, Death Lord, legendary. Rank, apprentice tier. Ability, Blood Flame, novice tier, level 4. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Can now conjure blood flame sword from spilled blood. Can now also generate a blood flame storm within the vicinity of spilled blood. Blood teleport, apprentice tier, level 2. Teleport to and from spilled blood on the battlefield. Objects with blood spilled on them can be teleported to and from other sources of spilled blood now as well. Strength, 52. Agility, 44.7. Endurance, 53. 1. Magic Affinity, 48. Skill Quests. Pain Ring, Level 4. Destroy 10,000 monsters with the aid of split-second vision. 1,400. Over 10,000 Blood Flame. Level 5. Gain Mastery with your Blood Flame Storm, 9%. Hurting Hook, Level 4. Gain Mastery over your new Hurting Hook, 15%. Blood Teleport, Level 3. Gain Mastery over Blood Teleport, 9%. Inventory. Silver Dragon Armor Set. Composed from the remains of the ancient and powerful Silver Dragon, this heavy armor absorbs damage and pain and allows for redistribution into different parts of the body. Also can hold damage that can be unleashed later. Armor cannot be removed if damage is being held. The inside of the armor is lined with tiny teeth of the Silver Dragon that constantly draw blood upon the user. This set of ancient armor has killed many of those who have chosen to wear it. Additional ability, Level 1. Dragon Defense. The teeth of the Silver Dragon armor set can now be controlled to shoot outwards as an additional offensive or defensive maneuver. Additional ability, Level 1. Pain Transfer. Absorb an attack and unleash that level of damage onto your opponents. Necklace of Healing. Increase health regeneration by 50%. Ring of Numbing. Reduce pain sensation by 40%. Ring of Empowerment. Super Rare. Tier, Adept. Plus 10 Strength. Arcane Aegis. Mythic. Tier, Adept. Floating Reflective Shield. Berserker's Sword. Super Rare. Tier, Adept. Special ability. Can regularly send enemies when hit into an unthinking, hostile frenzy. Demonic Rune Blade. Mythic. Tier, Adept. Plus 5 Strength. Kill Stacker. Special ability. Demonic Rune Blade gains more power each time you slay something. Power growth only stops if 15 minutes go by without a kill. Shade Slayer. The Shadow Blade. Mythic. Tier, Master. Can attack and deal damage to enemy shadows. Sam grinned. He was quite pleased with his stat growth. All of his stats were moving up and improving. His strength and endurance were already in the low 50s, making them journeyman tier level stats, which he was super proud of. Meanwhile, his magic affinity was at 48, which put him in a prime position to start a more focused and dedicated pursuit of his goal to break through the second threshold and get his magic affinity up to journeyman tier. He quickly finished his breakfast and headed out into Restfall to gather the supplies necessary to do what he needed. The sun was shining, and the sky was a clear blue, but it was also a bitter cold February day. Sam walked with purpose across the frosty Restfall day, heading directly towards the market district. Even before he arrived in the merchant neighborhood, Sam's nostrils caught the rich aromas of exotic spices and freshly baked bread wafting through the air, mingling with the tangy scent of freshly tanned leather from the cobbler's corner. Soon enough, Sam stepped foot into the Grand Bazaar, a maze of tents and tables overflowing with goods from distant lands. Even in the cold weather, the market district still thrived. Specially designed mana heaters kept the merchants and stalls cozy and warm, while those hawking hot cocoa and cider were pulling in a small fortune due to the uptick in customers. Tucked away in a quieter corner of the bustling market district was Drake's apothecary stall. It was a modest wooden booth, draped with a white cloth, held down by a myriad of vials, pills, and other arcane remedies. Sam's eyes narrowed in on an oak tray at the side of the merchant's table. The oak tray had wooden dividers, creating small sections for different types of pills and supplements. Above each section was a handwritten note with the pill's name and description of what it did. There were popular pills, such as Dreamweave capsules, that were known to make one's dreams significantly more potent, and Vigor Berry pills, which gave more energy than 5 cups of coffee in a single take. Sam's eyes eventually landed on a certain set of pills and smiled. The handwritten note called them Silverwood's Solution. "Ah," said Drake, the apothecary merchant. "That's a specialty pill, that is. Not cheap, I'll tell you that right now." Sam was pleased at the sight of the pill. It was the pill formerly known as the Faraday pill in his first timeline. In this new second chance at life, Sam had recreated the pill in the enchanted garden of Nimriel Silverwood just over a year prior to help him break through the first threshold. The Faraday pill, now renamed Silverwood's Solution, could numb a certain portion of the pain when cultivating one's mana from one tier to another. Without the pill, the pain was powerful enough to kill the mana practitioner. Having left the recipe in Nimriel Silverwood's hands, it looked as if she had begun marketing and selling the pill to others. Sam was glad. He knew that upkeep of the enchanted garden was expensive. Plus, it meant he had easy access to the pill when he needed it. "It wasn't easy dealing with the seller of that pill," said Drake. "Crazy half-elf who lives out in the woods. The pill is a keeper, though. You traveler lot seem to love it. I can't keep it in stock." Sam ended up buying 3 pills for a small fortune. He figured he might as well stock up now for future moments when he'd need to break through to even higher thresholds than he did now. With the pills acquired, Sam returned to the guild hall and went straight to his room. He sat cross-legged on his bed and materialized a monster stone from his inventory. He gripped the stone, sending his own mana into the stone to create a mana bridge. Following that, he extracted more and more mana from inside the stone back into his core at the center of his chest. When he was done with the stone, he'd materialize another one from his inventory. He did this all morning until he looked at his magic affinity stat in his profile and saw that he'd managed to push it up to 50. Getting closer, Sam grinned. He then materialized one of his newly purchased Faraday pills and looked down at it. He knew he should probably start referring to the pill as Silverwood's Solution, but he figured the famous Opalian scholar from his first timeline, Cornelius Faraday, still deserved some credit, even if it was credit that would only ever now exist inside Sam's head. Sam then put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. "Here we go," Sam thought. He shuddered just thinking about the incoming pain. Guildmaster Edgar Redfield was in his office when a scream echoed throughout the whole building. A few moments later, he heard a knock on his office door. "Come in?" Edgar asked with concern. The door swung open, and there stood Sam. Flames of yellow journeyman tier mana were burning off his body. "I'm ready to enter my core realm now." 88. Edgar Redfield's ears were still ringing from the scream he'd heard echoing across the guild hall from a minute before. Now Sam was standing in front of him, telling him he was ready to enter his inner core realm. That, at the very least, explained the screaming. The boy had converted all of his apprentice tier mana swirling inside of him to journeyman tier. The pain of doing so was excruciating, and had caused numerous deaths over the years. And that was the easiest part of pushing through to the second threshold. "I see," said Edgar, finally responding to the boy's declaration. "I'm presuming there's a room in the guild hall that would be appropriate for undertaking the task?" Sam asked. Edgar hid his surprise at the kid's words. The boy always said things that should have been impossible for him to know, and then he smirked whenever you gasped or were shocked at it. He wouldn't give Sam the satisfaction this time, however. Still, it was curious. How does the boy know? Entering one's core realm could send you into a comatose state for days, potentially weeks. Some never woke up from that paralyzed state, never beating the challenges put forth by the core's inner realm. The fact that the kid understood that entering the core's inner realm would require potentially its own specialized chamber suggested the kid understood the gravity of the task before him. "I'll take you there," murmured Edgar solemnly. The guildmaster walked towards the door where Sam was standing. The boy stepped out of the guildmaster's way and let the older man pass. Edgar continued down the stairs and then headed to the back of the hall where the stairwell to the basement was located. He asked for 2 Medic Guild clerks to follow them. The group followed behind Edgar as they went down into the darkness beneath the ground level of the Travelers' Guild Hall. They descended the floors. They passed by the floor where the Guild's permanent white gate was housed, the tutorial dungeon where they sent all their travelers in training. It was the emergence of that very white gate that had led to the formation of the Travelers' Guild Hall in that very location in the first place. They eventually reached the bottom floor and entered an austere, torch-lit chamber. There was a bed at the side and a cupboard with a sink at the side. It looked more like a room for a doctor's patient than anything else. "This is the room we designated for those wishing to break through the second threshold," said Edgar. "The last person to use it was Curtis. The low frequency of use is why we decided to keep the room so deep below in the basement. We'll have clerks and nurses look after you as you undergo your journey into your core's inner realm. I assume you're ready." Sam nodded and stepped towards the bed. "Judging by the way you're acting, you've figured out how to tap into your core's inner realm then," said Edgar. Sam nodded once more. He sat cross-legged on the bed. Edgar watched the boy with curiosity. To enter the inner realm of one's core required deep focus and patience. One had to focus in on their core and give their mind up to it, remove all resistance. It took incredible zeal to push through and pierce one's inner realm. It wasn't for the faint of heart. Only those who truly wanted to enter their core's inner realm ever managed to do so. It was another way the second threshold kept those who were not worthy from breaking through it. Sam's whole body began to vibrate. Suddenly his eyes shot wide open and then rolled into the back of his skull. The boy convulsed while white foam emerged from his mouth. Edgar hurried over and kept the boy from falling off the bed. The guildmaster turned to the medic clerks. "He's going to need round-the-clock care until he breaks through," Edgar ordered. "That's if he breaks through," Edgar thought to himself, not saying it out loud. He looked down at Sam as the medics came behind him with wet towels to place on the spasmodic, unconscious boy's forehead. And so Sam's trial begins. The scent of fresh grass hit Sam's nostrils before he even opened his eyes. He knew to cover his eyes before opening them because he could feel the warmth of a hot, beating sun beaming down on him. He placed his hand on the soft grass and pushed himself up off the ground so that he was sitting rather than lying in this new realm he had entered. Upright, he could see that he had awakened in a field of lush grass and a bright blue sky overhead. "So this is my core's inner realm," Sam thought to himself. The core's inner realm was a labyrinthine, ever-changing landscape that reflected the mana cultivator's mind and soul. It was built of memories, fragments, feelings, and dreams. Far in the distance to one side, he could see a moon, gray and faded. Except it wasn't a normal moon. There was a crack running through it, and it had numbers and the ticking hands of a clock. A broken clock. But the most disturbing thing was even further in the distance. The silhouette of a dark, shadowy being stood far away. The gloomy and dark monstrosity stood so tall in the sky that you could only make out its legs and hanging arms until the body was so high up it was obscured from view. The Demon King. Sam gulped. To break through the second threshold, one not only had to enter their core's inner realm, they had to come face to face with their greatest fear and fight it to the death. Sam's eyes widened as he stared at the huge, hulking structure in the distance. He thought he had at least another 2.5 years before he had to take on the Demon King. Sam shook his head in dismay. This was going to be harder than he had been expecting. 89 days passed. At first, Clara wasn't that concerned that she hadn't seen Sam in a while. Her friend was prone to disappearing for days, if not weeks, at a time. In fact, a few days earlier, Sam had come to them and warned both her and Toby that he was going to be pursuing the second threshold and working towards hitting Journeyman tier in his magic affinity. She and Toby had shrugged and had given him a thumbs up. Sam knew a lot more about being a traveler than either Toby or Clara did, So Clara learned to just thank Sam for the heads up and let him get on with what he was determined to do. No point fighting him on it. In a different time in their lives, when they were still living at the orphanage, she might have kicked up more of a fuss, but she understood the change in their friendship dynamic now. She wasn't the fearless, matriarchal leader of their orphan gang anymore. Most of the time, she was happy to not carry such a title anymore. But then there were occasions where she still felt like she wished she carried the same level of authority that she had done once before, just so she could make sure her friends weren't about to go get themselves killed by accident. It all meant that Clara ended up worrying more. Where has Sam gone? When will he come back? And if Clara ruminated for too long, when will he come back, would slowly morph into the more devastating question, will he come back? When the curiosity and concern eventually got the better of her, she made a request to go see him. The clerks told her that she could visit Sam at any time and that he was being looked after in a special chamber below the guild hall. She followed their instructions and went down into the depths of the guild hall's basement. When she reached the final floor, she felt herself nervous with expectation. She had no idea what state she was going to find Sam in. She opened the door to the final chamber. A group of nurses stood against the wall on standby while Sam lay unconscious on a mat. Her friend's whole body looked tense. His skin was red and his veins were viscous and bulging. What the heck is happening inside of him? Sam looked as if he was in incredible pain. Clara looked at her friend with growing concern. She had visited him to maybe get some relief to know he was alive and well, and yet the opposite had come true. She was more worried than ever. But she decided then and there to not let her worry get the better of her. If Sam had willingly chosen to face this trial, then he had the confidence that he would be able to beat it. Whatever it is you're going through, Sam, Clara thought, I believe in you. Sam stared at the hulking silhouette of the Demon King in the distance. The figure was monstrous and overwhelming, and yet Sam did not actually feel that afraid of it. The figure didn't seem to be moving, just standing far away in the distance like a North Star. There was no noticeable pathway towards the Demon King. Sam also felt unsure that the Demon King was who he actually needed to fight inside his core realm. The Demon King, while the arbiter of destruction for his entire world and everyone he knew in it, was a bit more obvious than normal. That, along with other things, was adding to the peculiar nature of this visit to his core's inner realm. It was significantly different to when he had entered his core's inner realm in his first timeline. In that instance, he'd awakened inside a gray, depopulated landscape, similar to the one inside the White Gate. There he had found the bodies of his friends Toby and Clara dead on the ground. When he'd eventually found his greatest fear that he needed to fight, it had been a hooded skeletal figure with a scythe. Ultimately, in his first timeline, his greatest fear had been death itself. That was why the looming specter of the Demon King didn't seem quite right. The fears one fought inside the core realm were more abstract. He took in a deep breath and examined the strange field he was standing in. It was nowhere near the same as the inner core realm he had entered in his first timeline. Given how much Sam had changed since returning to this new timeline and how much he'd changed history already, it made sense that his core's inner realm would be significantly different. He wondered if the lush grass and blue sky were symbols of his newfound hope and optimism since coming back and saving so many lives. Maybe. He didn't have time to analyze his own inner workings of his brain, however. He needed to find his greatest fear and defeat it. Sam looked around the strange realm once more. He suddenly noticed a strange red dot at the edge of the field. He walked towards the red dot. As he got closer, the object in question became more discernible. The red dot wasn't a dot, but rather it was a door in bright red paint, standing upright out of nowhere. Intuitively, Sam knew that this was where he needed to go. This was where his core's inner realm was leading him. Once he got close enough, he reached out and put his hand on the gold handle of the door. He turned the knob and pushed it open. The door didn't swing open, revealing more of the field that should have been there, but rather, the door opened up to another dimension or space completely divorced from the field he was standing in. Inside the door lay a strange hallway with black and white tiles on the ground and ceiling-to-floor mirrors lining the passageway. Sam stepped into the hallway. As soon as he did, the door behind him disappeared. There was no leaving this strange hallway of mirrors. He turned to his left, and in the mirror, he didn't see a normal reflection, but rather he saw himself, holding Queen Alice covered in blood outside the flaming wreckage of Resfall. Sam's stomach lurched just at the sight of his friend dying in his arms. He turned away, only to confront a reflection of himself where he was kneeling in front of the bloody corpses of Toby and Clara. Sam shook his head and closed his eyes as he felt his body suddenly overwhelmed with grief and concern. "Come on," he said to himself. Whatever was currently happening to him, Sam knew he could beat it. He had to. 90, Sam clenched his fist and closed his eyes. He took a deep breath, summoning as much calm as he could inside of himself. An important rule to deadly combat was keeping one's composure, which was even more important when you were fighting inside your own psychic realm, where your composure was your biggest liability. The environment was designed precisely to mess with your head. Sam opened his eyes and took a step forward. Every mirror he passed showed him something in his future he desperately didn't want to see, something he didn't want to imagine. All of them featured people he cared about, dead and dying. Sometimes at the hands of the Demon King, sometimes at someone else. In one mirror, he saw Guildmaster Redfield lying in a pool of his own blood, a massive insect pincer poking right through his stomach. Sam's stomach lurched at that sight. The image he saw wasn't even a hypothetical possibility. It was a future he had lived through. Something he knew had actually happened in his first timeline. The death of Guildmaster Redfield had been one of the major deaths in the war against Lilith, in the events surrounding the Elven genocide. It was something he was actively hoping to stop in this new timeline. Sam turned away from the mirror and kept moving forward. Suddenly, a presence appeared at the end of the hall. It was a skinny and strange-looking creature. It lumbered with an almost human gait, its arms swinging mindlessly to and fro. It shuffled forward toward Sam with jerky, sporadic movements. It made an odd sound as it moved, like glass clinking on glass. As it got closer, Sam could make out more of the creature, and he was repulsed at the sight of it. The entity's skin was composed entirely of broken mirrors. Each shard, jagged and cruel, was embedded into its flesh, forming a chaotic mosaic that shimmered with a cold, malevolent light. Its face, if it could be called such, was a nightmare wrought in glass. Eyes, dark and fathomless, lay recessed within the mirrored visage, glowing with an unholy light. When its mouth opened, it revealed not flesh, but a maw of sharp, mirror-like teeth, a grotesque parody of a smile. Sam felt sickened and repulsed just at the sight of the strange entity. He couldn't even fathom what he was witnessing. Toby watched as his best friend convulsed on the bed. His friend was drenched in sweat, his normally pale skin red and inflamed. "Sam," Toby said, full of concern. That was all Toby could say. He felt helpless at the sight of his friend, clearly battling something inside of him. There was no way for him, or any of them present in the austere training room, to help him break free of the struggle he was fighting through. The nurses were administering a salve oil that was meant to calm Sam's body down, but it didn't seem to be working. Sam had been like this for the last 2.5 weeks. The nurses had been keeping him alive by feeding him water and food through a special tube. Toby shivered. This is what one must go through to push through to the second threshold, Toby thought to himself, knowing that if he were going to improve as a traveler, he'd have to go through this traumatic trial himself. "However bad it looks to us out here," said Edgar, "trust me that it is 10 times worse wherever Sam is currently." "What does one do in the Core's inner realm to break through the second threshold?" asked Toby. "One must defeat their greatest fear," said Edgar. "Sometimes that takes the shape of a person one hates. Other times it's a monster from one's nightmares, Often it is something more abstract. "What do you think Sam's greatest fear is?" asked Toby. "He seems like he's not afraid of anything." The guildmaster shook his head. "That's far from the case," said Edgar. "The way he's always looking out for everyone, coming up with a plan, always trying to save someone or stop some terrible event from occurring. That boy carries a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, far more than anyone should actively choose to bear. If I had to guess, the boy is afraid of letting those around him down. His greatest fear is failure." Toby looked at his friend, struggling in his comatose state. "Come on, Sam," he thought. "You got this." The mirror monster suddenly rushed towards Sam. Sam materialized his shadow blade, smirking, before he slashed the sword at the monster's shadow and all the reflections of the shadow across the mirrored walls. "That will do some damage," Sam grinned. The mirror monster screamed before shattering to the ground. Sam stepped towards the broken remains of the mirror monster. Yet, before he even reached the mirror monster's fallen corpse, in seconds the shattered mirrors flew up in the air and reanimated the monster. Except now there were two mirror monsters. They galloped towards him, and Sam slashed at them for real this time. He cut both monsters in half, except a second later there were now 4 mirror monsters. Sam moved back, trying to escape the growing mirror monster threat. He wasn't sure what his next move should be. It seemed that when he killed one of the mirror monsters, they doubled. The more successfully he killed them, the stronger they became, ultimately making it more and more difficult to defeat them. Sam figured his best mode of attack then was to go for absolute carnage, leaving not even an atom of life left behind. He quickly triggered his pain ring, a bright crimson light shooting out from his chest. Then he materialized a vial of blood and smashed it on the floor where the 4 mirror monsters were. He then triggered the level 4 version of Blood Flame, unleashing a massive storm of fireballs upon the mirror monsters. As they burned alive, Sam rushed in, chopping them to bits as quickly as he could. He stood over the dust and debris of the mirror monsters, heaving from the exhaustion of trying to absolutely exterminate the mirror monsters. His chest heaved and his throat burned. Even destroyed to mere dust, the mirror fragments began to reform and come back together. There were 8 mirror monsters now. Sam was running out of ideas. He materialized another vial of blood and whipped it at the horde of mirror monsters. With blood completely covering them, Sam then triggered level 2 of Blood Teleport. Suddenly, the mirror monsters were getting transplanted from the hallway and into the mirrored reflections themselves. "Gotcha," Sam grinned. The mirror monsters were composed of objects, meaning level 2 of his Blood Teleport spell could teleport them somewhere else. He wasn't sure if it would function in such a way anywhere else, but given the abstract nature of the inner core realm, sending the mirror monsters into the reflected realms within the mirrors made a certain kind of sense. Sam was in the Hall of Mirrors all alone now. He waited a beat and then became concerned. "This isn't right," he thought. "I should be sent back now." At that moment, a bulbous silver head emerged from one mirror like a face emerging out of water. Soon there were fingers and a mirror monster clawing itself out from the mirror world. Countless number of mirror monsters pulled themselves out from the mirror. Sam looked around in terror. There was no escape. The mirror monsters descended upon him. In the many broken reflective shards that their bodies were composed of, Sam could see his friends and innocent people all dying horrific deaths, always with him there, helpless to do anything to save them. The scenes were overwhelming, and soon the mirror monsters were piling onto him, ready to devour and eat his flesh. How did this happen? Then suddenly a light bulb went off in Sam's head. The fear he was experiencing was paralyzing him. He couldn't focus on every single outcome, every permutation of history that he was affecting when he changed things. He could only do his best to focus and make the best impact he could. But being paralyzed by fear only detracted from his ability to make real, lasting impact on the world he was trying to save. Suddenly, he felt at peace. He dematerialized his sword, and, looking at the mirror monsters crawling all over him, some already devouring parts of his flesh, he smiled. He smiled and simply touched the mirrors with his fingers. The entity cracked. The images in the mirrors began to show life, hope, and optimism. His friends were alive and helping him in the mirrors. As the reflections grew in hope and optimism, the mirror monsters began to shatter into nothing, one by one, until Sam was in the hallway alone. He'd done it. He'd defeated his greatest fear inside of his Manicore's inner realm. It was time to go home. Time to return to reality. Except when Sam blinked, he didn't wake up back in the guild hall. He had been instantly teleported somewhere else. A rainy city in the middle of the night. Sam had no idea what was happening. This wasn't how it was supposed to work. He should be back in reality now. He looked around, confused. In all of his readings about breaking through the second threshold, he'd never heard of anything like this. Though, due to his reading about the core's inner realm outside of the second threshold, he did have an inkling of an idea about what was going on. He wasn't sure if he should be smiling or freaking out at that moment. It looked as if he had discovered one of the secret zones to his core's inner realm. 91. Queen Alice Grace stood on the palace balcony overlooking the city of Resfall. She was wearing a luxurious ball gown that shimmered against the fading twilight sky. Its color was a soft, ethereal blue, complementing Queen Alice's blue eyes. The bodice of the dress was form-fitting, exquisitely tailored to accentuate her regal posture, with intricate silver embroidery that sparkled like stardust. It was a beautiful dress meant for the beautiful evening of the Love Spells Day ball. Alice had been determined to make this Love Spells Day ball a success and go down without a hitch. Extra security was in place. There would be no bombs or assassination attempts this year. Still, things were already going sideways, and it wasn't even evening time yet. Thalia Ashgrove and her elven envoy were waiting in the palace courtyard, dressed in their regal, elvish attire. Only 2 or 3 more hours now until Sam's duel with the elven princess would officially be considered a forfeit. They had agreed to fight in 3 weeks' time, and that was today of all days. When the day came to a close, so too would their bet. Unfortunately for Alice's desires of improving elven-human relations, Sam, the instigator of the bet, was still locked in a comatose state, fighting his way through the second tribulation. Unless he woke up soon, and there was no indication that he was going to, the bet would be over. Sam would lose by default. The elves would get their supplies and leave for their homeland of the glittering forest on their own, never giving Alice and her citizens a chance to truly help them in their dilemma. She looked out to the setting sun, casting its final gaze across the rooftops of the city she called her home. "Come on, Sam," thought Alice. "Wake up." Raindrops pummeled down on Sam's head and body in the murky alleyway he'd been teleported to. He wasn't sure exactly where he was, but it looked a lot like a random street in Resfall, so he figured that was a better guess than nothing. He couldn't believe he had stumbled into a secret zone of his own inner core realm. Many scholars of new magic had theorized that one's inner core realm had zones tucked away, unknown to the individual user who was exploring it. As the core realm was made up of fragments of memories and feelings, it was possible that forgotten moments or secrets locked within one's own unconsciousness might tangibly exist within the core realm, giving its visitors greater access to their own mind and psyche than they otherwise would have. There had been no officially recorded instances of a traveler entering a secret zone, though it didn't mean they did not exist. How they might allow one to gain even more power was another mystery unto itself. Sam figured he'd focus purely on what the secret zone was trying to show him, and without wasting the opportunity, get back to reality as fast as he could. He knew that there was an extreme time dilation between one's moments in the inner realm and time in reality, which meant that he couldn't waste a single second. Sam's thoughts were suddenly cut off by the piercing cry of a baby. The cries sounded eerily familiar. It felt like he understood the cries on an intuitive level, like a memory or echo of a feeling long forgotten reverberating back through time. Sam followed the sound of the cries, exiting the alleyway, and finding himself in front of the spectral church's grand cathedral. Heading to the entrance of the church were two shadowy, hooded figures. In the arms of one of the figures was the crying baby, wrapped in a blanket. Sam hurried his steps to catch up with the figures. The two hooded people placed the baby on the footsteps of the spectral church's grand cathedral. Suddenly, the echoes of the words Sam had read in his own file at the spectral church a few months ago came rushing back to him. Sam, black hair, discovered as a baby, left on the steps of the spectral church's grand cathedral. Origin, unknown. Sam hurried towards the figures. Could that be? He rushed forward. Are those my... The hooded figures walked away from the crying baby, and Sam rushed after them. He got close enough to reach out to grab one of their shoulders. "Wait!" he cried. Just as Sam's palm was about to grab hold of the hooded figure's shoulder, both of them disappeared in a flash. "Come back!" Sam screamed. Except he wasn't screaming. He was gasping awake, leaving his core realm and whatever knowledge and answers it could illuminate on his mysterious past far behind. Sam could barely breathe or get his bearings as he took in the austere room that he had felt like he had only sat down to meditate in a couple of hours earlier. The room was empty except for his friend Toby, sitting on a chair. The boy was wearing a black and white tuxedo and smiling at his friend. "Glad you're back," said Toby, holding up another tuxedo on a hanger. "In case you forgot, we have both a duel and a ball to attend." Thalia Ashgrove waited in the palace courtyard, arms crossed. She was tired of waiting. The Banished One and his other new magic colleagues entered the palace courtyard. "Have you come to inform me that your insolent little black-haired friend won't be coming?" hissed Thalia. The group of them all shook their heads. "Not quite," said the guildmaster. "We're here to make sure the bet isn't officially made forfeit for another half hour or so." "By our calculations," said Curtis, "the bet was agreed to at just after 9 o'clock in the evening 3 weeks ago, meaning that the bet will only be called off if Sam fails to show up here by that time." Thalia spat. "Face it," she said. "Your man's not coming." "Why waste any more of our time? A deal is a deal, is it not? Or do you dishonor your word?" asked Curtis. "What do you know about honoring anything, Banished One?" Curtis didn't reply. "Fine," said Thalia. "We'll wait another 30 minutes then for the bet to be officially over, but we'll be heading out soon after with the supplies you agreed to give us." "That's fine by us," said Curtis. The dwarf companion leaned over and whispered to Curtis, "Are we really sure about this?" "No, he isn't," said Thalia. "He's just wasting all of our time. But so be it." And from there, the group passed the time in silence. Eventually, Thalia looked at the sky. "1 minute left," said Thalia. "Then your silly bet is over. Face it, you guys." A huge commotion could be heard from inside the palace. No, Thalia thought, grimacing. It couldn't be. Emerging from the palace was a figure clad in a tuxedo. The figure had black hair and red eyes, and was none other than the boy who had challenged her to a duel, arriving to fight her with only a few seconds before he would have had to declare forfeit. "Sorry for the delay," said Sam. He then smirked. "I hope you didn't mind waiting." 92. Sam stared Thalia right in her faded ice-blue eyes as the noble elf woman scowled at his arrival. Toby, who arrived with him, walked over to their group of friends and companions. They were all waiting for him in the courtyard, dressed in their elegant ball attire. Olivia, Brock, Clara, Edgar, Mildred Cross, and even Queen Alice Grace. The beautiful girl had her arms crossed and looked almost as annoyed as Thalia Ashgrove. "My ball will be officially starting in half an hour," said Alice. "So please, let's get these barbaric theatrics over with before I become known as the queen who murdered love." "Don't worry," said Thalia, her eyes narrowing. "I'll be finished with this boy in seconds." Sam didn't take the bait of Thalia's taunt. There were more important things to discuss than trash talk. "We need to go over the rules," said Sam. "What rules? You didn't specify them when you called Therian Edhel," said Thalia. It's against the rules to start applying new ones after the discussion has been had. Exactly, said Sam, in which event the traditional Elvish duel rules apply. Talia looked at Sam with disgust. How are you such an expert on the customs of my people? I'm insulted to have them thrown back in my face as if I don't know them. The elf woman then turned and gave a commanding look to her two guards, Lorien and Phelan, and the two elves began dragging their feet on the gravel ground, drawing a large circle across the courtyard. Could someone explain the default rules of Aetherian Edhel for those of us who aren't elves? Said Clara, then glancing jokingly at Sam, added, or have some unexplained and ridiculously weird encyclopedic knowledge of their culture. It's simple, said Curtis softly. The duel isn't a duel to the death. That wouldn't serve anyone. Instead, it's a duel for the two fighters to try and knock the other person completely out of the circle, by any means necessary, other than death. So you can knock someone out unconscious and then drag them out of the ring? Asked Brock. Precisely, said Curtis. The two elf bodyguards completed the circle that would be the duel arena. I'm ready when you are, said Sam, stepping into the arena. The palace courtyard suddenly got very quiet. All that could be heard was the whistle of the wind. Everyone waited with bated breath. The time had finally come to take on Talia Ashgrove. After 3 weeks of training to break through the second threshold, it all now came down to this moment with the noble elf woman. If he won, he'd be able to further help the elves in their growing time of crisis and continue his mission to avert the elven genocide. If he lost, Talia Ashgrove and her elven envoy would return to the glittering forest alone, and the elves would continue their isolationist policy until every last one of them was exterminated by Lilith's forces. The stakes of this duel couldn't be higher. Smirking, Talia Ashgrove stepped into the duel arena. Let's begin. Sam wasted no time. He materialized Shadeslayer, gripping the black sword in his grip. Clouds of black smoke swirled around the sharp mythic blade. Ancient purple runes etched in the metal glowed out into the night. I thought this wasn't a battle to the death, said Talia. You and I both know my sword won't break through your skin, said Sam. While Talia wasn't technically a traveler, she was someone trained in the paths of old magic. There was no way to do a direct comparison, but the closest equivalency was high journeyman tier or low adept tier. Talia Ashgrove's light, bare skin was more durable than most uncommon or even rare levels of armor. The elf woman took a step to the side in the outer ring. She took another and another, always hanging right to the edge of the arena. She was baiting him. One good push would knock her out of the ring and win Sam the duel, but he knew better than to do that. Charging at her directly would put him in an even more vulnerable position than her. He'd be running with so much momentum, it would be easy to sidestep him and then push him out of the ring. Sam took a step to the side of the arena in the opposite direction. The two opponents circled one another slowly. Sam triggered his pain ring ability. A red circle shot out from his chest and created a circumference around the perimeter of the makeshift arena. With his silver dragon armor set on, the gnawing teeth of the armor that was eating away at his flesh would only drive up his pain ring ability, giving Sam more and more power. If Thalia wanted to stall and try and bait him, it was only going to work to her disadvantage. Sam would take his time. Thalia scowled at Sam as they continued to circle each other. "You're not quite as foolish as I expected you to be," said the noble elf woman. "So be it then." Thalia rushed towards Sam with lightning speed. She raised her fist. Purple magic formed all around her hand and arm, taking on the shape of a wolf with huge jaws and fangs. As the punch got closer to Sam's face, it looked as if the magical wolf's mouth was actually closing in, as if to bite through his flesh. Sam ducked. He retaliated with a swing of his blade. Thalia was already high in the air, landing on Sam's blade, and balancing on it as if it were nothing but a toy. "Better look down," grinned Thalia. Shooting out of the ground was the wolf-shaped magic punch. Sam's eyes widened with shock. It was happening so fast he couldn't escape it. He braced himself for the impact. Sam felt a rush of pain head to his jaw, shooting him up into the air. Next thing he knew, he had lost grip of his sword and his back was smacking against the ground. Thalia rushed towards him and kept him pinned on the ground. "Just a few more of those, and you'll be knocked out so bad you won't even know you lost until you wake up tomorrow." Thalia grinned as she readied another fist. Toby fought the knee-jerk reaction to run in and go help his friend. He looked on with concern as Thalia threw punch after punch at Sam. "This is bad," said Clara. "Sam looks like he's going to lose." Edgar stayed quiet with his arms crossed, while everyone else winced, feeling the vicarious sense of pain with every blow Thalia landed on their friend. "Is there anything we can do?" asked Toby. "I don't want to give up on Sam, but at this rate she's going to deal some serious damage to him." Curtis shook his head. "By Elven law, stepping into the duel now would be a grave offense," said Curtis softly. "I don't think Sam would want us to do anything. We must—" Edgar raised his hand for silence. The Guildmaster's eyes stayed focused on the match. Toby turned back to the brutal smackdown Thalia was delivering onto Sam. The Guildmaster hasn't given up on Sam yet, Toby thought. What is he seeing that I'm not? Thalia grinned as she threw wolf punch after wolf punch into the arrogant young man's face. She was waiting for him to give up, but with every punch, he kept staring at her. "Just give up already," she yelled. "There's nothing you can do. Your weapon is over there. You're pinned. You've got nothing." Even if he materialized another weapon, it wasn't going to do anything to her. The only thing that might be able to harm her was powerful mana, and this kid was a pipsqueak in that department. The match was as good as over. She went to throw another punch when out of nowhere she felt a powerful pain hit her right in the ribs. She looked down, and the black-haired boy was smiling, yellow mana emanating all around his fist. His clenched fingers and palm were covered in raw, magical, flaming energy. "What's this?" Most new magic wielders couldn't imbue mana externally in such a way to use it offensively. The boy had displayed nothing before now that would have given away that he could manipulate mana in such a way. This level of mana power for a human is incredible, Thalia thought with amazement. Sam followed up his first punch with another. The mana-imbued punch was packed with so much power, it sent Thalia flying across the arena and into the bushes nearby, far outside the circle of the duel. 93 Sam's muscles burned with exhaustion. His chest heaved as he panted in and out. His face swelled with pain from all the powerful punches Thalia had pummeled right into his head. He tried to pick himself up, but he felt his arms and body shaking. "Here, take this," said a voice. It was Queen Alice, leaning over him, offering him a healing potion and a beautiful smile. He looked around, and all of his friends and colleagues were around him, checking to see if he was okay. Sam guzzled down the healing potion and immediately felt the soreness and pain begin to lift away and be a distant memory. He looked out to the bushes where Talia Ashgrove had landed from his punch. She hadn't gotten up or moved at all. Sam triggered his mana sense to make sure she was still alive, and she definitely was. The duel had been close, but it had played out exactly as Sam had expected it to. He knew that elves had developed strong defenses against normal weaponry, and that only powerful mana would be able to break through. Sam's entire strategy was to make Talia believe he didn't have the ability to wield offensive mana and gain enough power via his pain ring, so that when he did reveal his offensive mana power, he'd make sure his punches really made an impact. His offensive mana abilities were something he'd gained from breaking through the second threshold and hitting Journeyman tier magic affinity. He now had access to 4 more offensive weapons at all times, his 2 fists and his 2 feet. His punches and kicks could now be imbued with significantly more power. With that new power, he had been able to hit and damage Talia when she least expected it. Talia Ashgrove stared up at the night sky. Her whole body ached. It had been a long time since she'd felt pain of this magnitude. That damn kid, she thought to herself. He must have spent the last 3 weeks training his magic cultivation to such a level that he was able to deal damage to her. But more than that, he had come into duel with a quite shameless strategy. He had let her think she had the upper hand, let her punch him again and again, humiliating him in front of his peers. He did all that so he could ultimately land the punch that would win him the duel. It was a strategy that was smart, cunning, but at the same time required humility, a lack of pride. Thalia felt her vision wobble. What an interesting way to live, she pondered. Just as she felt unconsciousness overtake her, she saw the silhouette of the boy stand above her. He offered her a hand to get up. "Come on," said the kid. "I know you have more strength than that. Now that the duel is over, there's a whole ball to enjoy." 30 minutes later, the Love Spells Day Ball was completely underway. Nobles and other guests stood in the large banquet hall. They conversed while sipping on champagne. Snacks and nibbles were served on silver trays by the palace staff. Everybody looked exquisite in their ball gowns and tuxedos. Sam and his companions chatted and enjoyed themselves. They congratulated Sam yet again on breaking through the second threshold, as well as defeating Thalia in the duel. "I guess we'll be leaving soon for the glittering forest," Toby mused. "Let's see how everything shakes out first," said Curtis. "My sister has always been a proud and spiteful woman. It wouldn't surprise me if she found a way out of letting us join her on their journey back." The group spoke quietly as they could see Thalia discussing with her elven envoy from across the ballroom. Eventually, the noble elf woman walked over to the group. "Now that we've settled matters with the Therian Edhel, we must discuss our journey back to the glittering forest together," said Thalia. "I also want to extend an official invite to my homeland that goes beyond just my upholding my end of the deal in the duel. Your victory against me, Sam, has shown me the truth that sometimes things beyond one's own perspective have value. I'm sure you and your fellow wielders of new magic will be able to help us deal with the deadly bug infestation in ways we haven't considered." Sam smiled. "It would be our pleasure." "Good," said Thalia. "We will set off the day after tomorrow. We do not have time to waste." With that, the noble elf woman turned around and left them. The evening continued as one would have expected. Curtis, Olivia, and Brock all drank too much. Edgar went home early. Mildred Cross made sure none of the drunk nobles accidentally stumbled off the balcony. Toby and Clara danced. And as the evening slowly wound down, Queen Alice approached Sam. "Last year we danced because we pretended to be in love," said Alice, blushing. "But this year, do you want to dance just because we want to?" Sam smiled and nodded his head. They walked onto the ballroom floor. Alice put her hands around Sam's neck, while he put his hands on her slim waist. "I forgive you," she said. "You forgive me?" Sam balked. "For what?" "For almost jeopardizing my ball, you dope," she said. "And yet it all worked out, right?" Sam smiled. "Shh," said Alice. "Don't jinx it." Sam smiled down at the beautiful girl he was dancing with and stayed silent. She was right. He didn't want to jinx it. In the end, for the first time after 2 disastrous years in a row, the Love Spell Ball didn't end with an explosion. 94. After hatching, Lilith had spent many months living and learning within the dungeon gate she was born within. She had expanded her powers and learned to create insects and monsters of her own desire. She was even able to send them outside of the dungeon gate, through the tiniest holes in the fabric of reality, imperceptible to almost anyone else. Her bugs traveled the world and sent her back information of the world outside of her home. She was only following her natural instincts to consume, grow in power, and ultimately dominate the world around her. She was a new type of being, a person born from inside a dungeon gate. For a long time, she wasn't ready or strong enough to leave. The gate hadn't opened properly either. But the time had finally come. She began walking through the caverns of the dungeon, past her army of insects and bug creatures she had created, preparing herself for her first breath of air outside of the dungeon gate. Deep within the glittering forest, under the guise of moonlight, 2 elf rangers were crouching on the ground, watching with grave intent the glowing shimmer of a purple portal. They watched the mesmerizing vortex, hovering in the air like a window to another world. The humans called these portals dungeon gates. The elves had another word: gorgoloths, abominations. The dungeon gates were an abomination of old magic, a disease. The two rangers watched the dungeon gate with concern and distaste. "So the spread of Quelinde has finally broken through the mighty perimeter," said Calum, eyes never leaving the sight of the glowing portal. "The first time in many years," said Calum's ranger companion Silivrin. "Hasn't happened since the incident involving the Banished One." Calum shook his head. "Let us not curse ourselves by speaking of him." "Agreed," said Silivrin. "How should we proceed?" Both Calum and Silivrin followed the path of the bow, which meant they did not possess the abilities necessary to remove this gorgoloth. Silivrin whistled lightly, and a small bird flew down from the branches high above, landing right in his palm. He whispered words into the bird's ear before it flew off at a rapid pace. Someone who followed the path of Aethelum would be coming soon. Until then, they would just have to wait and guard the gorgoloth. Calum closed his eyes to rest and listen to the rhythm of the forest. You could sometimes see more by listening rather than looking. It was one of the fundamental lessons of the path of the bow. And so Calum listened, first to the whistle of the wind, the brush of the leaves, the footsteps of the rabbits and squirrels, the subtle breaths of a wolf far in the distance, and snap! Something broke through the harmony of the forest. Calum opened his eyes. "You sensed it too?" said Silivrin. "Yes," said Calum. "It's coming from inside there," said Silivrin, nodding towards the shimmering purple glow of the gorgoloth. Calum removed his bow from its sheath on his back and grabbed an arrow from his satchel. He knocked the bow and took aim at the portal. "Whatever it is," said Calum, "it's coming." Silivrin readied his bow as well, watching the portal with intense focus. The edges of the gorgoloth undulated slightly, its glow casting a faint, violent hue on the nearby bushes and plants. Silivrin could feel the growing surge of Aethelum emanating from the portal. It was getting stronger and stronger, until a foot became visible, tentatively stepping out as if it was testing unfamiliar ground. The foot had an inky black, almost alien-like skin. The skin had a rough, rugged appearance that had armored-like texture. The creature's toes were sharp claws, unlike any creature the two rangers had ever encountered in their lifetimes. The figure then fully stepped out. The light from the portal outlined the emerging creature, creating a silhouette that became more and more distinct. Silivrin's eyes widened at the sight of the emerging figure. It was a woman. Not elf, human, orc, or dwarf. It was unlike anything Silivrin had ever seen before. The woman's skin was composed of armored black scales like a lizard or insect. Her eyes glowed a bright, ghastly green without any pupils. Black, alien-like tendrils fell down from her head like otherworldly dreadlocks. Immense levels of Aethelum were emanating off of the woman. With his arrow already knocked, Silivrin let his Aethelum surge through his body and into his arrow before firing his shot. A cascade of powerful silver light overtook the arrow as it zoomed across the forest floor in the direction of the strange woman that had stepped out from the gorgoloth. The strange woman turned with intense speed, as if sensing the incoming arrow. She lifted up her hand, which slowly morphed into a strange, sharpened tentacle. She batted the arrow away with her powerful tentacle arm. But Silivrin's arrow wasn't the only hostile projectile heading towards her. Calum had also let loose an arrow, one that he could manipulate with the whistle of the wind. It was coming for the strange woman from a different direction. The green-eyed woman's tentacle arms snatched and broke the magical arrow within seconds. As Silivrin and Calum readied another arrow to attack this figure, the green-eyed woman scanned the area, looking for where the attacks came from. She looked across the forest floor right through the shrubbery, directly in the eyes of Silivrin and Calum. "What is this ghastly creature?" hissed Calum. "Come on, we only have another few seconds to get another shot off before—" Caleb's eyes bulged with terror. The strange insect woman's tentacles had sharpened and extended an inhuman length across the forest floor, all the way through Siliverin's throat. The elf coughed up blood. The tentacle pincer ripped itself out from Siliverin's throat, leaving such a massive gash that the man's head quickly fell off his neck and onto the ground nearby. Caleb scrambled to his feet. There was no way he was going to be able to take this creature out on his own. He needed help. He needed to send a warning. He channeled his ethelum and sent it to his legs, which helped him gallop across the woods. He called out for a bird who fluttered down to him as he ran. He whispered in its ears about the horrible creature that had exited from the Gorgoloth, a threat to all of them. As the bird flew off in the distance, Caleb felt a brief sense of hope. It was short-lived. A pincer tentacle went right through his beating heart. The day after the Love Spell Ball was one of intense preparation. The entire guild hall was in disarray, as clerks and travelers ran around getting ready for the first human expedition into the glittering forest in over 2 decades. Guildmaster Redfield was taking this mission highly seriously, and that was why he had insisted that he would be coming along with the rest of those he assigned to go. He decided it would be him and the rest of the team he sent to deal with the dwarven crisis from almost a year ago now. The mission team would be himself, Sam, Toby, Clara, Olivia, Brock, and Curtis, plus the elves who would be traveling with them. That meant he had to make sure his next best traveler recruits were prepared and ready for a crisis were it to come to Resfall while they were away. There was a lot to do in the next 24 hours as they'd be setting off the following morning. Sam sipped on his coffee in the dining hall while formulating his plan for the day. There was a lot to get done in the build-up to their departure. All of the gears, the birth of Lilith, the elven envoy, the duel with Thalia, the mission to the glittering forest, were all now turning in the direction of the historical nightmare that was the elven genocide. The time was finally coming to avert one of the worst tragedies from Sam's previous timeline. If he succeeded at that, all of Westria would be on a greater path towards defeating the Demon King in a few years' time. Sam also knew that with all of the changes he was making to history, it was growing ever more important to not just plan for the future he knew was coming, but also for new events and problems to arise. He needed to be proactive and move beyond just trying to stop the horrific events of his past life and figure out how he was going to help the world protect itself from the potential tragedies that might spin out from this new world he was helping create. It was that line of thinking that had led him to his main goal that day. I can't believe I'm actually going to suggest this, Sam thought to himself as he finished his coffee, but I think it might not be a bad idea. Sam picked up his tray of food and took it over to the collection area and then headed for the dining hall's exit when Curtis slouched in with a gloomy face. "Are you all right, Curtis?" said Sam. "You don't look so good. You look worse than when you had winter blues syndrome." Curtis sighed and rubbed his eye. "I didn't get a lot of sleep last night," said Curtis. "I don't think I should be coming with all of you to the glittering forest." Sam's eyes widened at that. "What do you mean? You're one of the most pivotal people on the team. You're the one elf who's on our side." "And there's a reason for that," said Curtis. "You heard what they call me." Sam nodded. Thalia and the 2 guards of the elven envoy had been incredibly harsh and cruel towards Curtis, constantly referring to him as the Banished One. Sam still didn't know the full story behind all of that. He was sure whatever had happened to cause all of that was the primary reason Curtis was hesitating to join them on their mission. "They don't want me there," said Curtis. "I was told in no uncertain terms to never return." "Fair enough," said Sam. "But times are changing. The elves need our help. Humanity was once told by the elves in no uncertain terms to leave them alone. Now they want us to come and help." "I believe you forced them to accept our help by beating Thalia in a duel," said Curtis. Sam saw the clock in the dining hall and knew he had to get going. "Look, Curtis, just think about it," said Sam. "If you don't want to come, you don't have to. I don't know what happened with you and the other elves, but I'm sure despite all the bad blood between you, there's still a part of you that cares about the people you left behind there." You've studied that powerful insect bug I've shown you. You know the threat the elves are about to face. We have a chance to help save those people. Are you really not going to take the opportunity?" Curtis was taken aback. It looked as if Sam's words had landed with the elf. "Just take the day to think on it," said Sam, before heading out of the dining hall and out into Resfall to complete the main mission of the day. Queen Alice Grace waited in her tea room for her guest to arrive. She was wearing a floral dress, and the palace staff had prepared a large pot of tea and cakes and cookies for her and her honored guest, which was making her all the more anxious and annoyed the longer her guest kept her waiting. It was embarrassing, too, sitting here waiting while Mildred stood guard behind her and the royal staff stood at attention nearby. It was moments like these that Alice wished she was a normal person and not a queen. Normal people did not have to arrange meetings in their palace, and normal people, if and when they got stood up, could wallow in the embarrassment of such a predicament in their own privacy. Such thoughts circled and spiraled, and she was about to call everything off when the handsome, black-haired boy she had been waiting for finally stepped inside the tea room. "Sorry for being late," said Sam. "A depressed elf slowed me down." Alice's eye twitched, and she tried to stay composed. "Act naturally, Alice," the queen told herself. "Things come up, no reason to get mad or go on a tirade. Besides, you have a goal here, don't forget that." "Well, since you've kept me waiting," said Alice, "let's just get down to business. I think Mildred and I should come with you to the glittering forest." Sam nodded. "I agree." "Wait, what?" Both Sam and Alice turned around to see Mildred Cross shaking her head. "That's absurd," she said. "Surely not." At first, Sam thought the idea was absurd himself, but he had started to realize it was exactly what needed to be done. They were going to the glittering forest to not just stop the elven genocide, but to create alliances and bonds to ultimately fight the Demon King. Alice would be heavily protected and with some of the strongest travelers in the kingdom. If anything, she was safer coming with them than staying in Resfall. While it wasn't ideal for the Queen to leave the center of political power in her kingdom, there was the High Council of Ministers just below her, who would keep the country running and ticking along just fine while she was away. "We leave early tomorrow morning at dawn," said Sam, getting up and hurrying off. He had to finish packing himself. The following morning, the group of travelers gathered outside the guild, joined by Thalia and her 2 guards, Lorien and Phelan, as well as Queen Alice and Mildred Cross. "What a crew of adventurers we have here," said Brock. "I'm looking forward to tasting elven mead." "It will be better when we enter the glittering forest that you're quiet, dwarf," muttered Thalia. "Looks like we're ready to go," said Edgar. Sam looked around the crowd. They were missing one person. Curtis. Just as they were turning to leave, Curtis rushed out from the guild hall. "Wait for me, you guys." All of the travelers smiled to see their companion. Thalia grimaced. "Great. We're bringing a dwarf and the banished one back with us. I'm sure Father will be pleased." With mutual grumbling shared, the party of adventurers headed out to the city gates and began their journey towards the elven homeland of the glittering forest. As they left the city, a tiny bug that looked a bit like a cockroach flew behind the crowd and landed on the neck of Thalia's guard, Lorien, burrowing itself beneath the man's flesh before he even noticed something had landed there. The first day of travel passed with relative ease. Some of the paths had been a bit muddy and full of slush, as the early hints of marshki and spring began to gently arrive across the land. Little buds of new leaves could be seen forming in the trees, and more songs from the birds that had migrated south for the wintertime were beginning to be heard as they traveled through the farmers' fields and forests of southwest Volsumgar. As they traveled, Thalia Ashgrove and her 2 companions took the lead. "Bit snobby of them, no?" said Brock. "We know where we're going, at least for a little while." "Pipe down, Brock. They can hear you," whispered Olivia. "Don't worry," said Curtis. "They can hear you, and they'll be pleased to know you're annoyed by them leading the way. The elves can be a very proud people, and being escorted by a group of humans, along with a dwarf and an exiled elf, would potentially break their egos to the point of death." Thalia Ashgrove looked over her shoulder. "I heard that, banished one." Curtis noticeably winced at his sister's words, pained by the cruel title the elves had given him. "Are all families like this?" asked Toby, turning to Clara. "I wouldn't know," shrugged Clara. "I'm an orphan, remember?" Toby sighed. "Me too." "You're the only family I know," smiled Sam. "Exactly, and we never call each other names like that," said Toby. "I mean, not to your face we don't," Clara said with a smirk. "What do you mean? This is the first I've heard of this. Are you telling me you guys have had a secret nickname for me for years and haven't told me? It could have been coloring my entire life up until this point. Has my life been fated due to this name?" Thalia Ashgrove stopped, causing everyone in the party to abruptly stop. "Your friends are clearly joking, young human," said Thalia. "They're preying on your obvious sense of paranoia and worry. If you want such behavior to stop, do not give in." Toby blushed. "Thanks, I guess." "I actually don't care about your insecure self-esteem in the slightest, young human," said Thalia. "I only stopped to point out the fact that elves have significantly larger ears than humans and are capable of picking up sound waves imperceptible to the human ear across a large range of area." "I think I knew that already," said Toby, confused. "I think she's telling us to shut it," said Clara. "That's exactly what I'm telling you." Thalia then turned around and the group continued forward on their journey. After a few moments, Brock looked to Curtis and then Thalia and then to the others said, "Is it just me, or are you starting to see the sibling resemblance?" At the end of their first day of traveling, Thalia and her two guards suddenly stopped. One of the guards raised his hands and let a blue orb glow out from them. Thalia turned to the group of travelers and declared, "We will stop and camp here for the night." Olivia and Edgar shared a look with one another. "Are you sure?" said Olivia. "We're not near any water source. We're not even at a strategic elevation. There's not as many escape routes as I'd personally like. This seems like an odd, dare I say it, bad place to camp." "I concur," said Edgar with his arms crossed. The tension between the natural leaders across the different groups was beginning to simmer. Sam could overhear Alice turn to Mildred. "Is this really a bad place to camp?" He was glad the Queen had less experience camping in the woods, so she was disinclined to add her opinion to the mix. The elf princess merely smirked before saying, "You've clearly never camped with elves before." She then raised her hand with an open palm before theatrically curling each one of her long fingers one by one, until with her index finger and thumb she pulled at the air. The air around her suddenly crinkled, as if reality itself was merely a piece of reflective, mirror-like tarpaulin, before she pulled open a curtain that showed an indoor campsite with rugs, fireplaces, a full kitchen, and multiple bedrooms. "You guys might be happy with your new magic," said Thalia, "but the elves have been working with old magic for a very long time." The group stepped inside of the elven encampment with awe. Sam knew enough about elven old magic and culture to understand part of the inner workings of such an awe-inspiring spellcraft and technology. Rather than classes, elves followed powerful paths that led to incredible abilities and skills. From Sam's previous timeline, he had learned about certain elves who followed the path of sowing. Such a path allowed for the user to eventually create an intense, imperceptible webbing made of mana. The webbing's power and density exceeded that of physical space, meaning it could contain more physical space within a tiny fraction of its own web. Just as Curtis was stepping inside, Thalia held up her hand towards him. "The banished one cannot enter here," said Thalia. "He must sleep outside." Curtis's eye twitched and his shoulders tensed. He tried for the most part to look as if the cruel words of his sister didn't bother him. Sam wondered how long before he left the glittering forest he had to keep up such a front of stoicism. "Thalia," Curtis hissed, "how long will you keep this up? It has been years." "And I've yet to forgive you," said Thalia. "Nor will I ever." Sam stepped between them. "Thalia," Sam said, "if Curtis sleeps outside, the security gained from the invisible cloaking of the encampment will be lost. It will be a complete waste." Talia's eyes narrowed. She walked away without saying anything. "I think that means you can stay," said Sam, looking to Curtis. "I think that means she thinks she's so much better than you that she can't even fathom wasting a breath arguing with you," said Curtis. Sam shrugged. "She probably meant both." 97. Days passed. The large group eventually emerged from the forest they had spent many days traveling through to arrive at a large river crossing. The rushing waterway was known as the Whisperwind River. The large water channel separated the major provinces of Volsungur from its westernmost province, Eldrin Province. The province was one of the more independent provinces in the nation. In Sam's previous timeline, it had been the province that Grendel Blackheart, the villainous traveler that Sam had faced off against just over a year ago during the Secret Gate affair, had been a leader of. Grendel Blackheart had helped foster anti-elvish hatred and had slaughtered thousands of elves who had attempted to escape into Volsungur after Lilith had taken over the Glittering Forest in Sam's first timeline. Now, Sam suspected the evil man may have been taken over by one of Lilith's mind control cockroaches. Grendel had always been a murderous, evil man, causing unnecessary harm to others, so knowing that Lilith might have taken him over did not cause Sam any guilt or concern over his actions to destroy him back in the Secret Gate affair. He was an evil man before the Elven genocide, and Westria was better off without him. Sam was glad Lilith wouldn't be able to use such a powerful traveler as a pawn in their upcoming conflict with one another. The river marked a significant point in their journey towards the Glittering Forest. Sam and his companions were definitely getting closer. An ancient stone bridge could be seen in the distance. The bridge was known as Rhaegar's Crossing. The bridge commemorated an ancient warrior known as Rhaegar, who had slain a monstrous dread dragon over 200 years ago. It reminded Sam of a time in Westria's past when the dungeon gates didn't pop up across the land, causing terror. A time when monsters still roamed, but they were far rarer in their appearance. The bridge had been crucial in linking up Eldrin Province with the rest of Volsungar. The group marched in the direction of the bridge. They were halfway there when Thalia and her 2 elven guards stopped. The first sign that things weren't right was that Thalia didn't turn around to say anything mean or cutting to any of them. They could hear something. Sam triggered his mana sense. His stomach lurched. He could sense a large mana entity coming towards them at rapid speed. Suddenly cresting over the woodland beyond the bridge was a massive black orb, flashing through the sky. It took Sam a second to recognize that the thing flying in the air wasn't just an orb. It was a huge flying beetle. Damn, Sam thought to himself. Some of Lilith's more advanced creations have already hatched. Everyone had their weapons out. The elven rangers were shooting imbued mana arrows in the direction of the beetle. The beetle shot out a massive spray of yellow liquid. "Watch out!" Sam shouted. He immediately materialized a vial of blood and whipped it at the ground outside the area, getting hit by the spray, and triggered blood teleport. When Sam emerged, he could see the majority of his companions had gotten hit by the spray. The spray began to grow from a tiny, porous liquid into a large yellow goo that held one in place. More than half the party had suddenly been paralyzed. "Someone protect the queen!" shouted Mildred, locked in the goo. Edgar rushed towards Queen Alice, who was covered in the paralyzing goo. The beetle shot out a purple liquid dart. With the remaining blood on the ground from his broken vial, Sam conjured a blood flame ball and whipped it at the purple liquid dart. "Please intercept." The projectile was too slow. Edgar leaped to take the hit, but the dart went right past him and into Alice's chest. The queen's eyes widened and she stumbled back. Her eyes fell into the back of her head and she collapsed on the ground. "Alice!" Sam yelled. "Kill it!" shouted Edgar. "I got the queen from here." The bug suddenly screeched and started acting frenetically. Sam materialized a handful of vials. He whipped one on the ground before whipping another in the air towards the flying beetle. He conjured a blood flame ball and whipped it at the vial in the air. The fireball caught up with it, smashing it to pieces. Sam instantly teleported to the explosion in the air. He did this a few more times until he was in range of the giant beetle. He then triggered Herding Hook. A bright orange rope shot out from Sam's hands and landed right in the skull of the beetle like a harpoon. The herding hook pulled Sam close to the beetle at a rapid pace. He didn't waste the momentum. He materialized his shadow blade and stabbed the beetle right between the forehead, cracking open its skull and puncturing its brain beneath. A spray of yellow blood burst out from the creature's exposed head, and it began to tumble towards the rushing river. Sam wrenched his sword free and teleported himself back to the original patch of blood he had created on the ground beside the river. When he emerged back on the ground, the giant beetle had crashed into the river and was rushing down far away from them. Sam's heart was racing. From the moment he had stabbed the beetle's brain, the paralyzing goo had dissipated. The rest of the party was on their feet, huddled around Mildred Cross, holding Alice with tears in her eyes. Sam rushed towards them. His whole body felt tense and horrible. "Please don't be dead," he thought to himself over and over again. He kept playing out the conversation in his head where he had encouraged Alice to come with them. This was the exact nightmare scenario that they were trying to avoid. "Is she okay?" he asked. Mildred held Alice's pale body in her arms. She looked up at Sam. Normally so stoic and reserved, Mildred's eyes were brimming with tears as she shook her head in response to Sam's question. 98. Sam's heart raced as he looked down at Alice. She was unconscious, her skin sickly pale. Mildred gripped the girl in her arms, shaking her, hoping she would wake up. Sam couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Queen Alice Grace was dying in front of his very eyes. The woman he'd saved over 2 years ago. The woman whose assassination had changed so much of history for the worse, and who once saved, helped improve the lives of so many Westrians for the better. This woman couldn't be dying. Sam didn't care if Alice had lived for far longer than she had in his previous timeline. It was still too early to lose her in this one. "There must be something we can do," said Sam. Toby was right on it. He pounded Atlas's scepter of tides into the ground and clutched his fist as he cast a spell. A huge geyser of water burst out of the ground nearby. The overflow of the gushing water rained down on all of them with special healing properties. The rejuvenating droplets hit Alice, but did nothing to change her poisoned, unconscious state. "Alice, please, stay with us," Mildred pleaded through teary eyes. Curtis crouched down and checked Alice's pulse. Then, cutting through the panic and fear, the elf said, "She's alive, and she's been poisoned very badly. There is an antidote. A while back, I had investigated the traces of venom left behind in the exoskeleton of a similar insect, and I began trying to piece together a cure. I was missing one crucial ingredient I believe would have led to an immediate recovery." "What is it?" gasped Edgar. The guildmaster had been trying to hold it together for the rest of the party's sake, but accidentally let out his desperate concern at the first sign of hope. "Gleam root," said Curtis. "It's very common in the glittering forest. If we can get there, Alice still might have a chance." "How much time do we have?" said Mildred, wiping her eyes. "So long as we keep Alice hydrated and fed," said Curtis. "We have about 2 weeks." No one had to point out that 2 weeks was not enough time to get to the glittering forest. They were still about a month's travel away at the very least. "Then we better get a move on," said Sam. "I know I certainly wish I could lie down and forget the last half an hour ever happened, but we don't have that luxury. We'll need to escort the Queen as safely as we can. Do we have a stretcher or pallet of some kind?" Toby materialized one from his inventory and held it up. Mildred took it out of the boy's hands and placed Alice neatly upon it. Before she could ask someone to pick up the other end, Edgar was already there, ready to pick up the princess. "Come on," said the guildmaster. "Let's go." The group traveled in silence for many hours. They moved at a quick pace. The entire tone of the traveling group had changed. Even if their mission had been important before, there was an even greater sense of urgency now that their friend and Queen's life might be on the line. As they moved quickly through the forest, Clara turned to Toby. "Since when do you have a stretcher in your inventory?" "Since I acquired the Geyser Blast healing skill," said Toby. "I began to think of how I might grow as a wizard-class traveler. It looks like I'm going to have a range of both offensive and healing skills. I figured since space isn't an issue with our inventories, it might make sense to pick up some medical supplies and equipment." Clara nodded solemnly. "Good for thinking ahead." "I wish I could do more," sighed Toby. "I wish I had that gleam root stuff Curtis said we need for a cure." "You can try your best to plan ahead," said Clara. "But you can't plan for everything. Right now, we're adapting. I'm worried for Alice, but I'm ready to march day and night to get to the glittering forest in time to save her. That's all we can do right now." Toby nodded, and they continued to march at the pace the group had set. "I'd like to know more about whatever it was that attacked us," said Clara. "I've not seen anything like that, especially outside of a dungeon gate. What exactly are we getting ourselves into?" As they traveled in solemn silence, Sam kept running the battle from the flying insect over and over in his head. He kept thinking about what he could have done better, how they could have avoided this harmful attack on Alice. He thought about getting airborne to finally take out the insect. He walked through the motions of whipping out the blood vials and using that as a means of teleporting. I was too slow, Sam thought. I need greater mobility in those types of situations. It made him think about his current set of abilities and how he could improve upon them. The newest evolution of blood teleport let him teleport items. What if? Sam had some ideas he planned on practicing as they traveled. Hopefully, it would make him an even more versatile fighter. It would also prove a good distraction from their current circumstances. He planned to get stronger, so nothing like this ever happened again. The group eventually came to a rest. No one wanted to stop moving, but it was deemed best they take a break. If they were too tired to defend themselves or even function properly, they were putting all of them, including Alice, at risk. It was counterintuitive, but if they wanted to keep the quick pace they were going at, they were going to need to take breaks as well. Once in the special elven encampment, they placed Alice in a room of her own. Most of the group retired to be by themselves and rest in silence. The day had been long and arduous, and everyone needed a moment to themselves. Except for Guildmaster Redfield. He came straight to Sam's room. "May I come in?" said Edgar. Sam held open the door and gestured for him to enter. The Guildmaster noticed Sam had a wooden shield sitting on his bed, oddly. Edgar wondered what he needed that for, but didn't care enough given the circumstances. "That monster today," said Edgar. "It was unlike anything I've ever seen before. How did it know where we were? And the way it shot that dart, it was almost as if it was coming after Alice on purpose. What aren't you telling me, Sam? That girl is like a daughter to Mildred, and I don't want to see—" Edgar stopped himself. His eyes were red. He took a deep breath. He was going to say, "I don't want to see Mildred lose another kid." But there was no reason to burden Sam with a past life he knew nothing about. "Look," said the Guildmaster, "I normally let you have a pretty loose leash as your boss and commander. But right now, I want to know everything you know." Sam knew that the Guildmaster wasn't really commanding him right now. The older man was pleading. "Okay," said Sam. "I'll tell you everything I know. But all I ask is, you can't ask me how I know it. Agreed?" Edgar nodded. "The glittering forest is about to come under threat from a very powerful rogue traveler. One who can create and command her own insect army. The woman is powerful enough to completely eradicate the elven race from all of Westria." Edgar listened intently to Sam's words. "But why did the creature target Alice specifically?" said Edgar. "Also, I swear when I jumped to intercept the attack, the giant beetle began to freak out at the sight of me." Sam sighed. "These are things I do not know myself. All I know is we're about to face the biggest threat we've faced in our entire time working together. Bigger than the attempted coup in Resfall or the Dwarven Cataclysm." "Understood," said Edgar. "Right now my top priority is getting to the glittering forest and saving Alice. If the Queen passes from this world, I don't know if I'll give enough of a damn to save it." Edgar's words were not the words of a guildmaster, a soldier, or a traveler. They were not the words of someone who would keep on fighting for what was right, because that was his job. No, he was speaking merely as a man, tired and frightened for the future of those he cared about. Thalia Ashgrove leaned her head against the wall in her private chambers. The day had gone horrifically. She was already worried about the fact that she was bringing a group of humans, a dwarf, and the banished one back with her to the glittering forest. Now she might be escorting the corpse of the dead human queen. She hadn't interacted with the girl that much, but to see her turn into that half-alive corpse like she did today made her own heart sink. They hadn't spoken much, but Thalia thought they understood each other. It wasn't easy being a leader or a figurehead. Thalia could see the burden and pressure the woman lived under and could relate. The human queen did not deserve to die, not like this. Then Thalia considered what the other elves might say when they got back to the glittering forest. People already constantly questioned her about her worthiness to take over from her father when he eventually passed. Showing up with a dead human queen definitely wouldn't improve things for her. How did this whole trip end up being such an utterly horrific debacle? She breathed in and out and tried to calm herself down. There was still hope. At least according to Curdy, she meant the banished one. That young man with black hair seemed to trust the banished one. They all did. She hoped the banished elf didn't prove them all wrong and betray their hopes like he had done to her so many years before. Thalia collapsed onto her bed and closed her eyes, hoping to capture some semblance of sleep before they had to continue their hurried march back home in a few hours' time. 43 years ago. Sylvanstride, Glittering Forest. Curtis awoke early that morning. In fact, it was debatable whether he had even slept at all. He had tossed and turned. His head had been spinning with both nervousness and excitement. He had been too restless to let sleep ever take its hold over him during the course of the night. He couldn't dream when his dreams were already front and center. Today was the most important day of his life. Today was his day of passages. An elf only ever experienced their day of passages once. It was always on one's 40th birthday, 10 years after one had left their Felinor, their long childhood, behind. Curtis picked himself out of bed and quickly got dressed. When he stepped out into the hallway of his family home, he was surprised to see one of his royal guards waiting for him. Silivrin. The older elf followed the path of the bow and was one of the most powerful archers in all of Sylvanstride, the capital city of the Glittering Forest. The master archer, however, didn't normally guard outside his door at night. He was more of a hired hand if Curtis was taking a trip out of Sylvanstride to the greater Glittering Forest and beyond. "Do not be alarmed," said Silivrin. "Your father wished me to escort you to the Grand Temple. Everyone is already awake. They are waiting for you now." Curtis felt a huge sense of honor and pride. His father had bestowed one of his best guards to escort him down to the Grand Temple. He was honoring his firstborn son and showing how much great expectations he had for him. It filled Curtis with both pride and nervousness. He was the firstborn child of Arendor Ashgrove, the Ardonial, the High Ruler of the Glittering Forest. Curtis would be expected to become the Ardonial when his father eventually passed. Curtis tried not to think about it, because it hurt in his stomach to consider his father's death. When the creepy, foreboding feeling began to overwhelm him, he would remind himself that his father wouldn't be dying for another few hundred years. Silivrin strode ahead of him down the hall. As they worked their way down the upper palace of Mother Gaia, the great ancient tree at the center of Sylvanstride, Curtis dreamed of the life that was just about to open up before him. A young elf's day of passages was halfway between one's Larivial, the elvish period of adolescence known as the dream horizon. It was at this point that one's dream was beginning to rise just beyond the horizon, offering a direction of where their life will take them. On the day of passages, an elf's mana core bloomed inside of them, and so too, the direction of their path. Curtis wondered what his path might be. Would he unlock the path of the bow like Silivrin or his own mother? Or would he be like his father and walk the path of the Thunderbird? Or would his path be something else entirely? I was the exact same on my day of passages, Silivrin smiled. Heart racing, mind restless. Curtis blinked. Is it that obvious? You are excited, said Silivrin, as you should be. The only advice I would give is to not fight it. The excitement stems from all the possibilities. After today, you will have your path, and that feeling you have now, of all roads being possible, will be gone forever. Enjoy this moment for what it is. There was a wistfulness in Silivrin's words. It made Curtis feel slightly calmer. 15 minutes later, the two of them stepped into the grand temple in the bottom layers of Mother Gaia. They entered a room with blue flames on the wall and a raised stone platform at the center of it. A group of older male and female elves stood around the stone platform, many of their faces shrouded in the shadows of their hoods. One face stood out. An older elf with long silver hair tied back in a ponytail, glasses, and a stern mouth covered by a gray goatee. His eyes were faded. His expression was neutral, solemn. It was the Ardoniel, Arendor Ashgrove, Curtis's father. The older man did not welcome Curtis with a hug or warm greeting, not that Curtis expected this. During his long childhood, the man had been more affectionate, but since entering his Larivial, the man had been more cold and distant. His father was stern, matter-of-fact, practical. Curtis would sometimes see other fathers and sons together, fishing, shopping, conversing. There was always more warmth between these people than anything Curtis had experienced with his father. He couldn't remember the last time his father had given him a hug, said, "I love you," or paid Curtis a compliment. Curtis knew he didn't need these things. His father was the Ardoniel. He had so much more going on than to pay attention to whatever Curtis was feeling. Besides, the man provided him with a home in the upper palace of Mother Gaia, hired the best tutors for him to learn theories around Ethelum, and more. He also knew the man was more than busy. He had been grieving the loss of his wife and Curtis's mother from years earlier. The woman was a powerful ranger who had died protecting the elven homeland against a horde of undead bears from a swamp west of the glittering forest. Curtis missed his mother as well. He wished he and his father could talk about it. The woman would never get mentioned if it wasn't for his younger sister, Thalia. The girl was 13, curious, and precocious. Sometimes Curtis was jealous of her. She barely got to know their mother. Because of this, she didn't have to experience the pain both Curtis and their father had to go through. It was because of all of this fragmentation, confusion, and pain that spiraled within Curtis's family, that when his father not only gestured for Curtis to step on the stone platform in the temple below Mother Gaia, but went so far as to smile at Curtis, he felt an overwhelming sense of love and warmth from his father. He couldn't remember the last time the man had smiled at him, his own father. But today he had smiled. More signs that today was going to be one of the best days of Curtis's life. With nervousness and excitement, Curtis stepped onto the stone platform. Silivrin granted him a knowing smile and nod as Curtis stepped ahead of him. Curtis knew exactly what he needed to do here. He had learned about the rituals of the Day of Passages with his private tutors who had prepared him for this day. He kneeled on the stone altar and closed his eyes. In the room full of Aethelum, in the heart of Mother Gaia, Curtis opened his mind, heart, and soul and awaited the blooming of his core. A minute passed, and nothing happened. Curtis knew something wasn't right, but he kept his eyes shut. The ritual was supposed to happen within seconds. Soon, 2 minutes had passed and still nothing had happened. No blooming core. Nothing. "Don't open your eyes," Curtis kept telling himself. After 3 minutes, Curtis still had his eyes shut, but he could hear the muffled sounds of murmurs and whispers. Curtis felt his whole stomach wrench as he began to pray for his mana core to appear. "Don't open your eyes. Don't open your eyes. Don't open your eyes." Curtis thought so long as he kept his eyes closed, there was still a chance that his mana core might bloom. He could feel tears rolling down his cheeks. his whole body shaking. The day where his dreams came true was quickly turning into a nightmare. After 10 minutes, a voice bellowed in the room. "Open your damn eyes!" Curtis couldn't keep his eyes shut any longer. He opened his eyes to see his father, glowering at him. Curtis would have taken a whole lifetime of more apathetic coldness from his father than experience that look that day. His father looked at Curtis with nothing but disgust. "He's nothing but a narfelon," spat Arendor. "Everyone be gone. Let him rot here in his shame. I can't stand the look of him." The Ardonial stormed out of the temple, and the other elder council members followed. Silivrin was the last to leave Curtis on his own. He couldn't see the ranger because his back was turned, and his eyes were covered in tears. But he imagined the man gave him a grim, mournful expression of pity and sadness. Curtis was an anomaly. A narfelon, it was called. It had multiple meanings. Its direct translation was hollow tree. It was a word used to describe an elf who couldn't use magic. The way Curtis's father had used the word meant all of the word's meanings could apply. The other meaning of narfelon was just as cruel and cutting as its more common definition. It was a way of calling someone a disgrace. 107 years ago, Sylvanstride, glittering forest. Decades passed after Curtis's disastrous day of passages. He hadn't realized it at the time, after his father had spat in his face and called him Narfelon, but that his life had changed forever. He wouldn't have a path. He wouldn't become a valuable member of the elven race. He wouldn't ever become Ardonio. No. The High Ruler of the Glittering Forest could not be an Narfelon. As soon as Curtis failed to have his core bloom, his rights of inheritance transferred over to his younger sister, Thalia. She would now follow in her father's footsteps, not him. A few dark years followed Curtis's failure. He felt isolated and alone, oppressed by others' pity and disgust with him. He had lost all of his friends. They had nothing to discuss after they had unlocked their paths, and he hadn't. They had a sense of purpose that he lacked. That was the worst part about being an Narfelon. Without a path, Curtis was directionless. Lost, alone. Curtis eventually turns to books as comfort and escape. First, he started with stories, adventures, ancient tales, myths. He then began to gravitate towards history, then science. He even paid traveling elves to bring back books from human lands and elsewhere on their travel. Slowly, Curtis began to find direction, build his own unofficial path. He would follow his own personal, homegrown path of knowledge. The feeling that books, knowledge, and information brought him filled him with joy and passion. Years passed, then decades. Curtis had dedicated his life to becoming a scholar. The pitying glances had lessened over the years. He preferred to be invisible to be pitied, and that was what happened. Still, Curtis hoped, and even hated himself for hoping, that all of his learning might bring some kind of pride or love from his family. But the one thing that never went away was his father's hatred of him. It never relented, never softened. The only person who found Curtis not an object of pity was his little sister Thalia. She still thought he was her cool older brother. She saw him as unique. So what if he didn't know magic? He could teach her about constellations and how to measure the length of a triangle, or the crazy history of the different human kingdoms. So that was how Curtis survived. He had the love of his little sister and the joy of books and knowledge. Then, out of nowhere, an unexpected hope came. The emergence of the dungeon gates. Curtis had only discovered the term dungeon gate from a pamphlet brought back by traveling elves who had been in the neighboring human province of Eldrin. He had no idea that such a term existed, that the shining portals popping up across the forest were known as anything other than Gorgolaths, abominations. Those who followed the path of Aethelum came to see the Gorgolaths as a dangerous mutation of elven magic. They described it as a disruption to Larathel, an unbalanced spread of Quilinde. Those elves who followed the path of Aethelum quickly discovered ways to seal the gates from the outside, slowing their dangerous spread across the glittering forest. Arendor Ashgrove commanded that this knowledge be spread across the rest of Westria. The Gorgolaths had the power to destroy the entire world. No one listened to the elves in the end. The humans, dwarves, and orcs all wanted the power the dungeon gates provided. They didn't care about any of the warnings from the elves. Even Curtis had his own doubts about his father's actions. As soon as he learned more about the dungeon gates, Curtis felt curious. He read about the human travelers who entered the White Gate and came back out with special classes and magical abilities. It was like humans and the other races had suddenly unlocked the ability to gain paths like the elves. The rest of elvish society didn't see it this way. Curtis kept these opinions to himself. But then, one day, as Curtis was walking home from the great library, a huge white gate opened in the center of Sylvanstride. The White Gate emerged on a drawbridge between the ancient tree housing the great library and the one leading to the central square of the city. The other elves, to witness the gate's emergence, all ran away in fright. Curtis felt his whole body tremble at the sight of the White Gate. He instantly knew that this was an opportunity. The elves following the path of Aethelum will be here any moment and would destroy the gate from the outside, he thought. He had to decide then and there. He didn't have any time to waste. A second later, Curtis entered the White Gate. The trials of the tutorial dungeon were horrific. Curtis got by purely through strategy, wit, patience, and heaps of luck. When he arrived at the class choosing zone, he was given 3 class options: warrior, ranger, and wizard. There was no doubt in his mind which one he wanted to go with. He'd be a wizard. He'd unlock magic. He would gain a mana core. He would no longer be a disgrace to his father. Curtis chose the class and rematerialized outside of the White Gate. He was shocked to see the area was crowded with elven warriors and spellcasters, and more onlookers further beyond. He could hear the familiar whispered words of Narfelin and the disgraced son of the Ardoniel usher across the crowd like a wave. Before Curtis could say anything, he heard a powerful voice boom across the city. "What have you done, you fool?" Curtis turned around to see his father, pushing his way through the crowd. He beamed a smile at his father. "I did it, Father," said Curtis. "I unlocked a class. I'm a wizard. I'll be able to wield magic just like you and everyone." "You're not a wizard. You're not an elf. You're nothing but an embarrassing fool and disgrace," spat Arendor. "You have tainted the elven race with your actions. You are now contributing to the spread of Quilind and the Gorgolaths." "But Father," said Curtis, I did it for you." Arendor Ashgrove shook his head. "I don't want to hear it," he said. "Let everyone be witness to what I'm about to do. Curtis Ashgrove, you are hereby banished from the glittering forest. Any elf who follows in your footsteps will meet a similar fate." Curtis's heart sank. He could see in his father's eyes that he would not change his mind on the matter. Curtis had been allowed a few hours to pack and sort his things before leaving Sylvanstride and then the glittering forest for good. After packing, he only had one thing left to do before leaving. He stood outside his sister's bedroom, and he could hear the sobs coming through the door. Curtis felt rotten. This won't be easy. He didn't want to do it. He didn't want any of this. He stepped into his sister's room and found her tear-stricken. "Thalia," said Curtis. She looked up from her bed where she was crying, and her face suddenly turned angry. "How could you do this, brother?" said Thalia. "You've brought shame on our family. You're abandoning me." "Thalia, I don't—" The girl shook her head. "I'm ashamed of you," cried Thalia. Curtis didn't know what to say. The girl was hurting, maybe even more than he was. She was so overwhelmingly upset that she was soothing herself with harsh words and anger. "I never want to see you again," she shouted. "Leave!" Those were the last words she said to him. Curtis's stomach lurched. He felt like he had been punched in the gut. All he had done was try and make his family proud of him. make his family love him despite his shortcomings. In the end, he had only made things worse. He left the glittering forest that night, accepting that he would never return again. Present, 1769. The group of travelers continued their journey westward through the Eldrin province, towards the elven homeland of the glittering forest. The mood across the party was somber and serious. Sam occasionally looked over his shoulder to see how Alice was doing. Every day, she looked worse. Her whole body wasn't just pale now, but her lips had a purple and blue hue. The specter of death crawled all over her. He hated to see her this way. He knew they all did. Even Thalia Ashgrove, who presented herself as a heartless and proud elf, looked over to the girl from time to time. Concern filled her eyes. Sam tried to not let dour thoughts of catastrophe overtake his mind. He knew such thoughts would slow him down. It was an active battle against them, though. How could he not worry about Alice dying from the poison venom of one of Lilith's monstrous creations? It was so easy to let his mind wander to Alice's funeral, the fragmentation of Volsungar, the collapse of so much of the work he'd done, and the eventual destruction of Westria at the hands of the Demon King. The problem was, worrying didn't help him. In fact, the thing he was worrying and fearing the most only became more likely the more he worried. He knew from all the training in his other lifetime that one needed to stay calm, not just in the heat of battle, but any emotionally intensive episode. The more you lost your composure, the more likely you were to make a mistake. Right now, the only mistake they could make was slowing down. Sam swallowed his worries and kept moving forward. As the group traveled across a valley, Curtis channeled mana and lightning into his hands. A very light and tiny lightning ball formed in his hand. He whipped it at Clara's feet. The girl sped up. Curtis kept doing this over and over again for the group, sending little shocks of electricity into the soles of everyone's shoes to give them that extra little buzz of energy to keep moving forward. Everyone was doing their bit. Olivia was casting divine inspiration on the entire party every time it was necessary. The level 3 novice tier paladin ability helped bring greater strength, defense, and luck to the group. They definitely needed all the luck they could get right now. The only person Curtis noticed who didn't seem to be doing anything to help matters was Thalia's guard, Lorien. The man was a famous elf warrior in his own right. He followed the path of the ranger, which was similar yet different from the path of the bow. Lorien was equally skilled in both ranged arts, such as the bow, but also was a mighty wielder of the sword as well. Only the best were hired to guard the future Ardoniel of the glittering forest, which made it all the stranger that the man seemed to march forward in a daze, less focused than the others on the dying queen. Whenever Curtis caught Lorien looking around, his eyes ended up constantly drawn to the guildmaster and Mildred Cross, more than the sickly queen they were carrying. Odd, Curtis thought. The following day, Curtis approached Lorien with a bit of Reginald weed that he kept in his inventory, along with plenty of wizarding and crafting supplies. "Take a whiff of this," said Curtis, holding up the weed to Lorien. The elf guard scrunched his nose and pushed Curtis back venomously. Thalia saw the exchange and snapped at Curtis. "Don't come near my guards, banished one," she hissed. "They don't want to be infected with your taint." Curtis barely registered his sister's cruel words. He'd heard enough nasty things during his life in the glittering forest that it really wasn't a shock to him. Especially not now, after he'd witnessed Lorien's reaction to the Reginald weed. Curtis knew he would have to keep his eye on Lorien. There was no doubt about that. Later that night, inside the magical elven encampment, Lorien got up from his bed. He was fully clothed in his guardsman gear. He had gone to bed with them. He had never even gone to sleep. He had just gotten in bed and stared at the ceiling and waited for the rest of the party to drift off into slumber. He entered the main common area of the encampment to find Phelan on guard. He nodded to his companion, who got up to go get some sleep himself. Now Lorien would be the only person awake. He waited a few moments after Phelan left, then he crept over to Thalia's room. The Eledian Ardona, the heir to the high ruler of the glittering forest. But Lorien wasn't just drawn to Thalia's room. He was curious to go look at those people. The older man and woman. He was drawn to them. Something compelled him to observe them more. But he deemed it more important to visit Thalia's room first. He slipped into the woman's room. Thalia was drifting into sleep, dreams taking hold, when she heard the sound of a blade unsheathing in the night. It was the quietest sound, easy to miss like a whisper in the wind. Her eyes bulged open. A shadowy figure loomed above her. A silver blade reflected in the starlight. It rushed towards her bed, and Thalia rolled over, purposefully falling off the bed and onto the floor. She quickly got to her feet. The attacker rushed towards her, when out of nowhere a huge burst of lightning appeared, illuminating the whole room. Thalia could see it all. It happened so fast. Lorien was rushing towards her with bloodlust in his eyes. The banished one was behind him with a powerful lightning weapon of some kind. Curtis whipped his lightning chain forward, and the sharpened tip at the end of the chain went right through Lorien's chest and out the other side. Blood splattered everywhere. Lorien collapsed on the spot, dead. Thalia shuddered and was paralyzed with shock. Curtis walked over and kicked the body over. The pale corpse of Lorien Silverleaf lay before them. It then began to shake and wobble, and a large, monstrous, cockroach-like creature emerged from its mouth. 102. Curtis squashed the mind roach with his boot. "Curtis," Thalia said, breathing deeply in and out. "You saved me." Curtis blinked at his sister. "Thalia, you called me by my—" Thalia shook her head. I don't know. What's happening here? Why was Lorien trying to kill me in his sleep? What the heck was that bug?" "I've been studying the exoskeleton of the same bug for a few months now. We believe it has mind control properties. It can take over other people's minds and bodies and control them, killing the original host's consciousness in the process." Thalia shuddered. "This is a lot to take in," said Thalia. "How am I meant to believe you? You just killed one of my guards." "You saw with your own eyes what his intent was in here," said Curtis. "From my research on the exoskeleton, I suspected the insect to have an allergic and visceral reaction to Reginald Weed, which, if you recall from earlier today, Lorien certainly did. From that moment on, I needed to keep an eye on him. I had planned on doing nothing, just observing, until something more substantial happened." Thalia let out a deep breath. "I don't even know what to say," said Thalia. "Lorien has been one of my guards for years. When did he get infected? What about Phelan?" "I tested Phelan already," said Curtis. "After the Lorien incident, I realized I didn't need a full bushel of it, and just rubbing some of it on my hands was enough to see if there was a reaction. So far, no one has been taken over by a mind roach other than Lorien." Mind roaches? Hosts being infected? For Thalia, it all felt like a little bit too much for the middle of the night. They also had to deal with Lorien's body. "What are we going to do with him?" "Don't worry," said Curtis. "I'll get Brock to help me. You can go sleep in my room." "I'm sure that's exactly what Lorien always wanted," said Thalia. "To be mind-controlled by a bug and then buried by a dwarf." "There are worse things," said Curtis. Thalia stepped over the dead guardsman and headed towards Curtis's room. Her last words to her brother were, "There are always worse things." Thalia struggled to sleep that night. She kept replaying the moment in her head, waking up to the sight of Lorien, his silver blade pointed at her. The flash of blue illumination from Curtis's lightning magic. Brother really had become proficient in new magic, huh? His spells reminded her of their father's. Dad will hate it when he sees it. She sighed and stared at the ceiling. Dad. Brother. These were words she never used. Their family had never used such words. Maybe she and Curtis had, but never their father. Why was she thinking them now? She still remembered the day Curtis was banished. The shock. The sense of betrayal. Why would her brother do something that was so bad for the world? Why would he do something that forced him to get banished and leave her all on her own? She hadn't pondered these questions in a long time. She had merely let her shock, hatred, and anger calcify around her until it became a thick, protective shell that cocooned her so well that she didn't even notice it was there. She thought back to when she had seen Curtis for the first time in almost a decade. She'd referred to him as banished one. She had made sure he kept his distance. And yet, if she was being honest with herself, maybe there was a small part of her that had been excited to see him again. A part of her that would never admit it, but had missed him all these years. Since reuniting with her brother, Thalia had considered the question of whether or not she could ever forgive her brother for what he did. But now she was starting to realize she wasn't so sure he would forgive her and the rest of their people who had turned their back on him, especially their father. Thalia didn't get that much sleep that night, but she knew what she had to do the next morning. The group had been making extremely good time. They were only a few more days from the perimeter of the glittering forest. And thankfully, the human queen was still alive. Curtis had informed everyone early in the morning about what happened to Lorien. Thalia was pretty sure it must have shocked everyone. But they were in such a rush to get to the glittering forest that they didn't get too worked up about it. The fact that mind roaches were flying around and could infect any of them was a big issue. But it was something they could worry about after they saved their queen from dying from the giant beetle venom. The person who took it the worst was Phelan. He had a cold, distant expression and kept to himself, leading the party from far ahead. Meanwhile, Thalia and Curtis were walking side by side, a first for their journey. "Curtis," said Thalia. She had practiced what she was going to say to her brother, and now that it had come time to say it, she felt at a loss for words. Everything she had practiced in her head couldn't seem to exit her mouth. There was just too much to say, and way too huge a gulf to say it over. "I'm sorry," said Thalia, "for everything. For how Father treated you, for how I treated you, for how all of the elves treated you. I'm sorry when you got banished, I didn't even say goodbye. I'm so sorry, brother." Tears were filling her eyes. "Will you ever forgive me?" Thalia waited for an answer. No words came out of Curtis's mouth. His answer came when his arms wrapped around her back, and they embraced in a hug. "Of course I can forgive you," said Curtis. "All this time, I've been waiting for you to let me." Thalia wiped a tear from her eye. She felt that protective shell of hatred crack and then shatter altogether. She felt a sense of warmth, kindness, and belonging she hadn't felt in a very long time. The feeling of love from one's family. "If you want," smiled Curtis, "I can tell you all the interesting things I've learned since I've been away. I can tell you about the attempted coup on Resfall." Thalia's eyes beamed. "Tell me more, big brother." The words felt so nice to say. They were only a few hours from the glittering forest when a buzzing sound could be heard in the distance. Everyone took on a battle position. Emerging from the trees ahead of them was another massive beetle, like the one that had caused them so much trouble over a week ago. Not this time, Sam thought, materializing his sword. He rushed forward. Thalia readied herself for another battle as the giant beetle descended towards them. The black-haired swordsman, Sam, rushed ahead of them to take the beetle on his own. "He's crazy," she thought. "He can't fly. He'll get crushed by the monster's incredible height and airborne advantage." At that point, Sam jumped into the air, materializing a wooden shield beneath his feet. Then what happened next was amazing. The young man stepped into the air, seemingly teleporting the wooden shield from one spot to where his foot would land next, quickly staircasing his way up into the sky. Within seconds, the young man was at eye level with the beetle. Sam then sliced the giant beetle in half, the blood and guts of the creature raining down on the area below. Sam grinned as he returned back to the air below. Everyone cheered and clapped, impressed by his quick work of the giant beetle. Sam was just pleased to see his new test ability had worked during a real battle. Over the last week of travel, he had been trying to devise a way that would smooth out his current way of getting airborne. throwing a vial of blood into the air, smashing it with a blood flame ball, and blood teleporting into the wreckage. He needed something faster, and that was when he devised his new shield platform walk. He had smashed a blood vial onto the shield ages ago, and the puddle and stain didn't disappear when he dematerialized it inside his inventory, meaning he could jump into the air and use the shield as a platform, and then blood teleport it to where his next step was landing. He dematerialized his shield and sword and looked to his group of companions. "Come on," he said. "We're almost there." A few hours later, the group crested a hill, and lying before them was a forest far larger than any of them had ever seen. The trees were massive and otherworldly, bigger than the size of buildings in Resfall. It was an incredible sight. They had finally made it. Alice was going to be okay. They had reached the perimeter of the glittering forest. 103 Sam and the rest of his companions stepped down the hill towards the mighty forest that lay before them. Halfway between them and the great ancient trees that loomed high over their heads, they reached an invisible wall. Sam placed his hand against the air and pushed. It wouldn't go through, even though seemingly nothing was there. So this is the perimeter, as they call it, Sam thought. The ancient woodland of the glittering forest was protected by a massive shield of old magic, crafted by some of the greatest and most powerful elves that ever existed. "You won't be able to penetrate the great perimeter," said Thalia. "It was crafted by ancient elves who had walked the path of Ethelum further than anyone has ever known. The mana shield protects the elven homeland from foreign invaders. Those who do not have pure elvish blood cannot enter." "Well, great. How do we bloody enter then?" said Brock. "It's simple," said Thalia, holding out her hand. "You take my hand, and your companions take yours, and the chain created by the bond of our hands, and my sharing of my Ethelum with yours, will let you go through." "A bit twee, ain't it?" said Brock. "Feels quite elvish. You know, the dwarves go for a real massive door in the mountains." "Sounds ugly and crude," said Thalia. "Just like—" "Don't you dare finish that sentence," said Brock. "The dwarves are a beautiful peep—" "Enough," said Edgar. "No petty elf and dwarf disputes from here on out. We have a lot more to deal with." "Fine by me," muttered Brock. "Let's get this over with." He held out his burly, thick, dwarven hands to Thalia, and the woman held his, and then the group formed a line, all holding hands, and entered through the perimeter. After almost everyone was through, Thalia stepped back out and carried Alice through the perimeter herself. "There should be some gleam root not far from here," said Curtis, marching off to the towering trees. The group followed behind. "What do they mean by Ethelum?" asked Clara to Toby and Sam. "The direct translation to the common tongue is ether," Sam explained. "It's essentially the Elvish word for mana." Sam's knowledge of Elvish wasn't perfect, but in the case of Ethelum, he knew the answer. The Elvish language actually got increasingly more difficult and arcane around the subject of old magic. Sam had tried to study it in his previous timeline and found it impenetrable, and by that point, almost all of the elves were dead, their knowledge and secrets lost from Westria forever. 30 minutes later, Curtis returned with a bushel of gleam root. "This is probably more than enough," Curtis said. Mildred looked from the elf to Alice with concern. "Alice is looking really bad," said Mildred. "I don't think we have a lot of time." Curtis nodded. "Okay. Let me craft the antidote then." The elf materialized all the medicinal ingredients and put them together in a mug. He then materialized a kettle, and the group got a fire going. Once the water came to a boil, Curtis poured the hot water into the mug of ingredients. He stirred the mug with a spoon and let all the different ingredients steep together. Sam watched with deep concern and hope as Curtis approached the unconscious girl laid before them. Curtis hadn't said it to anyone, but Sam was pretty sure this antidote was purely theoretical based on his findings. They hadn't tested it on anyone yet. So this could still go horrifically wrong. All of their hopes now lay in this mug of herbal tea. Curtis crouched down and gently put the hot water to the pale queen's lips. "Be gentle," said Mildred. "Let's not burn her mouth in the process." Curtis poured the gentlest sip into Alice's mouth. They all watched with bated breath. Nothing happened. Curtis gave the girl another sip. Again, no change. Alice still looked like someone auditioning to be a corpse. Curtis gave the girl a third sip. On this sip, everyone's eyes widened. Blood and warmth returned to Alice's face. It was truly miraculous. "It's working!" cried Mildred. "Oh, yes, it's working!" Curtis kept going, giving Alice more and more sips of the antidote. The queen was coming back to life. She would be healed. In the distance, a group of elven rangers crouched down on one of the large branches of the ancient wood. They stared beyond the forest to the path of empty ground that divided the glittering forest and the great perimeter. Their eyes narrowed at the sight of those who had entered their protected homeland. Thalia Ashgrove, the Eledian Ardona. Phelan Lightbreeze, one of her royal guard, stood next to her. Lorien Silverleaf, however, was missing. Peculiarities. If it had only been that the rangers would have left their posts to greet the returning elves. But the group had come back with unexpected guests. Humans. A dwarf. The banished one. The rangers turned to one another, nodded, and then, in a flash, disappeared. The human queen was dozy but alive. She smiled and then faded back out of consciousness. Thalia was glad. A lot of strange things had been happening over the last few weeks and months. She was glad to know the human queen of Volsungar dying on her watch was not one of those things she had to add to her list. After an hour of letting the queen rest, they decided to continue their journey to Sylvenstride, the capital city of the glittering forest. Thalia and Phelan led the way, stepping between the giant roots of the trees and entering the glittering forest proper. The elf woman looked up to the branches high above. It wasn't normal for her to not be greeted by the rangers guarding the woods. If they weren't coming down to welcome them, what were they doing? "Be ready for anything, Phelan," said Thalia. "We're back home, but it isn't the same safe place we left." Meanwhile, across the glittering forest, far from the great perimeter and the border with the human kingdom of Volsungar on the westernmost side of the elven homeland, was a sleepy little village known as Moon Hollow. Moon Hollow was a quiet little lumber village that specialized in chopping trees and carving wood, all while making sure the glittering forest still thrived as an ancient woodland. The villagers of Moon Hollow were a simple but happy lot. They worked on lumber during the day, had dinner with their families at night, and then, on the weekend, danced and sang at the pub. It was quiet, warm, and cozy, far from the hustle and bustle and politics of the capital, Sylvenstride. The day was a normal weekday in Moon Hollow. The adults had gone off to work in the lumber yards while the shopkeepers and village folk busied themselves across the streets, keeping one eye on their tasks and chores and another eye on the young elves running around, playing, and getting themselves into trouble. Erfon was heading to the lumber yard, carrying his axe and whistling a tune. The male elf was 97 years old, meaning he was reaching the end of his Silvereth, sometimes referred to as one's moonlit path, or one's early adulthood. He had outgrown his adolescent Loraville, recognizing what the dreams of his path were, and knowing them, he had gone along the moonlight path to discover his potential and walk that passage. Where he would go next remained a mystery. The elves described the stage after the Silvereth as the beginning of a second lifetime. Erfon already had so much to be grateful for in this first lifetime that he felt almost spoiled to be contemplating a second. On his day of passages, he had unlocked the path of lumber like his father and his father's father before him. He'd grown on the path, improving his axe-chopping skills as well as the ancient art of tree mending and balance. On top of this, he'd fallen in love with his childhood sweetheart and had a baby on the way. He wondered what the baby might be like, what path it might follow. Perhaps this was what the elder elves meant when they said the end of Silvereth was the beginning of a second lifetime. Erfon was about halfway to the lumber yard when his ears picked up the strangest sound. Bzzz. It was low frequency and could easily be missed if you weren't paying attention. Erfon couldn't see anything odd in front of him, so he turned around back towards the village. In the distance, he saw strange black dots in the sky. Erfan struggled to make sense of what he was seeing. It looked like raindrops, but they weren't falling, and the dots were getting bigger. And as the dots got bigger, the buzzing sound got louder. Bzzz. Erfan had an uneasy feeling in his stomach. He began moving back towards the village. The buzzing only got louder, and the black dots only more pronounced. He started to worry for his wife, for his elderly father, for the whole village. The black dots had gotten close enough now that Erfan could make out what they were. Bugs, cockroaches, a whole army of them. What kind of terrifying attack is this? The black dots began to shoot down from the sky. Just as Erfan got back to the village, he watched two of the black dots shoot down in the sky, right into the heads of two villagers. An old woman and an old man were sweeping out front of his shop. "Are you okay?" panted Erfan. The two elderly elves turned towards him, their eyes rolling back into their skulls. The old man and woman rushed towards Erfan. The man raised his broom to attack Erfan with. The buzzing sound got sharp, and Erfan instinctively knew to leap out of the way. One of the black dots had shot down from the ground, aiming right for his head. He looked over and saw a horrifyingly large black cockroach roaming on the ground. He wasted no time swinging his axe, smashing right through its carapace and leaving its crumpled guts to rot on the ground. The man and woman were rushing towards him now. Erfan made a wide circle around them and headed deeper into the village. He watched as the black dots shot down onto the ground, taking over the minds of men, women, and children. No, Erfan thought. This can't be happening. The village can't defend itself against an attack like this. He knew he had to get back home to his wife. He needed to protect her. He sprinted through the streets of Moonfall as fellow villagers screamed out in agony as the black bugs shot down from the sky and infiltrated their minds. Erfan banged down the door when he got home. His main hope for his wife was that she had stayed inside. She'd be protected from the bugs by the roof of their home. "Honey!" he yelled as he stepped on through. No answer. He rushed upstairs and found the bedroom empty. He rushed back down and checked the kitchen. Where is she? A sinking feeling began to overtake him as he stepped towards the back of the kitchen. He looked outside and there was his wife. She was standing in the garden. "Honey?" Erfan knew before she even turned around. He could feel it. He could sense it. The woman who turned around was no longer his wife. She had been hit by the strange falling black bugs. Erfan's eyes filled with tears. The sadness at the sight of the woman that he loved being no longer with him overwhelmed him. It overwhelmed him to the point that he wasn't paying attention to the sounds around him. He was too distracted to dodge the mind roach shooting down from high above. The bug torpedoed down right into Erfan's skull, crawling quickly and nestling itself inside the elven man's mind. It looked like Erfan's second life was beginning, just not the way he had ever imagined. The citizens of Moon Hollow shuffled forward, joining a large horde of giant ants, beetles, and bugs. They were part of Lilith's army now. They were on their slow march toward Sylvanstride. 105, Sam and his companions traveled across the glittering forest, all of their faces awash in wonder. The elven forest was a majestic sight to behold. The ground was covered in thick, mossy roots that bent and slithered between the trees like wooden godlike serpents. The trees were thicker than any tree Sam had ever seen before. They were so ancient, they must have been alive for thousands of years, bearing witness to the beginning and end of countless lifetimes, as well as the rise and fall of multiple elven civilizations. If only these trees could talk, Sam thought idly to himself as they traveled. What wisdom could they share with us? "It's incredible," said Clara. "Did you know that within the ecosystem of the glittering forest, there are over 3 million different types of species?" said Curtis. Toby gulped and looked around nervously. "I do now." As they traveled deeper into the ancient forest, they began to see how the place had gained its name. The moss on the trees sparkled, the leaves flickered with light. Sam knew from his studies in his previous timeline that the moss on the trees in the glittering forest contained bioluminescent microorganisms that caused the trees to twinkle and glow. The group looked on with awe at the beauty of the ancient dwellings of the elves. "Tourists," muttered Thalia ahead of them. A few hours later, the group crested a hill where the giant roots poked out of the ground, revealing a large dip in the landscape. From their new vantage point, they could see a massive network of trees and drawbridges. The orange light of warm interiors shone forth from many carved windows of the giant trees, indicating that people lived and conducted their lives inside of these massive and ancient wooden structures. It was unlike anything Sam had ever seen before. It was a city, composed out of tall, ancient trees. It was truly magnificent. They could see elves going to and fro across the drawbridges. There were also centralized squares with large crystals that looked to help people teleport from one layer of the tree metropolis to another. "Welcome to Sylvanstride," said Thalia. The group was looking at the elven capital city with absolute awe and wonder when suddenly Thalia raised her hand, narrowed her eyes, and spoke sternly. "Nobody move." A tension jolted through Sam and all of his companions. Emerging all around them, as if hidden in the very pores of reality, were a squad of elven rangers, all holding up their bows, an arrow ready to fling right through the forehead of every last one of them. "Thank you for the warm welcome," said Thalia. "Did I stop being the Eledian Adana since I left, or did I miss something?" "You break sacred oaths by bringing these uninvited guests here," said the leader of the rangers. "But they're not uninvited," said Thalia. "I invited them." "That she did," said Phelan. "You know full well that a full council discussion is needed for bringing in foreigners," said the ranger leader. "You've brought a host of human new magic wielders, a dwarf, and the banished one." "Don't call him that," said Thalia. "This is my brother Curtis's homeland. You disrespect me and my family by referring to him as such." "I think your father, the Ardonial, would highly disagree," said the ranger leader. "Well, bring him here, or me to him," spat Thalia. "Or do you plan to simply present him with our corpses? I'm sure that will go down well." The ranger leader spat. "We have orders to escort you to the Ardonial as soon as you arrive," said the ranger leader. "The guests will be put in a holding cell until then. If they are to resist, they are to be killed immediately. Your father's orders." "You've got to be bloody kidding me," shouted Brock. "Is this really what elven hospitality looks like?" "Shh," said Curtis. "You just couldn't leave us alone, could you, banished one?" said the ranger leader. "First you broke our sacred oaths by entering the Gorgoliths. Then you somehow fixed a centuries-old grudge between the dwarves and elves. You know how many dwarvish importers and settlers have attempted to come to the glittering forest since whatever you got up to there in the Snow Peak Mountains? Countless. It's absurd. Some of us were happy the way things were before. You fixed the grudge the dwarves had on elves, but you've done nothing for us?" "Yeesh," said Brock. "I'm sorry my brethren wanted to share with you some of our mead." Curtis stared at the ranger leader. "I've come here to help," he said, quietly. "I highly doubt someone like you can do anything to help us," said the ranger leader. "Your old guard, the mighty Silivrin, was killed by this new threat." Curtis's face looked pained by that news. "I'm sorry to hear that," said Curtis. "Nothing can be settled with us here on the outskirts of the city," said Thalia, interjecting. She turned to the group of travelers. "Please forgive me for this entrance into the capital. I will make sure Father lets you out as soon as possible. Bear with me until then." She turned to the ranger leader. "If I find out you laid even a finger on them, I'll come after you and your squad." With that, Thalia Ashgrove ran off to the nearest of the city's teleport crystals and vanished without a trace. Soon after departing the group of companions she had been traveling with for weeks, Thalia Ashgrove stepped into her father's assembly room. The old elven man kept his back turned to her. His long silver hair tied in a ponytail was what greeted her rather than the welcoming face of the man. "So," said the older elf. "You've returned." "Is that all you have to say, Father?" said Thalia. "Or do you hide behind the bows of the rangers who work for you? Is that how you operate now?" The older man shuddered. He turned around, red-faced. "How dare you speak to me that way?" bellowed Arendor. "I am your father. You do not disrespect me." Thalia snickered and shook her head. "Father, you're supposed to be the wisest and most powerful of the elves," said Thalia. "And yet, you can't accept that we need help in this forest. I have seen the powers of the enemy we're up against, giant bugs that can poison you to death in an instant, and cockroaches that can take over your mind. Do you care more about your own personal pride than protecting your people?" The old man looked taken aback. "I finally reunited with Curtis, my brother, your son, the one that you banished from this place," said Thalia. "He's grown, Father. He's a powerful wielder of new magic. He's a hero to the humans he lives with. Even the dwarves in the Snow Peak Mountains love him. We need his help. We need his companions' help. All of them." The old man didn't say anything. Thalia grinned. "You're quiet when you know I'm right. Silent when you don't want to admit you're wrong. Who raised you to be such a cruel interlocutor?" sighed the old man, his face softening somewhat. "You know the answer to that," grinned Thalia. "Your men arrested the guests I came here with. I want that to be undone immediately. Beyond that, I wish you to meet and speak with them. We have much to discuss if we're going to take on this most deadly of enemies." Arendor let out another sigh. "I'll let the rangers know at once." "Good," said Thalia, turning to leave her father's assembly room. "I'll go give them a proper elvish greeting now." Just as Thalia was about to leave, Arendor spoke up. "I understand your brother and the humans," said the older man. "Did you really have to bring a dwarf?" Thalia smiled. "The dwarf's not so bad. You'll get used to him, you'll see." Sam leaned his head against the stone wall. It was cold against the back of his neck. It was damp, too. The group had been quiet since the rangers had brought them to an outpost on the edge of Sylvanstride and placed them in a holding cell. "I'm depressed," said Clara. Everyone perked up at that. One might expect Toby or Curtis to be glum, or Brock and Edgar to be grumpy. But Clara wasn't normally the first person in the group to voice her displeasure. Sam looked around their bleak surroundings. "Anyone would be depressed in here," he chimed in. "It's just," said Clara, "I was really excited to see Sylvanstride, and somehow we've ended up in a prison cell that looks like all prison cells." "Do you want me to try and bust down the door, lass?" asked Brock, raising his fists. "It won't work," said Curtis. "The bars are laced with ether. No, I mean mana." Being back home in the city that he grew up in after having been banished for years was clearly weighing on him. Should he speak the common tongue, or Elvish, or what? Sam would leave the elf to wrestle with those demons on his own. He was, however, curious about the bits of Elvish he had picked up during their journey so far. The thing that stuck out the most was the word the ranger leader had used. Gorgoloth. The specific sentence had been, "You broke our sacred oaths by entering the Gorgoloths." Sam knew the elves had a very disdainful view of the dungeon gates and new magic. The way the ranger leader had said, "entering the Gorgoloths," seemed to suggest he was referring to the dungeon gates. He figured the word had multiple connotations. It also maybe hinted at why the other elves called Curtis the Banished One. He had entered a dungeon gate which was basically against sacred elven law. Sam looked at his elf companion leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. The question that then floated into Sam's mind was, why did Curtis enter? If you had access to old magic and a path, why would you do something that would send you into exile? Sam knew such personal questions were not ones you could ask someone directly. If Curtis wanted to share them, he would share them in time. If there was anything Sam wanted to know more about from Curtis, it was his strange reaction to his question about mana weight and the undefinable value present on his thrower's gloves. It made him wonder if the answers to such questions might be answered in the great collective and ancient knowledge of old magic held by the elves. "This is pretty egregious," Edgar said, cutting through the silence. "I know," said Mildred. "I mean, throwing me, you, any of these lot into prison would be excusable," said Edgar. "But our queen?" Alice was sitting peacefully on the wooden bench in the cell. She was still recovering from the poison and hadn't been speaking much. "It's fine," said Alice. "We're here to help the elves because they're struggling to do it themselves. We've all experienced how bureaucracy and politics can keep us from getting things done. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt for now." "That's very mature of you, my lady," said Mildred. Alice rested her eyes. "I know. I also just don't have the strength to get mad." "The elves are lucky then," Sam teased. Alice's eyebrow noticeably twitched. "There's the old Alice coming back," laughed Sam. "Don't strain the queen, boy," said Mildred, butting in. Edgar piped up. "Let them be however they want." The discussion quickly came to a close at the sound of jangling keys and the subsequent emergence of Thalia just beyond the bars of their cell. "You lot look miserable," said Thalia. "Apologies for my people's behavior. "Are you ready for some nicer accommodations?" Half an hour later, the group was being escorted through the upper palace of Mother Gaia, the biggest and oldest tree in all of the glittering forest, the beating heart of the elven homeland and capital city. Mother Gaia, being the oldest and most potent tree in the glittering forest, served as a natural conduit for mana. The elves, with their deep understanding of old magic, had crafted an intricate system of magical glyphs and crystals embedded within the tree's vast network of roots and branches. These glyphs and crystals harmonized with the natural flow of mana, amplifying and directing its energy to create the Great Perimeter. One of the primary roles of the Ardonial was to share his mana with the great generator of mana at the top of Mother Gaia to help keep the Great Perimeter running. The group was taken to a guest quarters where they each had their own individual rooms and a shared suite with a kitchen and stove. Foreign fruits, such as purple peaches and fuzzy melons, local to the glittering forest, were freely available in large earthenware bowls on the countertop. Very quickly, the group retired to their rooms. They would be having a meeting with the Ardonial, Arendor Ashgrove, the following day to discuss Lilith and the ongoing bug infestation that was threatening the elven homeland. Until then, everyone wanted to rest after their journey and the less than warm welcome in their first few hours of Sylvanstride. The comfy accommodations were definitely soothing that sore point for everyone. Brock had already explored the wine cellar and had made requests for elvish beer to be brought to his chamber. With everyone resting, Sam saw an opportunity to further some of his own research and curiosities. He left the group's suite and went exploring the upper palace of Mother Gaia. He poked his head into rooms, finding other guest chambers, a small kitchen, and eventually a library. The large room was filled with shelves filled with books from the ground to the ceiling. There was a sliding ladder to assist in retrieving the harder-to-reach books. He investigated the titles. They were all in Elvish. He could pick up a few phrases here and there, but he wouldn't be able to read them fluently. His spoken Elvish was better than his reading comprehension of the ancient language. Still, he was mesmerized and excited by all the knowledge in front of him. If they could save all of this from destruction, it would all be wisdom for Westria to use against the Demon King's onslaught of destruction. Sam flipped through a book, examining the pages, when he was startled by a voice. "Snooping around, are you?" He looked up to see Thalia. The elf heiress looked at Sam with a quiet intensity. "I'm not intruding, am I?" "Not at all," said Thalia, stepping into the room fully. "I'm just curious what a human wants to read in a library full of books written in Elvish. Then again, you can speak it somewhat. I haven't forgotten how you challenged me to that duel. So, tell me, young human, what knowledge do you seek?" Sam felt his heart pick up. Never in the wildest dreams of his first lifetime did he expect to be in a one-on-one conversation with Thalia Ashgrove, heir to the high rulership of the glittering forest. She was offering him an opportunity to pick her brain. He quickly considered how forward he should be and what would be safe to ask. He didn't want to cause such an affront to the sacred oaths and superstitions of the elvish people that he lost out on even the tiniest morsel of new information. "I acquired a special item in a dungeon gate," Sam began. "Or a gorgolith, as you might say." Thalia grinned. "Very good. Picking up more words. I presume I used it correctly then?" "Yes and no. Your pronunciation could be a bit better," Thalia explained. "Gorgolith translated to the common tongue means abomination, mutation. So yes, what you call the dungeon gates directly translates to Gorgoloth. But Gorgoloth could refer to the class system and all of the abilities you hold, or the weird strangled mana coursing through your veins." Sam listened to Thalia's word closely. His ears perked up at the idea that his mana was somehow strangled. "Why is my mana weird from yours?" "Mine is natural, organic, born from me. Yours is something else, artificial, grafted on you. It's a part of you and yet entirely separate at the same time. The mana coursing through elves is different, more unique and connected to the person. We're getting sidetracked though now. You mentioned a special item you found?" "Yes," said Sam. "The description of the item left a lot to be desired. It gave me an odd, undefinable value as a measurement for throwing monsters into the air. The thing is, it didn't quite function in terms of normal physical weight. It made me start to think that the undefinable value was referring to something I'd never quite conceived of before. Something akin to mana weight?" Thalia couldn't hide her surprise. Her shoulders tensed, her nostrils flared. Sam could tell she was trying to conceal her shock, but he was able to pick up on the tiniest micro-expressions that let him know he was onto something with his theory. "I'm impressed, human," said Thalia. "You've somehow stumbled your way into discovering the very building blocks of old magic. What you've been referring to as mana weight, my people would call lirathol, or, in the common tongue, harmony." "Harmony?" "Yes, harmony pertains specifically to the state of one's mana core and mana usage in relation to the rest of the world around it. When someone uses a spell, they are trading some of their harmony temporarily to cast it, which would make their harmony value less than normal." That made a certain kind of sense to Sam, especially in relation to the hidden value in his thrower's gloves. He had been unable to throw the dungeon boss until it had cast a powerful spell, and, afterwards, he had been able to throw it. The dungeon boss had lowered its harmony temporarily. "I see recognition on your face," smiled Thalia. "I think the undefinable value you're searching for is indeed harmony." In that moment, Sam checked his thrower's gloves to see if anything had changed. Thrower's gloves, Adept's tier, Mythic. A powerful pair of gloves that allow the users to throw monster or creature high into the air, regardless of user's strength stat. Weight limit, determined by capture being's harmony. Sam blinked. The system had updated itself with the new definition. He couldn't believe it. That was incredible. "Wait," said Sam, suddenly getting very excited. "I have so many more questions. If new magic can affect harmony, wouldn't that mean it's a good thing? I'm struggling to see how any of this leads to dungeon gates and new magic being perceived so badly by you and your people." Thalia rubbed her eyes. "I'll have to think on answering those questions. I may have broken multiple sacred oaths simply by telling you about harmony. We're going to have to finish this conversation later." Sam was slightly dismayed, but not incredibly so. He had made significant headway in his quest to find out more about the thrower's gloves and the strange, undefinable value that he now knew was harmony. Thalia left the library and placed her hand on her forehead. So many things were spinning through her mind. It was as the elders had predicted with the coming of the Gorgoloths. Its infection was spreading, corroding everything in its path, including the destruction of Lirathol. Thalia took in a deep breath. Something even more disconcerting was overwhelming her in that moment. "That kid," she thought, having sensed something in him. "It's not possible, is it?
She shook her head. It didn't matter. There was nothing they could do about it right now.
They had to stay focused on their current mission. That was it. These are strange times we're living through, Thalia thought as she strode through the upper palace towards her chambers. Very strange times. 107, Curtis stared at the ceiling of his private bedchambers. The sun was beginning to rise and poke through the leaves of the great trees that made up Sylvanstride and into his bedroom. The room was familiar to the one he'd grown up in, though he had been shown to the guest chambers like everyone else. It was weird to think the room he had slept in for decades wasn't too far away. A room he thought he would never return to, and perhaps still never would. He had never thought he'd get this close to it ever again. He hadn't slept at all that night. His stomach ached, his forehead drenched in sweat. His nerves were so bad, he would have considered himself sick, but he knew better. This was what it felt like to be home. This was what it felt like to be moments away from meeting the man who was so ashamed of you that he exiled you from your own home. Arendor Ashgrove, the Ardonial, Curtis's father. After a few moments of dread, Curtis rolled himself out of bed and began to get dressed and ready for the day. Him and his companions would be meeting the Ardonial that morning to discuss the ongoing insect problem currently affecting the glittering forest. To say Curtis was dreading the meeting was an understatement. Part of him wondered if he could skip it, bow out, forfeit the unwanted reunion between his father and himself. He knew he wouldn't be able to squirm his way out of it, though. For one thing, Sam wanted him there. And there was a part of Curtis that wanted to be there too. He had studied the mind roach's exoskeleton. He more than most understood the nature of the threat about to descend upon the glittering forest. This went beyond whatever feud and discontent him and his father shared. This involved everyone in the glittering forest, and potentially all of Westria as well. By the time Curtis was dressed and stepping out of his room to join the others, he was just slightly more determined and slightly less resistant to the meeting ahead. He found Sam and the others standing in the kitchen area of their suite, eating pancakes with elvish fruit and syrup. "You ready?" asked Sam, finishing his coffee. "Ready to get it over with," he said. "Shall we?" The group cleared their plates and headed out into the main hall of the upper palace and were escorted by a special guard to the Ardonial's assembly room. Curtis's heart beat faster and faster as they got closer to his father's meeting chambers. How many years has it been? 7 years. 7 years is a lot shorter than the forever that the banishment promised. Still, it feels like a lifetime ago. The doors to the Ardonial's assembly room swung open, and the group stepped through. Curtis was well aware of where he was standing. He was in the middle of the pack, not leading the way nor trailing behind. Was he hoping his father wouldn't notice him, sticking out between the humans and the one dwarf that had come to pay him a visit? The man was on the other end of the hall. Curtis took in a deep breath. The man turned around. There he was. The man who had loomed over so much of his early life. The man who was the center of his nightmares. The person he had to fight to break through the second threshold. Arendor Ashgrove. The old elf didn't smile, nod, or say hello. He just stared out at the group of them, silently. Curtis had no idea how this meeting was going to go exactly. He imagined his father would address him and then perhaps everyone else. Curtis wasn't sure. Arendor took a step towards the group from the other end of his large meeting chamber. "My daughter has spoken highly of you all," said Arendor, looking Alice in the eye, then Edgar, then Mildred, and so on. The man's eye glanced on every single one of them, except for Curtis. A pit formed in Curtis's stomach. "I see now. This is how it's going to go." A pit of embarrassment and sense of humiliation ran through him, bringing him right back to that moment on his day of passages when it turned out he was a Narphalan. A disgrace. An elf who couldn't wield magic. In a split second, Curtis felt like he was right back there in the temple, overwhelmed by the sense of shame. The sense of self-hatred he had for himself, for failing his father. The self-hatred that was really just a way of protecting himself from where the true hate was coming from. The man who was meant to mentor and show him the world. The man who was meant to love and care for him. Arendor eventually reached Alice and took her hands in his. "Thank you for coming, Your Highness," he smiled. "I hope you and your group of travelers will be able to assist us with our ongoing problem." "Thank you for allowing us to visit the sacred grounds of the Glittering Forest," said Alice. "It is an honor. As for helping you out with your current woes, one of our best travelers, Sam, has knowledge on how to help." There was a sudden banging at the door. Everyone turned with shock. Everyone but Curtis. The elf felt only relief from the sudden change of focus away from the meeting with the father that had disowned him. "Enter," commanded Arendor. The doors swung open and 2 elven soldiers came in, holding another beaten and bruised elf, clad in ragged and ripped garments. "Ardoniel," bowed the 2 soldiers. "Grim tidings come from Moonfall Village. The entire village decimated. Worse than that, actually." "What is worse than decimation?" asked Arendor. "This," said a soldier, kicking the bruised elf on the ground. The elf on the ground hissed and jerked around spasmodically. The eyes were filled with nothing but black. "When we first captured him, he pretended to be normal," said the elf soldier. "But since we tied up his arms, he's gone completely catatonic. He's been taken over by those bugs. The entire village has. Our trackers tell us other villages have as well. There's an army of these mind-controlled elves. They're just the foot soldiers for the more terrifying insects roaming the western lands of the Glittering Forest." Arendor rubbed his forehead. "This is no good. We must protect others across the Glittering Forest, as well as all of those who reside here in Sylvanstride." The awkward feeling in Curtis's stomach had not gone away. It was only getting worse the more he thought about how he knew the answer. Don't do it. It won't go well. Hundreds of memories of Curtis trying to share scientific and historical facts with his father rushed through his mind. Memories before he had been banished, when he just wanted to show off to his father all the things he had learned, all the insights he had made. He just wanted to show his father something he could be proud of, but all he ever got was ignored or insulted or neglected. "I know how we can protect Sylvanstride," said Curtis. Somehow the words cut a silence through the room. Arendor's eyes twitched as the sound came out of Curtis's mouth. The Ardoniel looked at Curtis with a cruel face. "You expect me to believe that?" he hissed. "You stand here before me, proof that you couldn't even do banishment right." The words cut right through Curtis's body, but he swatted them away. This was so much bigger than him or his father. "As Ardoniel, I expect you to do whatever is in your power to protect your people. Or did you forget how to do that when you forgot how to be a father?" Curtis smiled at that last point. If his dad wanted to throw barbs, so could he. Arendor Ashgrove scowled at the words of the son he had disowned. "The mind roach is allergic to Reginald Weed," said Curtis, walking over to the insect-controlled elf on the ground. "Watch." Curtis materialized a piece of Reginald Weed from his inventory and held it up to the elf on the floor. It immediately began clawing and trying to get away from Curtis, acting crazed and violently. The soldiers kicked the mindless elf on the ground to keep him in place. "My recommendation would be to hang Reginald Weed all across Sylvanstride," said Curtis. "That will keep any of the mind roaches from penetrating the city. That can be the beginning of our defensive strategy." A tiny bit of hatred faded away from his father's eyes. He was impressed, or at the very least appreciated the good idea. Such a tiny morsel of approval before his banishment might have filled Curtis with happiness for days, if not weeks. Now it meant nothing to him. It only confirmed how big a gulf there was between his father and him. Arendor turned to the soldiers and told them to go spread the word. "If this bug army is coming from Moon Hollow, that roughly gives us a week until the army of bugs is at our doorstep here in Sylvanstride," said Arendor. "What's our plan for when the powerful leader of this army shows up?" Curtis smiled and turned to his black-haired companion with red eyes. "Father," said Curtis, "let me introduce you to Sam." Everyone in the room turned to Sam. He felt slightly awkward taking the spotlight after witnessing the cold-hearted reunion between Curtis and his father. It was weird, as Sam had never known his parents, had only known the nuns and priests who looked after the orphanages he stayed in, and the familial bonds he had made with the fellow orphans like Clara and Toby. He remembered days pickpocketing in the streets, days when he was so starving if they failed to steal some bread, he wasn't sure if he would make it. He remembered on days like that, he might catch a passing glimpse through a window of a mother setting the table with children sitting on either side, the father coming in and joining them. How nice it all looked. How cozy, how warm, how full of love. There were nights when Sam would fall asleep, yearning for such a family, to have a mom and a dad who loved him. It felt so unfair that he had neither. It felt cruel, unjust. And yet, seeing Curtis and his father, Sam realized that life could be cruel and unfair to you in other ways, even if you had a father or a mother, or both. He'd take Clara and Toby over a father like Arendor Ashgrove every single day of the week. A lot of people didn't get to choose their family. Sam would be forever grateful that he got to choose his, and even more appreciative of the fact that they chose him back. There was a part of him that wanted to punch Arendor Ashgrove in the face, for being so unkind to Curtis, for banishing him, for continuing to be so unkind and cruel to his own son. But that wasn't what they were here to litigate. It did make Sam wonder, however, how much was missed in the historical record of the Elven genocide in his first timeline. So much was destroyed, so much knowledge and wisdom lost. Perhaps in the utter destruction of the glittering forest at the hands of Lilith, so too was the fact that the Elven leadership was in the hands of an aging and embittered Ardoniel who had lost sight of the priorities of his people. Sam knew the broad strokes of the history of the Elven genocide, but there were plenty of details missing. He knew history's eye had lost track of certain things in his first timeline, and Sam quietly wondered what those missing pieces might be. Still, that didn't matter. They had already changed history immensely by being here, preparing to take on Lilith alongside the elves. In his first timeline, no one had come until it was too late. Curtis's plan to put Reginald Weed across Sylvanstride was an excellent defensive strategy against Lilith's mind roaches. Sam was just about to get into the next steps of his plan when a huge explosive blast happened outside the window of Mother Gaia. Crap, Sam thought. It's happening sooner than I expected. A massive gold portal emerged in the center of Sylvanstride. The Gold Gate. Don't panic, said Sam, staring right at Arendor and the other elves in the room. The biggest complication in the Elven genocide, and what proved to be the elves' downfall in Sam's first timeline, was the arrival of the Gold Gate. The Gold Gate was a special, irregular dungeon gate that appeared in the middle of Sylvanstride right before Lilith's invasion. All of the city's elves were so focused on trying to destroy and close the Gold Gate that they were unprepared for Lilith's massive siege on their capital city. The Gold Gate had been the first dungeon gate to appear in the Elven lands that the elves couldn't close with the use of their old magic. In the end, it meant that along with Lilith's siege, the elves also had to contend with a massive dungeon break as well. Things would be different this time, however. They were already more prepared. And this time, Sam would be entering the Gold Gate. 30 minutes later, Sam and his companions stood outside the entrance of the Gold Gate. So, to go over the plan one last time, said Sam. I'll clear the Gold Gate while everyone else prepares Sylvanstride for the battle with Lilith and her army. Then I'll get back, and we'll take on Lilith together. Everyone nodded. Sam believed in all of his friends and companions. They were about to face one of the darkest moments in history from his previous timeline, and together, they were going to stop it from ever happening. Good luck, everyone, said Sam, and with that, he stepped into the Gold Gate. Arendor Ashgrove returned to his private chambers after his meeting with the foreign visitors. He poured himself a glass of water and guzzled it down. He was feeling itchy and irritated from the moment Curtis had materialized that bushel of Reginald Weed. Thank goodness they didn't notice my eye twitch, he thought. I wouldn't want to betray the new queen. He headed over to the window and looked across the city. How shall I play it? He pondered. How shall I destroy every last one of these wretches who call this place home? Arendor Ashgrove hadn't been Arendor Ashgrove for quite a while now. He was something else. Something darker and more sinister than even the cruel and stern man he had been once before. For deep inside his brain nestled a mind roach, manipulating his every thought and action. 109. Sam emerged on the other side of the Gold Gate, entering a realm where the ground at his feet was a beautiful cloud that stretched on for miles in all directions, and that, thankfully, he didn't fall through either. Above him was a dusky twilight sky, the sparkle of stars just faintly pulsing through the fading daylight. This would be the arena for the upcoming Gold Gate. The Gold Gate was an irregular gate, similar to a challenge gate. The way it worked was that there were 5 stages within a Gold Gate. The stage was increasingly difficult waves of monsters. To destroy a gold dungeon gate or keep it from dungeon breaking, one had to fight and survive their way through to the end of the 5th stage. Sam had chosen to enter the gate alone because he figured it was better to leave as many powerful fighters back in Sylvenstride in case Sam ended up taking far longer than expected in here, or Lilith managed to get to Sylvenstride quicker than anticipated. The other reason was simple. Sam knew he needed to train and rank up his Deathlord class if he had any hope of defeating Lilith in a fight. He was eager to get stronger. Sam materialized his Shadow Blade and got ready for the fight ahead of him. A day later, Lilith marched through the forest, leading her army behind her. She kept her eyes, ears, and nose alert. She was always looking, listening, smelling. She embodied her senses, using them as a shield, a sensory shield protecting her against any approaching threats. Right now, however, the biggest threat in the vicinity was her. No one would question that. Since hatching, and even more so since leaving the dungeon gate in which she was born, her power was growing by the hour. She could lay eggs and create more powerful insects for her army. She could create mind roaches and take over other living beings and harness them under her total control. And with that army, she planned on taking control of this entire forest realm she had been born within. If, for whatever reason, she couldn't take it over, she would then destroy it. Simple as that. The biggest threat to her at the moment was the species of pale-skinned and long-eared folk. They contained magic that could harm her and her insects. She also knew from seeing through the eyes of those under the control of her mind roaches that the long-eared folk species had acquired help from a group of other magic users from a different species. She remembered them, 2 of them in particular, the older man and the older woman. Edgar and Mildred, she had heard her companions call them. There was something about those 2 that confused Lilith, made her uncertain. They brought up feelings and sensations she hadn't known she had. They were feelings different from her normal way of seeing the world. Survive, kill, feed, repeat. She didn't like these new feelings, these new sensations. They were making her weaker. They didn't help her with her survival, her hunger for more power. If she ran into this Edgar and Mildred, she would make sure she'd kill them straight away. She would remove all threats to her growing power. She continued to march forward to the capital of the long-eared folk, her massive army following right behind her. Meanwhile, in Sylvenstride, Toby sat in on strategy meetings with his fellow traveler companions and the main elven army leadership. The city had been absolutely drenched in Reginald weed, which meant they were protected from any massive attacks made by mind roaches, which was good. The elven army generals pointed out where most likely the main fighting in an attack on Sylvenstride would take place. The most likely means of attack were either aerial or from the ground up. They would have rangers and other particularly strong anti-air fighters stationed all over the city, while the rest of the fighting forces would be situated in the 2 main entrances into Sylvenstride from the ground level. If coming from the very bottom of Sylvenstride, an area known as the Sacred Soil, the main way would be to crawl up the 2 central trees on the eastern and western ends of the city, respectively. These central trees were the next oldest and largest trees after Mother Gaia. These massive trees were known as Brother Solus and Sister Selene. The forces would be placed between these 2 trees, while the Ardoniel, Thalia, and Curtis would be stationed at the top of Mother Gaia to feed their mana into the generator and pull back the shield of the Great Perimeter to exist solely around Sylvenstride. The plan would be to keep Lilith and her bugs out for long enough that their ranged attacks would whittle away her army, and give the elves the overall advantage to push forward and win the fight. The way the elven generals described the plan made it feel like the attack would be a breeze. That victory was assured. Toby was naturally inclined to never feel this way. But even still, the elven pride was concerning him. They'd never faced an attack on their capital city like this before. They'd never faced an enemy quite like this one either. It wasn't that Toby didn't believe in the elves, or even his and his own companion's ability to help out. But he also didn't believe it was going to be as easy and simple as the elven generals were making it out to be. From the window of the meeting room, he could see the glow of the giant gold dungeon gate. He didn't like that Sam wasn't here in the build-up to this fight. He knew they had to split their resources, but still it made him uneasy. Sam was always the trump card that worked in their favor. "Get back here soon, Sam," Toby thought to himself. "Get back soon." When the strategy meeting was over, he headed back to his chambers to absorb as many of the monster stones he still had in his inventory. He would raise his magic affinity stat to as high as it could go, so he was as strong as possible for the upcoming battle ahead. Toby knew he needed every advantage he could get. They all did. 110. Sam slashed his sword, cutting through an ether goblin's chest, leaving the monster to collapse into two pieces on the cloud floor of the Gold Gates arena. A message popped up in Sam's retina as he finished off the remaining ether goblin. "Congratulations! Stage 1 complete. Stage 2 will commence in 1 minute." Sam closed his eyes and breathed in and out, counting the seconds. He wasn't tired, not yet. Stage 1 of the Gold Gate had been easy, which was to be expected. The best thing he could do in the interim time before the start of the next stage was calm his mind. Keep composed. Prepare himself to return to the flow of battle in a few mere moments. He had never gained the exact details of how the Gold Gate in Sylvanstride operated, but he had read about other Gold Gates in his previous timeline. The first stage was typically quite easy. The stages got progressively more difficult as the traveler moved on from one stage to the next. The timer finished. Puffs of smoke appeared in the distance. Emerging from behind the clouds of smoke was a group of flying monkeys with bright red eyes and tambourines for hands. There were 4 of them. What the? Sam gripped his shadow blade and immediately swiped at the creature's shadows. The floating monkeys flapped their wings and stayed in the same spot, unharmed. Sam could see tufts of their fur split by the wind. That was as far as the damage went from his attacks on the creature's shadows. "Okay," Sam thought. "Going to have to get up close and personal then. That's fine." He rushed forward towards the floating monkeys. As soon as he was in a position to encompass all the monkeys in his radius, he triggered Pain Ring. A bright crimson-red light shot out from his chest, covering the arena. Within seconds, the gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set began powering him up. This was crucial. Even though attacking creatures' shadows typically did slightly less damage than normal, the sheer level of defense showcased by the flying monkey monsters suggested Sam was going to have to raise his power level significantly before he could take them out. He slashed his shadow blade at one of the floating monkey's chest. The creature disappeared and reappeared behind him. Sam turned around and slashed again. This time, the creature drew back with lightning speed. The apprentice-tier traveler was quickly taking in and assessing the creatures. They were fast and clever. Oppressing them with raw strength might not work here. That was fine. Sam had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Sam triggered Hurting Hook. A sizzling orange light of energy shot out from his palm and into the monkey monster and dragged the creature right up to him. Sam pulled back his sword and stabbed the monster right in the neck. The life faded from the monkey's eyes as its blood dripped over the cloud arena, the white puffs being sprinkled with splotches of red. The other monkeys screamed with terror and began banging their tambourine hands together. Sam felt his vision wobble and his body slow down. Crap. The tambourine hands must be some kind of paralyzing spell ability. Sam knew he needed to finish them off quick before the spell overpowered him, and then they chewed him alive. Sam triggered Hurting Hook once more, dragging another one of the flying monkeys towards the tip of his shadow blade. The flying monkey screeched and howled as the hurting hook dragged the monster ever closer to Sam. Suddenly, its bright red eyes started glowing. Then it unleashed a beam of magic energy from both of its eyelids right towards Sam's face. Sam ducked his head and quickly chopped off the monkey's head. He turned to the remaining two monkeys who were gearing up to shoot red magic beams of their own. Sam materialized his arcane Aegis shield right as the blasts were coming in. The beams reflected off of the shield and bounced back and roasted the flying monkeys alive. A new prompt immediately appeared in his retina. Congratulations, Stage 2 complete. Stage 3 starts in 1 minute. Sam ran over and picked up the monster stones from the flying monkeys. He was making good headway here in the Gold Gate, though he knew the stages would get tougher. And then there was the irregularity of time dilation in the gates. He may have been breezing through the stages here, but days could have gone by while he was in here. He needed to complete the Gold Gate's trials before Lilith and her army arrived. The idea of stepping out of the gate to find Sylvanstride destroyed and his companions all dead pierced his thoughts whenever he lost focus. He shook his head. That won't happen, he told himself. We have a plan. We're prepared. We just need to keep pushing forward. The third stage of the trial commenced. 111. Edgar Redfield was meditating in the Elven Temple in the upper palace of Mother Gaia. He was channeling his mana core, spinning it and strengthening it. He could sense that the mana in the glittering forest was so much denser and richer here than it was anywhere else he had ever been before. It was no wonder the elves were able to develop old magic and cultivate their paths. The mana density plus their long lives would have allowed them to grow into their magic and power. It was also not surprising why the elves put so much effort into protecting this place. If outsiders fully knew the extent of the power here, they would have fought and killed to get inside. Edgar opened his eyes. After the couple of hours he had spent in here, he was done meditating for the day. It was the best preparation he could do to prepare himself for the upcoming battle against the insect queen Lilith and her army of monsters. He would now go check and see how the others were doing in their preparations. From what Sam had told him, they were all on the precipice of fighting the greatest threat they had ever had to face. Just as Edgar was about to step out of the temple, Mildred Cross appeared at the entrance. "Oh," he said. He wasn't sure what to say to Mildred these days. They hadn't spoken much since their awkward and holiday-ruining conversation on Hearthmas a few months back. Of course, they had spoken about practical concerns during the journey to the glittering forest, but they hadn't spent any of that time alone, like they were now. "We need to talk," said Mildred. "Okay," said Edgar. "I'm worried," said Mildred. "I have a bad feeling about all of this. The elves don't seem to be as worried about this threat as they should. We're talking about a mind-controlled army and insects as powerful as the one that almost killed Alice." "You were in the strategy meetings, Mildred," said Edgar. "We have a plan. Everyone is doing what they can to prepare. No one feels good before a big battle. You, more than anyone, know that." Mildred took in a deep sigh. "Okay, you're right. There's another thing, though. What are we gonna—" "Mildred!" The older woman's face went red. "Shoot, she found me," sighed Mildred. Why are you hiding from her?" asked Edgar. "Aren't you her handmaiden and guardian?" "Just follow my lead and say no to whatever she asks," said Mildred. A second later, Queen Alice was standing in the hall just outside the Mana Temple. "Mildred, I've been looking everywhere for you," said the Queen, only noticing Edgar at that point. "Ah, Guildmaster, you're here too. This is perfect. There are things we must discuss. Maybe not this instant." "Sure," said Edgar. Mildred gave Edgar a scornful look. "I'm fully recovered from the poison dart of that bug creature," Alice began. "And it is my plan to fight in the upcoming battle." "Absolutely not," said Mildred. "The Guildmaster agrees." Alice looked to Edgar. "Really?" Edgar stared at the young girl in front of him. She'd grown so much over the years that he'd come to know her. She'd even started training with her Phoenix class. She was going to be the first ruler of Volsungar who was also a traveler. She was going to grow up and be an incredible person. Edgar felt like he knew this, and fighting in this battle was just going to be another step in that journey. "I think she should fight," said Edgar. Alice grinned. "My thoughts exactly. Obviously, I'm not expecting to take on the fiercest warrior in this insect army, but I need to show the elves how much our human kingdom cares about them, and how better can I show that than actually fighting alongside them?" Edgar nodded and smiled. "Makes sense to me." Alice smiled and clapped her hands. "Great. I'm going to go train." She scurried off, leaving Mildred and Edgar on their own once more. "You better know what you're doing," said Mildred, looking at him with dead seriousness. "You know what the girl means to me. I already thought I'd lost her once on this journey. You better not make me go through that again." Edgar had lived through enough battles and had seen enough death and destruction over his lifetime that he knew he couldn't promise Mildred what she wanted. Even still, he did anyway. "I promise nothing bad will happen to her." Brock guzzled down another pint of elvish ale and slammed it down at the bar. "Another! Is this really a good way of spending time before maybe the fight of our lives?" asked Toby. "Of course," said Brock. "I always drink in the build-up to a big battle. Nothing makes you fear death and misery more than a bloody hangover. Ain't that right, gents?" The other elves in the bar were ignoring Brock and keeping their distance. He was fulfilling all the brash stereotypes the elves had about dwarves. Even Toby, Clara, and Olivia were slowly pushing their stools away from the dwarf. I have to say, I'd always heard good things about elvish ale, but I was always skeptical. What do the uppity elves know about creating a real brew, you know? Turns out I was wrong. This is delicious. Brock burped. "I think that might be enough for tonight," said Olivia. "We do have a big battle ahead. You can feel it everywhere we go. We're about to face a threat unlike any other. You heard what Sam told us. This woman, Lilith, she's a traveler born from inside a dungeon gate. We only have a few more days to prepare. We have to make it count." Olivia's words had enough power to make them all go quiet. Even Brock. Curtis found his sister on an upper balcony of Mother Gaia, staring out to the forest city of Sylvanstride. "Do you think we'll be able to survive this fight, brother?" asked Thalia. Curtis sighed. "I'm not sure," said Curtis. "The Ardoniel seems to think so." Thalia shook her head and spat. "What does he know?" Curtis didn't respond. "Our father's a cruel, awful man, isn't he?" said Thalia. "Oh, you just noticed?" Curtis smirked. "I mean, he's so focused on tradition and rules and the sacred oaths," said Thalia. "I get that they were once important in terms of protecting the elves, but now it seems like they're actually holding us back, making us weaker." "Interesting thoughts coming from the future Ardoniel," said Curtis with a smile. "Maybe," said Thalia. "We just have to stop this place from getting completely destroyed first." The two looked out to the city once more. Even for Curtis, who had found a new group of people to call his friends and family, the upcoming battle was important to him. This place was where he grew up. It didn't matter how much he denied it, he had to protect this place, for it was once, and would always be, his home. 112. An elf who followed the path of the ranger lay crouched on the upper branch of the great tree on the far outer perimeter of Sylvanstride. He closed his eyes and listened to the sounds of the forest, the rhythm of the trees, the rustle of the leaves, the hum of the birds. Through the symphony of sounds the forest made, he picked up a discordant note, then another, and another. Footsteps, countless footsteps. Marching. The enemy was close. Impossible, thought the ranger. They're not supposed to be here for another few days. The ranger knew he had to get the message back to the city at once. He disappeared from his branch in a flash. Toby took his final bite into his slice of delicious pink cantaloupe. The special fruit, native only to the glittering forest, had the texture of a melon with the sweet flavor of a strawberry. It was magnificent, a thing of beauty to Toby's taste buds. A strawberry was a single bite, two at most, and then the flavor was all gone. A slice of melon was 5 or 6 bites, more if you really savored it. It was incredible. Toby was already imagining being back in Resfall without his delicious pink cantaloupe. He wondered if they could import it. He then began to see piles of gold coins and immense riches as he imagined turning a profit on the fruit. Maybe something to consider after we survive the upcoming battle for our lives, Toby thought. He disposed of the finished melon slice and headed down from the upper palace to the main thoroughfare of Sylvanstride, known as Silverleaf Elmway. The elm trees that lined the street were known as silverleafs because they had a silver sheen when reflecting off the light. The street connected much of the city and led to the main market square that then split off towards the 2 other great ancient trees of the city, Brother Solus and Sister Selene. Toby's plan for the day was to mark down the different areas of the city that he might be able to surf to with his new special board and technique. It might come in handy in the upcoming battle. Right as he stepped out onto the Silverleaf Elmway, however, a huge, booming horn echoed across the street. Based on the reactions of the elves around him, Toby could tell this haunting sound was not an everyday occurrence. A loud voice came on the speakers. Nirath Serinon, Gathol Vanor Celeste. Toby didn't know what the words meant, but he could tell from the faces of the elves around him that it wasn't good news. People started running frantically around. "What did the speakers just say?" asked Toby. An elf turns to him, and recognizing that he didn't understand Elvish, spoke in the common tongue. "We're under attack. The Insect Queen and her army will be here within the hour." Toby's heart sank. He turns to the golden dungeon gate floating near the city. Sam isn't back yet. The battle against Lilith was going to start without him. Toby didn't like that. He preferred going into battles with his best friend, who just so happened to be the most cunning and powerful traveler he knew. "Tobes!" Toby spun around and saw Clara running down the street, gripping her spear. "The city is about to be attacked," said Toby. "I know," said Clara. "I was told to find you and go take up our position at Brother Solus." 20 minutes later, Clara and Toby found themselves in the crowd of soldiers on a platform carved out of the massive trunk of an ancient tree. Over 100 elven rangers were positioned, with arrows nocked and ready to shoot through the makeshift mana perimeter that was going to protect them against the incoming onslaught of deadly, monstrous insects. Toby scanned the crowd of soldiers. Between the elven heads with their long blonde hair and pointy ears, he could make out Olivia and Brock, both clutching their weapons ready to battle. Elsewhere, Edgar and Mildred were standing with Queen Alice in their own fighting positions. Everyone's face was pale, grim, and determined. There came a point in the build-up to a battle when no more words could be shared, no reassurances could be given. They had to accept facing whatever they were about to face. Toby turned to Clara. "My ranged abilities will be useful at the start of the battle, so I'm going to move closer." Clara touched his hand. Even now, after having touched Clara's hand so many times before, it still felt electric. It still filled him with warmth and excitement. "Good luck," she said. "You too," said Toby. Toby hurried to the front of the platform where the rangers were situated. He materialized his massive scepter. It would help him channel more powerful water blasts. "Can you hear that?" said the ranger beside him. Toby couldn't hear anything beyond the nervous chatter of the soldiers around him. He shook his head. "The sound of crawling is getting louder in my ears," said the elf. "They're almost here. Get ready." Toby gulped. He channeled a powerful globule of hostile water in his hand, ready to dish out at the first monster that came his way. Then, emerging from deep in the forest below, beneath a veil of fog, were giant black spiders rapidly crawling up the side of Brother Solus towards the platform where they were all situated. The rangers let out powerful arrow blows, knocking back the spider horde. Toby flung his water globule at a group of 3 giant spiders in close proximity, knocking them off the tree and sending them hurtling below towards their deaths. The spiders eventually pushed through and managed to crawl up to the platform where they were met by the invisible shield of the perimeter. Thank goodness for that magic shield, Toby thought. Thalia, Curtis, and Arendor were in Mother Gaia, feeding a special mana generator to keep this makeshift shield operating for as long possible. The monsters would eventually break through, but the elves could gain a huge advantage over the insect army before then. The waves of spiders continued to be pushed back. Then a new wave managed to push through and get to the perimeter again, and then leaped through onto the perimeter and started chewing on an elf ranger and spitting his guts out into the air. Toby's eyes widened. What the? That should not have happened. The perimeter shouldn't be broken yet. Toby looked over to Mother Gaia. Something had clearly gone wrong with their plan. "Father!" shouted Thalia. "What are you doing?" The Ardoniel had stopped feeding his mana into the generator, which was meant to keep the mana perimeter up for the early part of the battle with Lilith and her insect army. Thalia and Curtis couldn't keep the perimeter up on their own. They were basically letting the insects into the Sylvan Stride without the perimeter up. They were sending countless elves to the slaughter. The older elf stood hunched by the mana generator. He turned around and grinned sinisterly at them. His eyes were full of anger and bloodlust. Curtis immediately understood what was going on. "He's been infected," gulped Curtis. "A mind roach." Thalia's eyes widened and shook with horror. But, the Reginald weed?" "It must have happened before then," said Curtis. The Ardoniel began creating crackling lightning within his hands. The man planned to battle them. "We're going to have to fight our father," said Thalia, getting ready. "Are you prepared for this, brother?" Lightning crackled in Curtis's palms. "Oh, little sis," he said. "It would be my absolute pleasure." 113. Sam thrusted his sword right into the heart of the lizard shaman. The blade punctured the monster's organs and went right through to the other side. Sam wrenched the blade, twisting it inside his enemy, before ripping it out and letting the last of the creature's blood drain out in a devastating and destructive spray. As the body collapsed on the ground, a message appeared in Sam's retina. "Congratulations! Stage 3 complete. Stage 4 will commence in 1 minute." Sam caught his breath. The stages were beginning to take it out of him now. They were definitely getting more difficult. He quickly perused his stats. Sam, Class, Blood Knight, Super Rare, Rank, Journeyman Tier. Ability, Pain Ring, Novice Tier, Level 3. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. After significant damage is taken, user acquires split-second vision to see where their opponent is going to move and do seconds before they do it. Herding Hook, Apprentice Tier, Level 3. Shoot a hook rope that if it hits an enemy, it can pull them back closer towards you, or send you hurtling quickly towards them. Hook can be bent at will to whip and hurl enemies with. Herding Hook can also latch itself onto inanimate objects and be used as a magical grappling hook. Blood Vision, Journeyman Tier, Level 1. Can see blood vessels beneath the skin, allowing for greater accuracy and destruction. Can pinpoint and hit vital arteries and organs of one's enemies. Class, Deathlord, Legendary, Rank, Apprentice Tier. Ability, Blood Flame, Novice Tier, Level 4. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Can now conjure blood flame sword from spilled blood. Can now also generate a blood flame storm within the vicinity of spilled blood. Blood Teleport, Apprentice Tier, Level 2. Teleport to and from spilled blood on the battlefield. Objects with blood spilled on them can be teleported to and from other sources of spilled blood now as well. Strength, 52. Agility, 50. Endurance, 53.1. Magic Affinity, 52.8. Skill Quests. Pain Ring, Level 4. Destroy 10,000 monsters with the aid of split-second vision. 1,467 over 10,000. Blood Flame, Level 5. Gain mastery with your Blood Flame Storm, 18%. Herding Hook, Level 4. Gain mastery over your new Herding Hook, 21%. Blood Teleport, Level 3. Gain Mastery over Blood Teleport, 18%. Sam smiled. Things were definitely improving for him. The best thing of all, though, was his agility stat was just one stat point away from hitting 51. That would push all of his stats into Journeyman tier level, and would mean his Deathlord class would rank up to Journeyman tier, giving him a whole new level of power and a new ability. Sam gripped his blade, determined to hit the new tier in his second class before leaving the Gold Gate. It would be the final piece of training before he went to take on Lilith. The elven soldiers on Brother Solus had to retreat back with the breakdown of the magic perimeter. The insects had managed to take over the platform. Giant spiders and ants clawed up onto the tree and were entering the main section of Sylvanstride. Across the battlefield, Mildred fought giant violent ants with the use of her ninja class skills. She surrounded the giant ant with 3 of her Mirage clones, shattering them to deal intense damage into the creature. As the insect died, another praying mantis rushed towards her. Mildred triggered her Journeyman tier ability, Mirage Blades. Clone knives went flying towards the creature, causing intense damage. She rushed up and stabbed the praying mantis right in the throat. Yellow bodily fluid gushed out of it as it died on the ground before her. Edgar Redfield was nearby, tearing through insects with his spirit druid abilities. Further away, Alice and Clara were fighting together, making a great duo. As Mildred killed another giant ant, a new enemy emerged, flying up the side of Brother Solus and revealing herself. It was a strange-looking humanoid woman with fleshy tendrils for hair and glowing green eyes. She had black wings that helped her fly high above the battlefield. Lilith. It couldn't be, Mildred thought as soon as her eyes laid on the insect queen. Mildred thought she was being crazy, but when she glanced over to Edgar, she could see he was undergoing a very similar thought process. At that moment, Lilith flew away from the battle taking place at Brother Solus and headed towards Sister Celine. "We have to follow her," said Mildred. "I don't know why, Edgar, but you and I must take that woman on." Edgar nodded. The 2 of them retreated from the battlefield, rushing past elven soldiers fighting. They eventually arrived at the platform of the great ancient tree of Sister Celine. Lilith floated above the platform of the great tree, almost as if she was waiting for Edgar and Mildred to arrive. Mildred wondered if this insect queen was having the same odd feeling that both she and Edgar were having. As they arrived at the platform of Sister Celine, Mildred could not deny the thoughts running through her mind any longer. Her stomach lurched at the sight of Lilith up close. The insect queen had Mildred's cheekbones and Edgar's slanted eyes. This wasn't possible. Mildred couldn't explain it. But all 3 of them couldn't deny it. It's her, Mildred thought. Defying all understanding, the insect queen Lilith was Edgar Redfield's and Mildred Cross's long-lost and thought-to-be-dead daughter. 114. Wind and energy swirled around Arendor Ashgrove as he powered himself up for an attack. He stared at his 2 children like they were nothing more than pests to be destroyed. Even the tiniest morsel of recognition, warmth, and love that the man had for his own children was now completely gone. This man was not their father, merely a shell, a mind roach operating the powerful elf as a host. Arendor Ashgrove was dead, his mind and soul rotted by the corruption of the insect controlling his brain. "Oh my," said Thalia, looking frantically between Curtis and her mind roach corrupted father. "Are we really going to fight our dad?" The fact that their true father was no longer alive hadn't sunk into Thalia's mind yet. It was a lot to take in at once. That their father was dead, and that they needed to kill the mind roach that had taken over the man's body. Even Curtis could feel himself hesitating. This was still his father after all. And yet, Curtis already had experience fighting and killing his father. It was what he had to do to break through the second threshold. If he could fight and destroy his father inside his inner core realm, he could do it again here in real life. "We truly have no choice but to fight and destroy him," said Curtis. "It's either him or all of Sylvanstride and the glittering forest. He's now as great a threat to the elves as the insect queen Lilith out in the battlefield below." Talk, 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 spat Arendor. That's all you do, banished one. You're not an elf, not really. You're like those other blabbering humans. You disgust me. Thalia winced at her father's words. But if the mind roach has completely taken over his mind, how does he know who we are? Why does he sound like father? Asked Thalia. Because a speck of his consciousness is still there. A speck that fuels the mind roach who has access to all of his memories and feelings. It's doing everything the mind roach wants. And in the moments between that, father's mind is running on autopilot. Thalia shuddered and grimaced at their father. You spoiled, rotten children, spat Arendor. I can't wait to end you. Follow my lead, said Curtis to his sister. I was prepared for this. A few days earlier, in the planning meetings of the upcoming battle with Lilith, Sam had spoken with all his traveler companions, including Curtis. We must be prepared for the possibility that there will be elves in Sylvanstride who were corrupted by the mind roaches before we set up the Reginald Weed, Sam explained. In the final battle with Lilith and her insect army, it's possible that elves within our midst might betray us. Everyone looked at Sam with a serious expression. I've developed a countermeasure, Sam said, materializing a set of powerful-looking darts, one for each of his companions. He grinned. They were powerful darts imbued with a hugely potent amount of Reginald Weed. It was the ultimate counter against someone corrupted by a mind roach. I hope you won't have to use these, said Sam, but I want you to have them, in case you do. Arendor's fingers clutched at the air, like a puppeteer drawing at invisible strings, manipulating the very world around them. Suddenly, dark clouds swirled overhead. A terrifying roar of thunder echoed across the land. Huge lightning strikes splintered across the sky, landing down on the platform where they were standing. If any one of them landed on Thalia or Curtis, they would have been dead in an instant. Electrocuted to dust. No remains. Curtis clawed the air with his hands, twisting the giant lightning strikes raining down on them and redirecting them in the direction of their father. Arendor Ashgrove's Storm Call was one of his most powerful abilities he'd learned along the path of the Thunderbird. It could manipulate the very sky above and bring down lightning strikes that rivaled the powers of the gods. And yet, the very first ability as a traveler with the wizard class gave Curtis the tools to fight against it. Curtis's novice-tier ability, elemental manipulation with an affinity for lightning, meant he could swerve and redirect the powerful blasts his father was sending their way. This is your opportunity, Curtis yelled at his sister. Go, now! Thalia rushed forward, heading towards her father. She raised her fists. A mix of shadow and dream magic swirled around her arm as she threw a punch at her father's jaw. A wolf appeared from her hand, chomping at the bit. She swung wolf fist after wolf fist, pummeling her mind roach corrupted father. Thalia delivered one devastating punch after another. Curtis got into position and threw the powerful dart full of Reginald Weed right at his father. The older elf was too preoccupied to see the hostile projectile zoom across the battlefield. It landed right in the center of the Ardonial's chest. Arendor screamed out in horrific pain. 115, Lilith flapped her insect wings, hovering above the two enemy humans. She didn't know what to make of them. Lilith had learned how to read faces, how to perceive hostile and threatening energy from another being. She was struggling to read these two. They were powerful, formidable foes, but they were looking at her not quite with threatening destruction or violence, but rather concern. The looks the man and woman were giving her made her feel deeply uncomfortable, a feeling like worms were squirming around in her stomach. Words floated to her mind. Mother. Father. She didn't know where they were coming from. Such language was not in her vocabulary. She didn't deal with mothers and fathers. She was the new queen, the ruler of all of her insect creations and mind roach corrupted beings. There were no mothers and fathers within her domain, only her, the new queen. Her eyes narrowed at the humans below her. Even if she wasn't registering the same threat level as other enemies she had faced, They were still a problem that needed to be dealt with. She would remove these two humans as soon as possible. Edgar looked up at the insect woman floating above them. He was at a loss for words. He could see himself in her face, see Mildred. It defied all possibility. But our child, Edgar thought, never made it, never survived. That was about 6 years ago now. If their baby girl had somehow survived, that would have meant she was 6 years old. A child. A kid. Lilith looked like a woman in her late 20s, closer to Olivia Reeves' age. None of this made any sense. Edgar looked over to Mildred. The woman was speechless, her eyes glassy. This isn't good, Edgar thought. They were still in a battlefield, a war zone, a siege. This whole situation was simultaneously a miraculous dream come true and the worst nightmare of all time. Edgar would have done anything for there to be a different reality where things had worked out differently. But this was a nightmare only a demented goddess might come up with. This was horrific. He clenched his fists, not sure if he was ready to fight or bawl his eyes out. Mildred was trying her best to keep it together. She was speechless. She couldn't figure out how it was even possible that this girl in front of her could be their daughter. She then wondered if Lilith recognized that fact. Mildred couldn't even begin to fathom what might be going on inside the insect queen's mind at that moment. This woman was leading the destruction of all of Sylvanstride and the glittering forest. The only way to stop the onslaught was to stop her. Mildred didn't like the implications of what they might have to do here if they wanted to save Sylvanstride. "Lilith," said Mildred, taking a cautious step towards the flying insect woman. "Do you know who we are?" Lilith's eyes widened, and she suddenly screamed with terror. The insect woman shot a sharp tendril that went right through Mildred's heart and out the other side. 116 years ago. Resfall Edgar stepped out from the white gate. His whole body was exhausted. He was pained, horrified by the experience. He was also slightly confused by the final section of it all. He had been gifted a choice of classes, and they would give him new abilities and powers. It all sounded strange and unreal to him. He had had no opportunity to explore what any of that meant, for as soon as he had chosen the Spirit Druid class, a portal appeared that looked as if it would take him back home to Resfall. Tired and grumpy, he had no desire to stay in this awful other world and was happy to return. Waiting for him outside the white gate was his accomplice, Mildred Cross, along with the king and his court advisor, Clarence Erdstrom. "Thank goodness you survived, Redfield," said the king. "Mildred has informed us of the horrific place this portal has taken you to. I'm grateful you were able to return." "As am I," said Clarence Erdstrom with his sickly voice. "We are eager to hear more." Edgar had been a soldier and warrior in the king's court for decades. He had fought in skirmishes, battles, and wars of all kinds. He had never encountered something like these portals. He didn't even know what to call them. More and more of the portals had been sighted across Volsungar in the last few days. Whatever these things were, Edgar knew they were going to change Westria forever. A few hours later, after the king and Clarence were satisfied with all of their questions, Mildred and Edgar were on their own, out in the quiet nighttime streets of Resfall. "I don't like that Clarence Erdstrom," said Edgar. "Who do you like?" snickered Mildred. "I like you," said Edgar, grinning. "Stop it," said the woman. "Shall we go for a drink?" "Are you going to ever stop asking me out?" said Mildred. "Nope," said Edgar, grinning. "Not until it's just a common thing we do between us and I don't even have to ask." "Don't get ahead of yourself, mister," said Mildred. "Princess Alice is going to be going to bed soon, and she likes it when I read her a story. A drink will have to wait for another night. Besides, you should look over whatever class you chose in there. I know that's what I'll be doing later this evening." With that, Mildred walked off, back towards the royal palace. Edgar watched her go. The woman of his dreams. A drink will have to wait for another night. That wasn't a no. That sounded quite like a yes. It was good enough to keep Edgar jubilant for the rest of the evening. In the weeks that followed, Utter chaos ruled the land of Volsungar. Those who entered the White Gate and came out alive came to be known as travelers. Many who entered the White Gate never returned. The few travelers in Volsungar were immediately assigned roles to fight against monsters, mainly goblins, that seemed to be coming out, rushing from the blue portals dotted across the land. Edgar was in discussions with the king to form a travelers' guild, so that they could be a bit more organized with taking on the threat of these emerging portals, now referred to as dungeon gates. After a few more weeks, Edgar had become the new leader and guildmaster of the official Resfall Travelers Guilds. More guild would be formed across the different localities and provinces across Volsungar, all following the model set out by this initial guild. After a couple of months, the world had come to accept that the dungeon gates were here to stay, and luckily, travelers would be able to beat back their threatening presence. While Edgar had always been an esteemed warrior, for him to become the leader of this new class of soldier and adventurer filled him with great esteem. On top of this, he had gone for not just drinks with Mildred in his free time, but he had also gone for dinner with her on another night, and a stroll in the park another time. Both of them were approaching the latter half of their lives. They'd both fallen in love and nursed a broken heart far too many times to count, and yet to embark on the optimistic journey of falling in love once more felt like a joy to both of them. In the weeks that followed, they occasionally shared an entire evening and morning together. They would also occasionally take on the odd blue dungeon gate together. Life is strange, Edgar thought. The world has never been crazier, and yet I am in love and happier than I've ever been. Using the spirit druid mana cultivation, Edgar punched the giant worm that was the dungeon gate boss right in the side, creating a massive hole in its side. Pink blood gushed out, and the worm was soon on its side, melting into a monster stone. "Well done," said Mildred, coming over to him. He grabbed her by the waist and kissed her. The adrenaline of the battle had put him in a slightly crazed mood. He wanted to live life to the fullest, seize the moment. Death was only ever a second away. "We shouldn't," said Mildred, blushing. "The dungeon doesn't close up for another 2 hours." "You're crazy, Edgar Redfield," said Mildred. "Absolutely crazy." It was a miracle before it was a nightmare. Mildred had shown up at Edgar's place in the morning, beaming. "I don't know how to explain it, Edgar," said Mildred, "but I'm with child." Edgar's eyes widened. "I know," said Mildred. Mildred was past the age of getting pregnant. She had long given up hopes of motherhood and having a family. She had made her peace with that a long time ago. "It must have been when we, in the dungeon gate?" Edgar let out a loud sigh. "Oh no," said Mildred. "Are you disappointed? Overwhelmed? Stressed?" "No," said Edgar, holding out his arms to Mildred and shaking his head. "I'm in disbelief, but I couldn't be happier." They hugged, cried, and wept with happiness. At this point in their lives, they were finally going to have something they never thought they would: a family. A month later, Mildred started to show, which made it all the more striking when a few months after that, the baby disappeared. Edgar found Mildred grief-stricken one morning. Her body that had been changing over the last few months had suddenly changed drastically yet again. Her whole stomach was flat, like she had never been pregnant in the first place. "Mildred," said Edgar softly, "I'm sorry." Mildred sobbed. Her whole body shivered. She looked up with tears and snot covering her face. He had never seen the woman so pained. "Why?" she croaked. Why had she been given the hope of having a baby in the first place? What was the point? "I don't know," said Edgar. He tried to put his arm around to comfort her. She pushed him away. She shook her head. "We should never have done something so important in a treacherous place like a dungeon," she spat at Edgar. "It's no one's fault, Mildred," said Edgar. But she couldn't hear him. She was too overwhelmed with grief. She screamed at him to go, to leave her. She didn't want to be with anyone. She wanted to be on her own with her sadness. Edgar tried to protest, but eventually he relented. He checked in on her later that day, and she told her to leave him alone. The same thing the day after, and the day after that. 2 months went by, and she always sent Edgar away. In such a short period of time, a gulf of grief, anger, and resentment had grown between them, one that felt impossible to ever cross. The love and connection they shared, impossible to return to. Some wounds simply could never be healed. As the months turned to years, it became easier to try and forget and move on than be constantly reminded of the horrible loss that now bonded them together day after day. 117, present day, 1789. Edgar screamed with horror at the sight of Lilith's pincer's tendrils wrenching its way right through Mildred's heart and out the other side. Mildred! Edgar felt the world spin around him. Mildred couldn't be dead. He couldn't believe it. There was so much that still remained unsaid between them. It was too soon. Just as a tear was forming in his eye, Mildred's body flickered out of existence, leaving only the elongated tendril pincer in place on its own. Footsteps echoed from the nearby shadows. Emerging from just off to the side was Mildred Cross, with hardly a scratch on her. Of course, Edgar thought with relief. He wasn't sure when, but Mildred had utilized her ninja class's Mirage and Clone ability to stay protected in their confrontation with Lilith, but clearly she had. For a moment, he had been worried that the sheer uncanny nature of who Lilith was might have put Mildred off her normal strategic battle prowess, but it looked like that wasn't the case. "What should we do?" said Mildred. "I don't want to kill her." Edgar shook his head. "She's leading an assault on the city. She's going to kill everyone. We need to do something. We need to incapacitate her at the very least." The man looked around and saw the destruction taking place just across Sylvanstride at the Battle of Brother Solus. He didn't even want to think about what might have to be done once they had neutralized Lilith as a threat. Lilith flapped her insect wings in the air and stretched out her hands. A green glow formed in both of her palms, eventually taking on the shape of large spheres. She whipped the spheres towards the ground. Edgar and Mildred braced themselves for an explosion. Instead, the green orbs bubbled and boiled and burst open with countless large, hairy, venomous spiders. Edgar immediately took on a fighting stance. He triggered the apprentice tier ability of his spirit druid class, Conjure Spirit Flame Skin. The special pink mana that came from the Spirit Druid class suddenly enveloped all of Edgar's body. He then pushed forward and kicked a hole right through one of the hairy spiders, sending blood and guts flying. As he smashed through the summoned spiders, Lilith kept throwing down more green orbs to create more broodlings. Across from Edgar, Mildred was utilizing all of her ninja class skills, creating clones and shattering them to blow up spiders, stabbing them with her hairpin. Edgar pushed forward, obliterating the spiders as he did so. He eventually got close to Lilith. He triggered his journeyman tier ability, Spirit Werewolf Transformation. He erupted into a powerful form and leaped up at Lilith, ready to smash her to the ground. His attack managed to propel her down to the ground, but his fist hardly did any damage. Lilith looked back at Edgar with her alien, glowing green eyes. The insect queen had triggered some ability that turned her whole exterior into a thick, impenetrable bark. What the? Horns then began to appear outside of Lilith's body, until they all shot out and managed to stab Edgar in the side and hit Mildred as well. Suddenly, Edgar's vision went wobbly and he fell onto the floor, gyrating. He wanted to get up, but he couldn't. Mildred was on the ground as well. This is bad, Edgar thought. Very bad. Sam slashed off the arm of a winged sky ogre before delivering another slash right through the side of its body, severing the creature in half. Multiple messages appeared in Sam's profile. "Congratulations! Deathlord has reached Journeyman tier." Sam grinned. His eyes then widened as he took in his newest ability. That sounds incredible, he thought, eager to try out the new power. Perfect timing as the other message in his profile said, "Congratulations! Stage 4 complete. Stage 5 will commence in 1 minute. Only one more stage left. Hang in there, you guys, Sam thought to himself. I'll be back soon. 118 Arendor screamed in pain. The old elf reached down to the dart that had punctured his chest and wrenched it free and then threw it away. You think stupid little tricks are going to beat me, he hissed. Curtis narrowed his eyes, taking in the mind-roach-corrupted version of his father. He couldn't decide which one was more of a cruel piece of trash, his original father or this mind-roach-corrupted one. Face it, hissed Arendor. You aren't strong enough to defeat me. The older elf was right. Thalia and Curtis did face an uphill battle trying to take on the Ardonial. He was older, wiser, and more powerful in his path than Thalia, or even Curtis's new magic equivalent. But what they lacked in sheer raw power, they more than made up for in the fact that it was 2-on-1. Arendor raised his arms and reached towards the stormy skies he had created. A burst of lightning shot down towards him, and defiantly, he grabbed hold of the lightning strike and wielded it in his hand. He threw the lightning in his hand towards Curtis. Curtis reached out and, using his wizard class's elemental manipulation ability, splintered the lightning bolt into tiny, smaller bolts until the projectile was completely destroyed before ever reaching him. Curtis stretched out his hand and created a ball of lightning to retaliate against his father with. He whipped it at the man, but as he threw the lightning ball, a sharp sound pierced his ears, throwing him and his accuracy off balance. Curtis clutched his ears as the sound was so powerful. It was causing so much pain he found himself collapsing onto the ground. The same effects were happening to Thalia. This was one of the most powerful abilities Arendor Ashgrove had learned on the path of the Thunderbird. This was an ability known as thunderous resonance. It allowed Arendor to manipulate the electrical pattern of sound waves to create a powerful, paralyzing area of effect attack. Curtis didn't see how they could break the spell, unless they were able to land an attack of Arendor. But that was the problem. They were too overwhelmed by the piercing sound waves to move close enough to attack him. Or so Curtis thought. Thalia teleported in a flash, using her Path of the Nightwolf abilities, reappearing near Arendor. Just as she reappeared, she held up her fist and delivered a powerful magic punch right into the back of Arendor's head. The arrogant older elf didn't see it coming, and he flew down to the ground. Thalia came at him with a barrage of powerful punches, way more powerful than the blows she'd previously delivered to him. She screamed with rage as she threw down the punches. Arendor coughed up blood, and suddenly Thalia held back her fist. She was shaking. Tears were coming down her eyes. I don't know, she trembled. If I can do... Arendor smiled up at her softly. You don't have to do anything, sweetie, he said. Thalia stayed still, locked in her position. She had her father in a fatal spot. One punch from her Nightwolf fist, and the old elf would be obliterated, along with the mind roach that was corrupting his brain. The battle could be over in 1 second. One knockout blow. And yet, Thalia found herself hesitating. Arendor's face softened. That's my girl, Thalia, said the man. I'm still here, see? Your old grumpy mess of a father. There's another way. You can defeat the mind roach without killing me. Just let me show you the way. Tears brimmed in Thalia's eyes. Don't listen to him, shouted Curtis. It's the mind roach. He's lying to you. Be a good girl and let me show you the way, said Arendor. Lower your fists for me now. Thalia kept her fist raised, but her whole body was shivering. She couldn't do it. Arendor saw his chance and took it. He grabbed his daughter's arm and twisted it before sending shock waves of powerful lightning through her whole body. Thalia gyrated in the air. Arendor punched her in the gut so hard that she went flying across the platform, crashing into the ground. Thalia was bloody, bruised, and unconscious. Idiot girl, hissed Arendor as he stepped up back onto his feet. Now it's just you and me, son. Curtis was brimming with anger, lightning crackling in his hands. He was full of rage as he took in his little sister, unconscious and bruised on the ground before him. She had been beaten at the hands of their father. their father that had been cruel to them all of their life. Curtis knew the mind roach had taken full control of Arendor Ashgrove now, but it still said something, that the difference between the man then and now was very little. "Don't worry, worthless child of mine," spat Arendor. "I'll finish off your sister after I'm done with you." Arendor then reached his hands out into the sky and began channeling massive bolts of lightning and hurling them towards Curtis. Curtis deflected them with his own elemental manipulation abilities. Lightning bolts then began to surround Arendor as he readied himself for a new attack. Lightning crackled and fizzled around the old elf until suddenly the electrical current created a bird he was riding on the back of. "You can't defeat me from above," hissed Arendor. "You're nothing but a rodent on the ground. You're worthless." Something finally snapped in Curtis. He wasn't going to take this man's garbage anymore. He shot out his hands and triggered his apprentice-tier wizard ability, Lightning Cage. A giant cage flew forth towards Arendor. The man just flew above it with his lightning bird. "Your abilities are worthless just like you are," taunted Arendor. Curtis ignored his father's taunts. He created a lightning cage, and then another. After he created countless lightning cages that were taking up a huge portion of the platform, Curtis then triggered his journeyman tier ability, Lightning Chain Hook. "Such a pitiful use of lightning magic," laughed Arendor from above. "What worthless thing will you show me next?" Then Curtis screamed. He had truly had enough. "I am not worthless!" He threw out his lightning chain hook. Arendor swerved on his elemental summon to dodge the attack. The old elf's eyes widened as he realized the attack wasn't for him. Curtis's lightning hook latched onto one of his lightning cages before being whipped in the direction of Arendor. Curtis used his lightning chain hook over and over again to hurl the lightning cages in the direction of his father. Soon enough, the old elf was surrounded by lightning cages all in the air. Curtis then smirked. "Survive this." He then triggered the level 3 evolution of his lightning cage ability, and all of the lightning cages surrounding Arendor shattered in a massive explosion. 119, Elven soldier Arindil Starblade gripped his sword as the massive mantis loomed over him. The giant insect monster leaned over to its left, and with its massive grasping legs swung it to the side, toppling a group of elven soldiers off the platform of Brother Solus. The fallen soldiers' screams did not pierce the chaotic clamor of the battle taking place. Arindil couldn't even fathom how to fight this thing. The creature's standing legs kept the rest of its body safe from closer-range melee attacks. Furthermore, the legs were sturdy and thick, and would require multiple slashes to even begin making a dent, by which point the creature's grasping arms would be piercing his flesh and lifting him up to be devoured by the insect's mandibles. What he needed desperately was a squad of rangers who followed the path of the bow. Unfortunately, most of them had just been fatally pushed off the platform. Arindil knew he didn't have very good options. Attack the creature's legs or retreat. But there was nowhere to run. Giant, deadly insects were all around him. Arindil gripped his blade and ran towards the creature's leg, slashing at it with his sharpened edge of steel. He followed the path of the sword, so he imbued his blade with a white glow of mana, adding to the power and strength of his attacks. And yet, it didn't do anything. His sword attacks barely made a dent. He could feel the looming presence of the mantis's grappling arms coming for him. This is it, he thought. He took one last slash and prayed for his family. The shadow of the mantis's grappling leg came closer and closer until suddenly the shadow disappeared in a flash. Arindil spun around to see the giant mantis swept up in a whirlwind of gushing water. At first, Arindil figured it must be the work of elves who followed the path of water, but he had never heard of an ability like this one before. Then appearing from the side of the whirlwind was a human boy riding a surfboard and holding up a powerful staff. He had locked the mantis in a deadly sphere of water. The surfboard and the young man's use of new magic had made it so the mantis couldn't escape the giant pocket of water, leaving it to suffocate and drown. Incredible, Arindil thought. Such amazing power. Brock lifted his burly arms. His hands gripped onto the handle of his massive warhammer. He swung down.
The base of the hammer smashed into a giant armored beetle. The insect's shell cracked at the power and strength of Brock's blow. As the shell cracked, the hammer pushed deeper and deeper until the flesh of the beetle was squeezed against the ground. Ooze, pus, and crushed flesh spread outward from Brock's blow. He lifted up his hammer and with his foot kicked the beetle's remains into the eyes on an incoming ant.
"They don't bloody stop coming, do they?"
he roared. He lifted up his hammer once more and threw it back onto the ground, this time triggering his warrior-class novice-tier ability, Attack Burst. As his warhammer smashed into the ground, his weapon glowed with a bright light. A wave of hostile energy rippled forth from his smashed warhammer. The bright energy shot forward, smashing right into the incoming giant ant. It broke through the insect's carapace before the energy split into three and left the entire ant cut up. Piles of flesh toppled on top of one another. The elven warriors nearby were appalled by the inelegance of Brock's fighting style, though nevertheless they were incredibly impressed. Nyra gripped her little sister Gwindor's hands as they rushed across the Silverleaf Elmway to shelter. Their home had been destroyed, and now they were rushing towards their grandma's apartment on the other side of the city. "Nyra, look out!" screamed her sister.
Emerging from a nearby tree was a gigantic centipede that had crawled up the tree and was now looming right over them. The centipede leaned towards them, mandibles hungrily ready to devour the two elven children. Just as the centipede came in to eat them, Nyra felt a hand grip onto her shirt, and next thing she knew, she was then soaring in the air, far away from the massive centipede. It all happened so fast, she didn't have time to scream. A human girl with amber hair had grabbed both Nyra and her sister. "Don't worry," said the incredible girl who had rescued them high into the air. "I think centipedes are gross too. I'll get you two to safety." Both the elven children looked at the girl who had rescued them with awe. Nyra thought the girl was extraordinary. Elven spearman Calential Rivermist wrenched his weapon free from a slain beetle. Blood gushing out from the insect's carapace, staining Calential's spear. He looked around the battlefield with dismay. The monster insects were just too powerful. He'd already lost his squad to the horrific creatures. He was now fighting futilely on his own. It was just a matter of time before he ran out of energy and was devoured by one of these repulsive insects. At that very moment, a giant spider appeared, looming over him. He sent mana into his spear and slashed the spider, but it shot out a web projectile, locking Calential's spear in place. Crud. He pulled at his spear, and it wouldn't come free from the web. The spider had trapped him. Risk his life and hope to get his spear back, or run and surely die in the battle without a weapon. Just as Calential was losing all hope, a huge hole burned through the spider from the other side. A fist emerged, covered in bright orange flames. What power is this? As the giant spider burnt into an ashen crisp, the fighter who had dealt the powerful blow was revealed. It was none other than Queen Alice Grace of the Volsungar Kingdom. Calential was amazed. The human queen was not just beautiful, she was certifiably a fierce and valiant fighter as well. Edgar felt an overwhelming tension all throughout his body, a squeezing and twisting pain. The agony had no precise location. It just jolted and jerked through every fragment of his body, from his pores to his organs to his bones. A harsh spasm keeping him paralyzed on the platform of Sister Celine. Even attempting to move his eyes caused agonizing discomfort. The paralysis currently had him facing downwards, staring at the wooden ground of the ancient tree. Shuddering, he slowly pushed his eyes to look upward, fighting against what felt like insurmountable pain. In his swaying vision, he could make out the figure of Lilith. The insect queen was floating high above them. Green blood spurted out from her shoulders. Emerging from her back were two more tentacles, growing out from the holes that had just popped from her back. The tentacles elongated. She whipped them at a tall tree where elven citizens lived. The tentacle attack had enough power to cause a crack in the tree. She whipped at it again. A cracking sound echoed all through Sylvenstride, cutting through the noise of battle. She's so powerful, Edgar thought. If Mildred and I failed to defeat her, there's only one person who might remotely stand a chance. Edgar wanted to look over to the gold dungeon gate, but it was too painful to do so. Behind the front lines of the battle for Brother Solus, the gold dungeon gate continued to flicker unimpeded. A portal to another world. A realm far from the fighting and bloodshed of Sylvenstride. The portal swirled with energy. The movement of the energy spiraled from the outside in, as if drawing an onlooker's eye deeper and deeper, inviting one's focus into the vortex before one even stepped foot inside it. A dungeon gate, a gorgolith, as the elves called it, would have been a sight of terror at any other moment in the capital city of Sylvenstride. But as the battle for the heart and soul of the glittering forest raged on, the dungeon gate was ignored, allowed to merely ripple with energy peacefully. That was why, when a figure emerged from just outside of it, nobody immediately noticed it. The figure was none other than a black-haired swordsman, returning to this world with newfound strength and power. 120. Sam took a step forward away from the gold dungeon gate. Screams of rage and terror echoed all around him. The battle cries were intermixed with alien-sounding hisses and squeals from the deadly insects. Sam had been given no moment of respite between completing the challenges of the Gold Gate and returning to the real world. He had no way of knowing when in the dungeon gate how much time would pass between when he entered and when he would return. Exiting the dungeon gate to find the battle for Sylvenstride already underway wasn't what he had been hoping for, but he was prepared for such a scenario nevertheless. The wind blew Sam's hair back. The stench of smoke and blood filled Sam's nostrils as he moved forward. In the distance, he could see a huge battle raging on between the elves and Lilith's insect army. It was all chaos. He could only glimpse fragments of the violence and turmoil through the fog of battle. Arrows flew one way, clashing with shots of bright green venom. An axe tore through a giant ant. A huge centipede devoured a group of injured elven spearmen. The onslaught of destruction went on and on, no end in sight. Sam knew his friends were somewhere in that theater of bloodshed and darkness. Clara, Toby, Olivia, and Brock. Part of him wanted to rush in there and help them, save them, make sure they were all right. That was one of the hardest parts of being a soldier in war, accepting the uncertainty, not just of your own survival, but that of your comrades. They all had their part to play in this battle, and Sam couldn't play theirs, just as none of them could play his. Sam had to focus on the task at hand. His mission was simple. He needed to find Lilith and finish her off. When she had finally been defeated in his first timeline, her entire bug army had disintegrated into dust. Lilith was the queen of the hive, the central brain and nervous system of every being in her army. When she died, they all died. Sam quickly triggered his mana sense. His sensors exploded with mana activity, but he could see one hugely powerful dot in the distance, with two slightly smaller dots nearby. The former dot was definitely the strongest mana activity within the vicinity, which meant it had to be Lilith. He hurried in the direction of Sister Celine. As he got closer, he could see a small figure floating in the air, massive tentacles swirling from her back. Her skin was an alien gray, and her eyes glowed an unnatural green. Lilith. At her feet were two other figures, paralyzed and shivering on the ground. It took Sam a second, but then he saw that it was Guildmaster Redfield and Mildred Cross. The old man trembled on the ground, like all of his muscles were twisting and tightening inside of him against his will. Mildred's red face and shivering body suggested she was undergoing a similar level of agony. He hated to see two travelers he had so much respect and admiration for, weak and injured on the ground like this. It also changed the dynamics of the upcoming battle with Lilith in a way he didn't like. If he attacked Lilith now, she could use his emotional attachment to these two against him, force him to protect them while taking blows from her. He knew what he needed to do. Lilith's whole being was filled with rage. She was angry, thirsting for blood and destruction. The feeling of bloodlust rushed through her as the senses of all of her minions battling flooded through her. Killing elves, devouring them, tearing into their flesh. Soon the enemies that threatened her and her army would all be gone. She wouldn't let a single one of them remain in this world. She planned to kill them all. She whipped her pincer tentacles against the grandiose trees of the forest city. Her whole body shuddered as she whacked the tentacles against the tree, battering at it like a lumberjack trying to chop it down. As her bugs destroyed the elves, she'd destroy their physical homes, destroy the cowering innocent civilians hiding there. None of them deserved to live. There was also a part of her that she couldn't even admit to herself that wanted to focus on destroying the living quarters of the elves because it kept her from making a decision about the two older humans lying below her. She hated them. She felt an overwhelming feeling towards them, but somehow she felt as if she couldn't kill them. It was a perplexing feeling for someone like her who relished in the pleasure of hunting and destroying her enemies. As she whipped her tentacle pincer at the arboreal residence, her mind sensed a new hostile threat. She spun around to see a blue floating mirror of some kind. Or was it a shield? She didn't have time to figure out what it was because next thing she saw was a massive crimson ball of fire through the reflection of the mirror. She spun around and swerved to dodge the incoming fireball. Her heart raced. Where had that come from? She didn't have to ask as she felt a powerful blow knock against her back, sending her tumbling in the sky. She'd been hit. She frantically scrambled to get her bearings as she tumbled below. The fireball must have bounced off that shield and hit me, she quickly surmised, taking in how she had been tricked. She got her bearings in the air and flew back to where she was to destroy whoever had bested her. But when she returned, the platform was empty, including the two humans she had paralyzed. "What is this?" she thought with rage. "Where are my prisoners?" Then, walking down the passage to the platform where she had fought the older pair was a new human. He had shaggy black hair and gleaming red eyes. The final showdown of the battle for Sylvanstride was about to begin. 121. Lilith's eyes narrowed as she took in the puny human swordsman walking towards her. The harsh clamor and roars of the battle between her insect army and the elves raged on nearby. But her focus was solely on the black-haired boy approaching her. She remembered everything she knew about this young man, all the information she had gathered from her underlings. The boy used a form of blood magic, along with other trickery. She quickly noticed the ground below her. There were countless dead carcasses of summoned spiders lying in pools of their thick yellow blood. Her previous battle had left the environment more in her opponent's favor than she would have liked. It was time to rectify that. Sam moved forward, ready to take on Lilith. The insect queen hovered high above him. Her thin, mosquito-like wings fluttered behind her. He was pleased that his strategy for rescuing Mildred and Edgar had worked. He had sent the arcane aegis high in the sky, followed by a massive blood flame ball attack to keep Lilith distracted as he quickly carried and moved the two paralyzed travelers to safety further away. Of course, nowhere in Sylvanstride was currently safe, but outside the direct gaze of the insect queen was a step up from where they had been situated before. It also removed one of his potential disadvantages from the upcoming fight. Now they were on a more equal footing. In fact, Sam thought he might be in a better position, what with all the yellow spider blood spooling everywhere on the platform. Time to take advantage, he grinned. He materialized his shadow blade. The sword's hilt appeared neatly between his fingers as he went from gripping the air to his new blade of choice. Black mist swirled around the master-tier blade. At that very second, Lilith threw down a small orb on the ground. Sam readied himself to take on a host of spider monsters, except hatching from the strange orb on the ground was a small insect with a massive tube for a mouth. Within seconds, the strange creature sucked up all the yellow blood, removing it from the battlefield. I see, Sam thought. He was impressed. Lilith was using her knowledge of his abilities that she had gained from battles with previous minions of hers. She understood the importance of blood to many of his abilities, and therefore was limiting the amount of blood magic he could use at the start of this fight. Sam quickly considered the moves that Lilith would know he had from the previous battles he'd had with mind roach-infested travelers and some of her insect creations. Based on the previous battles, Sam surmised his opponent had a basic understanding of Pain Ring, Blood Flame, Blood Teleport, and Hurting Hook. She was also aware of his Arcane Aegis's shield abilities. That meant he had about 5 abilities she wasn't aware of. Those abilities included Blood Vision, Shadeslayer's ability to attack opponents' shadows, the 2 abilities connected to his Silver Dragon armor set, Pain Transfer and Dragon Defense, and then finally, the new ability he had unlocked when hitting Journeyman tier with his legendary Deathlord class. Those were the main tricks he had up his sleeve. Everything else the Insect Queen would be ready for. That's fine, he thought. I know what I need to do. Lilith smiled, watching her minion bug suck up all the blood from the battlefield. She then sent the creature a telepathic command to go walk over to the edge of the platform and fall to its death. She didn't want the swordsman slashing the minion open and letting all the blood she'd just removed leak all over the platform once more. She was well aware from her memories of her mind roach minions that the boy carried vials of blood with him to artificially create what he needed in battles. She had a plan for that if it came up. She stretched out her hands on either side. Her hands took on a bright glow as she channeled mana directly to the center of her palms. The bright glow took on a spherical quality within the grip of her fingers, slowly morphing from a yellow luminescence to an eldritch green. Lilith's strategy was simple. Limit the human's most complicated and tricky abilities, force him to make a mistake, and then just overwhelm and destroy him with her sheer advantage in power and strength. She whipped her hostile magic at the young man as he rushed towards her. He strafed along the platform, dodging the blows. A red circle then shot forth from the young man's chest, creating a large crimson radius around the battlefield. Here we go, Lilith thought. The red circle gave him advantages over time so long as he stayed within it. She also knew that ranged attacks would gain the increased power advantages as well. That was how her minion, Damian Blackthorn, had ultimately been defeated. She floated further away from the swordsman and continued to lob hostile projectiles at him. The coward continued to zigzag and dodge the attacks. She kept waiting for him to materialize a vial of blood so he could attack her from long range, but he didn't. Why isn't he doing that? Only as she asked herself that question did it dawn on her. The kid might have a ranged attack that she didn't know about. At that very moment, gashes and cuts opened up all across her body out of nowhere, like an invisible sword was slashing at her. More than that, the attacks had pinpointed the specific spots where her exoskeleton was weakest. She screamed with pain as blood poured out of her and she collapsed to the floor. 122. Sam caught his breath. Lilith's body collapsed onto the ground in a destroyed heap. Looks like my strategy worked, he thought with satisfaction. Knowing that Lilith knew most of his abilities already, Sam decided it was best to bide his time while gaining more and more power from inside his pain ring. And then, when he deemed he was powerful enough, he used Shadeslayer's ability to attack enemy shadows. The ranged attack was strong enough due to all the added power from being inside his pain ring, along with his blood vision ability telling him the exact places to hit that would harm Lilith the most. The Insect Queen didn't stand a chance. He walked over to her fallen body, only to take an instinctual step back full of repulsion. Lilith's corpse began to bubble and contort. Sam's guard was instantly up again. Something very strange was happening. He quickly materialized a vial of blood and whipped it at the bubbling corpse and triggered Blood Flame. Even as the strange morphing carcass was covered in flames, it didn't appear to take any damage, almost as if it was immune from attacks in this current transitional form. Sam had a feeling his battle with Lilith was far from over. Lilith's traveler profile raced with new information. Hatching new mode. Lilith's second form. Objectives: kill black-haired swordsman. Unleash full power. Lilith felt her eyes glow with burning green energy as she found herself coming back from the dead. Sam's eyes narrowed as a new, bulkier figure emerged from behind the smoke. As the air cleared, a muscular monster stepped forward. It had the same gray skin and glowing green eyes that made it undeniable that this creature was Lilith, but it had to be some new, more powerful form of hers. Her arms dangled at her sides with thick claws at the end of them, a large tail slithering behind her back. Her jaw was large with an accompanying set of razor-sharp teeth. Sam stretched out his arms and opened his palms wide. The yellow blood on the ground began to glow, and the droplets flew up from the ground, taking on a crimson glow. The glowing particles flowed to both his hands until he had 2 swirling blood flame balls in his palms. He took a step back and wound up his arm before hurling one fiery sphere at the incoming monstrosity. The blast flew across the platform and smashed into the creature's chest. The powerful flame diminished within seconds as it failed to burn against Lilith's toughened skin. Sam whipped out another ball, and once again the blood flame ball did nothing. Lilith kept trudging forward to Sam, unimpeded. Sam generated another 2 blood flame balls and whipped them once again. Except this time, he was aiming for above and behind Lilith. Within milliseconds of throwing out the blood flame projectiles, he materialized his shadow blade and began slashing with a furious frenzy. For a brief moment, the blood flame balls he had whipped out into the air had created enough light to cause Lilith's now grounded body to cast a shadow towards him. Sam slashed and slashed at the insect queen's shadow. "Take that!" he yelled with a violent fury. The insect queen's new form was so much more powerful from her previous one. The attacks that had destroyed her last time were doing nothing now. In a split second, Lilith went from walking to charging at him. She moved with such speed she was in front of him before he had a second to react. With her clawed fist, she punched Sam in the gut. Pain rushed through his entire body. His vision blacked out for a second. He had gone from standing upright to suddenly smacking down into the ground. Lilith's punch must have sent him hurtling across the platform. He rolled over and put his hands on the ground to push himself up. A shadow loomed over him. A huge foot was about to come down and squash his head and brain into nothing but pulverized flesh. He rolled over and dodged the blow. He jumped back on his feet and scrambled back into the pain ring. He felt his vision wobble from the pain from Lilith's blow. It had done a powerful number on him. He tried to regain his composure in the face of Lilith rushing towards him. As the hulking insect queen came towards him, she suddenly split into 2. A transparent facsimile of her was swerving to the right to come at Sam's side. It was his level 3 evolution of pain ring coming online, split-second vision. After enough damage had been taken within the pain ring, Sam could begin seeing where his opponent was going to move. He dodged Lilith's attack and landed a powerful blow to her back. The hulking monster groaned in pain and lashed out in a fury. Once again, Sam knew exactly where to move to avoid her attacks. By the 3rd time, Sam managed to dodge and attack her. Lilith roared with rage. She then leaped into the air. A horrifying popping sound took place, followed by the sound of mutating flesh squishing together. Lilith grew another set of wings, these ones thicker and webbed. Alongside her grown wings, she started sprouting more tentacles. The tentacles rushed towards Sam. There were too many to count or track even with his advanced split-second vision. He dodged one and slashed his sword, cutting one of the tentacles off. The tentacle flopped on the ground as the main arm grew back more. Then he felt a wet, slimy sensation around his ankle. He looked down to see the tentacle tightening around his leg. He pushed forward only to be held back by the incredible strength of the tentacle. Soon his arm was caught, and then so was his other leg. He triggered blood teleport, but the ability didn't take hold. What the? There must be some spell-canceling power to the tentacle's grip. He squirmed, trying to break free of Lilith's hold over him, but he was completely stuck. He fought and tried to contort his body in different ways, but it was no use. She had taken complete autonomy of his arms and legs away from him. A loud squishing noise came from Lilith's back as another tentacle grew out of her. This one had a sharpened, pincer-like stem. It began to slither towards Sam's chest and heart, moving with a rapid and eager pace. He only had a few more seconds to live. He knew it was now or never. He had to unleash his newest ability. 123 Lilith's slimy gray tentacles wrapped around Sam's legs and arms with an increasingly tight embrace. All along the tentacles, sharp white spikes began to protrude out from the skin. The deathly sharpened points punctured Sam's skin and flesh. He screamed out in agony and pain. The spikes went deeper and deeper. Sam's legs and arms began to dribble with thick, dark red blood. Sam's whole vision swayed. He was losing blood fast. Too fast. He'd be unconscious in a minute if he didn't do something. Not to mention the sharp pincer seconds away from stabbing him right in the heart and ending his life forever. He had to trigger his newest ability, the one he had unlocked by hitting Journeyman Tier with his legendary Death Lord class while in the Gold Dungeon Gate. It was the only option he had, and he didn't even know if it would work. The tentacles paralyzing him had rendered him unable to use his blood teleport ability. Did the tentacles cancel out all spells and abilities, or just ones related to spatial occupancy and movement? Sam hoped for the latter, otherwise he'd be dead. He then triggered the new ability. Dark blood dribbled down his body, but as Sam initiated his new power, the blood began to move in a different direction. The leaking blood began to flow upward, sliding up Sam's skin. From the open wounds in his arms and his legs, all of the blood leaking out of him coalesced on his back. The blood blurred and mixed together. It bubbled and stretched and contorted in odd ways, until the blood began to push outward as two cylindrical objects making a V shape. The 2 points began to take on more of a recognizable form, finally emerging as 2 whole new arms with elbows and hands, composed entirely of dark blood emerging from the openings in Sam's silver dragon armor. The blood arms reached out and grabbed hold of the incoming pincer just before it stabbed Sam right in the heart. Lilith winced with pain and struggle. The swordsman's new blood arms held her tentacle pincer back. The hand then gripped down on the tentacle and twisted. A huge burst of pain went through all of Lilith's system. The swordsman twisted so hard that there was eventually a loud cracking sound as the sharp protrusions beneath the tentacle flesh snapped and cracked. "What power is this?" Lilith thought as she squirmed in agony. She raced through all of her memories from her minions, not once hearing about a blood manipulation technique like this one. Seconds later, the swordsman completely tore Lilith's tentacle arm apart, yellow blood falling and splashing onto the ground violently. The sharp pincer fell to the floor and flapped helplessly like a fish on land. With the pincer threat now removed, the swordsman reached up with his new blood limbs and with either blood hand took hold of the tentacles holding up his arms. They reached down and gripped the tentacles. The fingers of the blood hand then sharpened into claws, tearing into the tentacles and ripping them to shreds. Horrific, agonizing pain coursed all through Lilith's body. With the swordsman's regular hands free, he materialized his shadow blade. He slashed downward, slicing cleanly through one of the tentacles gripped around his leg with utter ease. Yellow blood sprayed out from the sliced open tentacle, while its missing portion wriggled on the ground at his feet. The swordsman quickly removed the other tentacle as well, completely freeing himself from Lilith's tentacle paralysis. Lilith scowled with rage. Sam knew it was time to push the limits of his new ability. His Journeyman Tier Death Lord ability wasn't just the power to grow extra blood arms. No, it was way more powerful than that. It was now or never to finish this fight. Edgar Redfield lay on the ground in agony, his vision blurry and wobbling. It started to focus, and for a second, in the distance, he could see a black-haired swordsman. Sam. Except Sam was doing something Edgar had never witnessed before. The boy had 2 arms composed of blood stretching out from his back. The blood arms then began to morph and change. The fingers and hands folded in on themselves until they started to grow back differently. They grew longer in each direction, turning into elongated forearms while a thin layer of blood mutated downward, creating the membrane of a bat-like wingspan. Incredible, Edgar thought, eyes widening in amazement. With his new blood wings, Sam kicked off and flew into the air, heading straight for Lilith. Edgar watched in awe. The young man's strength was truly astounding. The enemy swordsman soared through the air, gripping his shadow blade in one hand and conjuring a flame ball in the other. He whipped the flame ball at Lilith, but it was useless. The boy couldn't get a good shot so long as Lilith kept up her onslaught of tentacles chasing after him. Lilith roared with rage. She was getting more frustrated by her tentacles' inability to catch the swordsman that she decided to start chasing after him herself. She had nothing to fear, so long as she didn't get near a set of his powerful blood arms. Otherwise, the boy's silly shadow blade could do nothing to her in this new form. The swordsman soared away from Lilith, only to suddenly stop. He then slashed upwards with his shadow blade. "You're too weak, remember?" hissed Lilith, unafraid of his attack. Just as she finished speaking, her eyes bulged as she realized her mistake. Her arm suddenly flung off into the air, and a huge spray of yellow blood shot out from her side. They may have been fighting in the air, but they were still in the confines of the pain ring below them. She had fallen directly into the young man's trap. She only realized this as she felt the swordsman's blade slice right through her neck. 124. Sam stood over Lilith's headless corpse. His body heaved as he sucked in air from the exhausting battle. He was relieved that the fight was over. He had done it. All thanks to hitting Journeyman Tier in his Deathlord class. When training in the Gold Gate, he had no idea what kind of ability he was going to unlock when he reached the new rank, but it had been exactly what he needed. The new ability for the Deathlord class at Journeyman Tier was called Blood Manipulation. It allowed him to take blood leaking from his body and manipulate it to do new things, including creating new limbs or even wings. It was a truly incredible and frightening new ability. Sam couldn't wait to test it out in new ways. But that would have to wait. A loud crack echoed from Lilith's corpse. A large opening had formed across the insect queen's exoskeleton. The crack began to pull apart like a hatching cocoon. "Here comes the difficult part," Sam sighed. He looked over, as between the exoskeleton was a small baby. She had black hair, pale skin, and large, bright green eyes. She had specks of freckles on her face with a grayish hue, a remnant from her earlier form as the Insect Queen. Sam was not shocked at this turn of events. It had happened in his previous timeline too. This baby had been disposed of immediately upon the defeat of Lilith. It had been Sam's original plan to do something similar. As much as the idea had irked him, he had no idea how else to rid this world of the destructive force that was Lilith. But now he wasn't so sure. Edgar had said something to him when he had rescued him earlier, words that were now echoing in Sam's mind. "Save her, if you can." Sam looked down at the young child. Maybe, he thought, maybe there's another way. Toby swerved on his feet as a giant, blue-skinned cockroach leaped towards him. He stretched out his hands, quickly moving through the gestures of his spell. The ground just below the shadow of the cockroach began to glow. The cockroach was now making its descent in the air, mandibles ready to chew on Toby's flesh and bone. The wizard shut his eyes, hoping he hadn't cast his spell too late. Just as the cockroach was about to be out of the target range of Toby's spell, a huge geyser of water shot out from the glowing dot on the ground. The explosive force of gushing water smashed right into the cockroach's underside, sending it hurtling into the air. Toby quickly caught his breath and stretched out his arm. He kept his palm wide open as he channeled mana there and created a swirling pool of water. Now, he would wait for the giant cockroach to fall in the air before finishing it off with this targeted blast. Except the cockroach never came back down to the ground. Toby looked up and the sky was empty but for the foliage of the grandiose sylvanstride trees high in the air and the cascading water from his geyser blast. Then, he noticed a giant ant ahead of him had frozen in place. A gray hue was traveling up its body as if it had been affected by a petrify spell of some kind. A second later, The ant had gone completely gray to the point that it looked like a statue rather than a living creature. A second later, the whole ant crumbled into tiny particles of dust. The wind swept it away until there was nothing but air standing where the awe-striking creature had once stood. Toby looked across the battlefield to see the same thing was happening to all the insects of Lilith's army. He looked around in the distance to make sure everyone he knew was okay. He could see Clara, Olivia, Brock, and Queen Alice all looking at the quickly disappearing insect army with exhausted relief. He then turned to the platform of Sister Celine. "Sam," Toby thought with a deep sense of admiration, "you did it." Up at the top level of Mother Gaia, Curtis kneeled over the burnt husk of his father. Arendor Ashgrove was no more. Curtis gently closed the dead elf's eyelids, a gesture of respect towards the non-living. He kneeled in silence, looking at the older elf who had caused him so much pain and suffering over his lifetime. He then stood up, refusing to shed a tear over the man. He walked over to his sister and materialized a healing potion to help her recover from her wounds. As he nursed his sister back to health, her eyes slowly opened. "Curtis," she said slowly, "what happened?" Curtis didn't say anything at first. Finally, he said, "It's over." In the weeks ahead, elven scholars would write about this battle between the Great Father and his two children. They would write about how Curtis had done the impossible, something unthinkable. They would write about the Narphalan, the disgrace, the elf without a path, who had managed to defeat the mighty Ardoniel, Arendor Ashgrove. They would go on to write legends and songs about this elf. The moniker of Banished One would disappear from usage, and in its place would come one that would inspire equal parts hope and fear. They would eventually call him Curtis, the Pathless. Edgar felt the stranglehold of the paralysis venom dissipate. His fingers twitched. He could once again move them properly. He got up onto his feet and saw Mildred across from him do the same. The cries of battle and death had disappeared all around them. He couldn't believe the horrific battle could truly be over. A sinking feeling filled his stomach. Lilith, the insect queen. Some part of her had been him and Mildred's daughter. Is that really the last time we will ever get to see her? Edgar felt his lips quiver with pain and sadness. He wasn't sure what was worse, never seeing their daughter or only getting to see her once. Both were a horrible agony he would never wish upon even his greatest of enemies. "Is that it?" said Mildred, her eyes brimming with tears. "Wait," said Edgar, turning to face behind him. "Look." In the distance was Sam, walking towards them. He was carrying something between his arms. It took them a moment to realize what it was, or rather, who it was. Between Sam's arms was a small baby girl. The baby Mildred and Edgar had never truly been able to meet. It was a miraculous reunion of a mother, a father, and their darling baby girl. Reunions were happening all across Sylvanstride, as elven citizens who had formerly been under the control of the mind roaches climbed up from below the city, no longer affected by the Reginald weed, and embraced their families in tear-soaked hugs. A joyous relief filled the elven capital city. Sam and his companions had averted yet another historical tragedy from his previous timeline. The words elven genocide would now thankfully never grace the scrolls of history. And so concluded the bitter conflict that came to be known as the Great Battle of Sylvanstride. 125. In the weeks following the Great Battle of Sylvanstride, the elven capital city was bustling with activity. Bodies of the fallen soldiers were collected and taken down to the ground-level district of the city known as the Sacred Soil. Those elves who followed the path of crafting, woodwork, and other such practical vocations banded together to work on repairing the damages to the city left in the wake of Lilith and her insect army. But of all the things that needed doing, it was firmly agreed amongst the majority of the elves that the most important of them all was to inaugurate the next Ardoniel of the Glittering Forest. It was time Thalia Ashgrove took on the position she had been preparing for decades, since Curtis's birthright was lost due to his inability to wield old magic. To Thalia, it felt extremely odd that after such a bloody and gruesome battle, they would host a celebration of her becoming Ardonial, but elven tradition insisted that it must be done. In fact, the historical precedent of Ardonials dying in the course of big, significant battles was a frequent enough pattern over the course of elven history that it was the primary reason the celebratory ball for the Ardonial was traditionally held a few days after the inauguration. This was done typically to make room for the funeral that would have to take place between the inauguration and the celebratory ball. Such was the case for Thalia's father when he took over, and Arendor's father before him. It was such an important tradition that in all the hustle and bustle of the weeks that followed the great battle, a group of elves who followed the path of frost were sent down to the sacred soil to keep the bodies of the fallen cold to avoid decomposition before the burial ceremony. And so, for the elves to move forward, they needed to inaugurate their new leader, bury and mourn their dead, and then celebrate the collective start of a new era. That was how Thalia Ashgrove found herself standing on the platform of Brother Solus in a long, flowing white dress, surrounded by a huge crowd of onlookers. A path was cleared for her procession across the city, with throngs of elves gathered behind barriers to watch as she went past. She could see smiling faces of young elves still in their long childhoods, grinning from windows in the arboreal apartments they called home. Thalia walked slowly as the crowd of onlookers tossed flower petals to symbolize their love and acceptance of the new Ardonial taking over. She smiled and waved to all the elves waving and grinning at her. This was her job as the new leader of her people. She needed to put up a strong and contented front so that her people could be allowed to release their burdens of pain, mourning, and suffering. And so she smiled as she walked from Brother Solus, where countless had died, all the way to Sister Selene, where the evil insect queen had been defeated. As Thalia continued her procession, she caught sight of the travelers cheering and waving at her. There was the young wizard boy and the fierce spear woman standing side by side together. Then the guildmaster of the travelers and the powerful guardian of the Queen of Volsungar. The woman was holding in her arm a young baby that she hadn't seen before. The baby's green eyes made Thalia deeply uncomfortable, and yet the girl's unabashedly cheery disposition made her less worried. The three of them looked undeniably happy, which filled Thalia with joy. Nearby stood the human queen, clapping reservedly for Thalia's ascendancy to leader of the elven race. Thalia could tell that the girl more than anyone here knew the burdens of leadership, of transforming from a person to a symbol for so many people. Beside her was the young swordsman who had undeniably saved her and her people. The young man had so impressively destroyed the evil insect queen Lilith. The impressive display had done enough to rock even the elven conception of old magic as superior to new magic. Young elvish kids were discussing whether it was better to pursue a traveler class or a path now. The elders won't be happy with that development, Thalia thought. Just added to the pile of issues Father has left me to deal with. The only person she couldn't see was Curtis. She thought he might be beside the dwarf, who could not be missed amongst the crowd of elves. She was probably the first Ardonial to be inaugurated with a dwarf in the crowd. I guess there's a first time for everything, Thalia mused. As she approached the final leg of her procession, she caught sight of Curtis. He was standing at the bottom of the stairs that led to the great tree of Mother Gaia. He smiled at her. The jerk, she thought. This responsibility should be his, and he knows it. But then his smile revealed something else to her, that it was a smile of encouragement, not just to become Ardonial, but to become the Ardonial worthy of their family, not of Arendor Ashgrove, their father, but of the two of them. Don't worry, brother, Thalia thought to herself. I'm already ahead of you. Just you wait. Thalia climbed the steps to Mother Gaia, and at the top 2 ceremonial elders came and placed a crown of roses upon her head. All of Sylvanstride clapped and cheered. Thalia looked out to the sea of faces, all clapping and cheering for her ascendancy to Ardonial. She spoke out to the crowd before her. Thank you, everyone, she said. This is a beautiful and celebratory occasion, but it is not without its sadness. We have lost many in the great battle of Sylvanstride, including my father, the previous Ardonial. Times are changing, and my ascendancy illustrates that. So, in this moment of great transition, I want to make promises to all of you. I promise to not be an Ardonial like my father. I promise to not let the traditions of the elves of ancient times suffocate and strangle us into weakness." The crowd cheered with excitement. She smiled out to the travelers and said, "I promise to not let our pride stand in the way of making allies and friends with those who live beyond the great perimeter of the glittering forest." The crowd cheered even more, inspired by her sense of hope, optimism, and belief in change. "Finally," she said, and she smiled at her brother who was at the foot of the great stairs of Mother Gaia below her. "I promise to accept every elf who lives in the glittering forest, no matter what path they take, whether they take any at all. My rule will be one of acceptance and change. Thank you all." The crowd cheered. "So, citizens of Sylvanstride, please welcome your new friends and allies." The sound of an epic mana-powered guitar solo could be heard in the distance. Stepping into the streets of Sylvanstride was none other than a group of dwarves, led by the famous dwarven bard known as Shredder. The group carried barrels of dwarven ale and other dwarvish goods they wished to share with the elves. The dwarves also helped carry a massive mobile pool of water that had a group of mermaids and fishfolk smiling and waving at the elven citizens. Behind them was an envoy of humans from Volsungr, handing out pamphlets for the soon-to-be-opened Glittering Forest branch of the Beak Boutique, along with morale-boosting peanuts. The entire crowd cheered loudly with excitement. Many would look back on that day as the exact moment that the dwarves, mermaids, elves, and humans of Volsungr became a united group of friends and allies. A group that together could take on anything. 126. A few hours after the inauguration, most of the city's citizens returned to their homes in preparation for the major funeral that would be happening the following morning. It was meant to be an evening of quiet reflection. As Edgar Redfield held the wailing baby girl in his hands, he reflected on the fact that he no longer knew what quiet was anymore. He hadn't slept in weeks. He was exhausted. "Why won't Lily stop crying?" said Mildred, looking at the screaming girl with concern. Lily. That was the name they had decided upon. It was pretty and beautiful just like the flower, and yet, in another way, it still called back to the young girl's history as the fearsome insect queen, Lilith. Edgar gently swayed the girl back and forth to no avail. Nothing they seemed to do was helping the baby girl calm down. Not her mother's milk, not food, not water, not warmth, not anything. Mildred looked away and with dismay sighed, "Maybe we aren't cut out for this." She went and sat down on one of the 2 single mattresses that had been set up in that room. Edgar felt his stomach sink at the woman's words. "No," he thought, "after all this time we're not giving up." He handed the young girl to her mother and said, "I'll be back. I know what will help this baby," and then stormed out into the night. Edgar headed down the arboreal apartment and exited into the main streets of Sylvanstride. He knew there would be shops selling specialty elven baby food or toys or something. Edgar planned on purchasing everything. After years of waiting for a kind of miracle that would bring him closer to Mildred once more, he wasn't going to give up at the first obstacle, even if that obstacle was the seemingly incurable cries of their daughter, Lily. Edgar looked in horror when he arrived at the first shop to see that it was closed. Of course it is, he thought, his head falling downcast with dismay. Not only was it late in the evening, but there were major celebrations and events happening both earlier that day and the following one. Shops wouldn't stick to a normal schedule given these circumstances. Still, Edgar held out hope. In every major holiday in Resfall, there was always one extra practical shopkeeper who stayed open, hoping to catch all the business that people still wanted over the special season. And so, Edgar continued his search. Over the next 2 hours, he traveled all over the city and couldn't find anything. He eventually realized he would have to give up his search and return back to the apartment. Edgar was downcast. He considered in his head Other ways to soothe the baby that maybe they hadn't tried yet. Lullabies they hadn't sung. Alternative rhythms to sway the baby to in his arms. Anything. He would try everything and more. As Edgar returned to the arboreal apartment, an older elf woman was waiting for him. The woman smiled at Edgar as he approached. "Are you part of the young couple with the new baby?" said the older elf woman kindly. Edgar nodded. He was worried the woman was about to berate him, complain about her inability to sleep with the constant cries of the baby next door. The woman then held up in her hands a wooden elven pacifier. It had tiny runes etched into the wood. "I used this with my child many hundreds of years ago," said the older woman. "I hope it might be of some help to you." Edgar's eyes filled with tears, and instantly he hugged the older woman. "Don't waste your time hugging me," said the older woman with a smile. "Go help your wife." "She isn't," Edgar paused. "It isn't like that, we're just—" Edgar knew he didn't have time to explain. He just rushed up the apartment building until he got back to his room. He entered to find Lily still crying, Mildred helplessly swaying the baby in her arms. Edgar approached and gently placed the elven pacifier near Lily's mouth. The girl latched onto it and began sucking, happily. Within seconds, the girl was dozing. Both Edgar and Mildred sighed with relief. An hour later, Edgar took a moment for himself on the balcony, overlooking the beautiful city of Sylvenstride. Lily was fast asleep, and Mildred was resting. He was so thankful for that older elf woman who had helped him. As he took in the quiet night, he felt the sudden, gentle hands of someone hugging him from behind. It was Mildred. She leaned her head against his back. She used to do that a lot. A long time ago, that is. "When we get back to Resfall," Edgar said, "I don't want to take turns looking after Lily throughout the week. I want to be together. I want to do this right. I want to be with you, so long as you'll have me." Mildred gestured with her hands that she wanted Edgar to turn around. "I was hoping you might say that," she said. Then, for the first time in almost 7 years, Edgar and Mildred kissed. It was the best day of Edgar Redfield's life. 127. The morning after the inauguration of the new Ardonial, all of the elves gathered in the Silverleaf Elmway, clad in long cloaks and dresses. Unlike the traditional black of human funeral attire, elves wore an assortment of colors: green, orange, blue. Elven funerals were all about honoring the fallen's return to the natural world, and to showcase that they wore colors that represented the natural world for them. Many rangers who followed the path of the bow wore green, whereas elves who followed the path of water wore blue. Of course, either elf could wear a different color if they wanted, but given that they had devoted their life to a certain path that focused on one part of nature, be it the forest or the sea, they honored the fallen most by dressing in the color of their favored element. Sam and his companions and the other foreign visitors had been given special brown robes to wear as guests. The only people who received different colors were Queen Alice and Toby. Alice received a red robe after her impressive display of phoenix magic in the great battle for Sylvenstride, and similarly, Toby received a blue robe for the talented use of his water magic. Interestingly, Curtis was given a brown robe. Sam noticed but figured he wouldn't comment. He hadn't had a chance to catch up with Curtis since the battle. He had played a pivotal role in defeating the mind-roach-corrupted Arendor Ashgrove, which must have been awfully heart-wrenching for Curtis, given that the man was his estranged father. Sam figured Curtis had chosen to wear brown, as wearing a white or yellow robe to represent his power over electricity might be disrespectful when burying the former Ardonial who had once wielded such elements himself. It was very early in the morning when the elves gathered. The sky above the thick foliage of the great ancient trees of Sylvenstride was still dark, though bits of faded pink and orange were beginning to poke through. The smell of fresh dew and wet flora filled the air. Clad in a dark navy robe to represent the night sky, Thalia Ashgrove, the new Ardonial, moved forward, leading the crowd one by one to the platform of the ancient tree of Brother Solus. She headed towards the edge of the platform and took a step onto a piece of fungi. She then gently took another step and then another. A spiraling staircase of mushrooms growing on the side of Brother Solus allowed her to descend downward to the bottom layer of Sylvanstride. The elves followed the Ardonial, one by one, heading down the fungi steps. When it was Sam's turn to begin the descent, he felt his stomach lurch at the height and narrowness of the mushroom staircase. Only elves with their nimble and gentle movements would ever think to use mushrooms growing on a tree as a functioning stairwell. The fungi steps went on, and Sam was amazed to find himself lost in the middle of these grandiose, ancient trees. It got darker, cooler, and mistier as they descended further down. Small lanterns had been posted along the tree to provide light. By the time they reached the bottom of Brother Solus, the whole area was surrounded by a thick gray mist. The bridges, platforms, and homes of Sylvanstride were nothing but shadowy silhouettes far above. Sam had arrived at the area of the city known as the Sacred Soil, and, true to its name, the ground was a long stretch of soft brown dirt. His boots sunk into the soil as he stepped off the final fungi step and onto the ground below. The elves all gathered in a big crowd on the sacred soil, surrounding a large open hole in the ground. Lying in the ground were the bodies of the fallen soldiers and innocent casualties who had died in the great battle of Sylvanstride. Elves were not buried in caskets, but were put directly into the ground, where they could return to the soil of the world and hopefully grow anew in nature. The faces across the crowd were solemn and quiet. When everyone had arrived and descended the steps, Thalia bent down and picked up a fistful of soil. She then tossed the soil into the hole full of fallen elves. Everyone then was expected to follow. Sam bent down and picked up a fistful of soil and threw it into the large hole full of bodies. He felt overwhelmed with emotion. He was grateful and thankful that he was not tossing dirt onto any of those closest to him. Yet he was also angry and frustrated that even with all of his knowledge of the future, death was still inevitable. It could not be escaped. He knew he had to focus on the good, that for the hundreds that had died, many thousands more had been saved due to his averting of the elven genocide. Still, Sam couldn't help but feel that there was always more he could have done. It was just part of the burden that came with the responsibility given to him by the goddess when she sent him back in time. After everyone had thrown dirt onto the bodies, the families of the fallen then stepped forward and began to shovel the dirt and bury them for good. The shoveling was seen as not just an important duty, but also a means of letting go. The crowd was quiet as the families of the fallen shoveled the dirt to cover their bodies and bury them for good. Faces were pale and grim. Tears were shed. To his side, Sam noticed a tear roll down Guildmaster Redfield's cheek. "Don't be afraid to cry," said Edgar, tears falling from his eyes. "Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is cry. Cry and honor the emotions and the people you cry for." Sam couldn't remember the last time he cried. Soldiers weren't meant to cry. Neither were travelers. They were guardsmen, stoic saviors. Crying was for the innocent. Crying was for... Sam's eyes filled with tears. His whole body shuddered. It didn't feel safe to tell his companions his knowledge of the future, and yet he could let some of it out here and now. Some of the stress, some of the burden, some of the guilt and sense of responsibility. He could let it out through his tears and cries. And as he cried, he saw that his friends Toby and Clara were crying as well. So were Olivia and Brock, Mildred and Alice, all of them crying for the fallen and those who had passed away too soon. And so they wept, as did the elves. The elves believed that crying for the dead was one of the highest forms of honor and respect one could show those who had left this life for the next one. They had a saying, "Lireli thirene sildanor." Tears nourish the soil of the fallen, feeding their spirits so that their lives can grow anew. On that morning, those still alive offered those who had passed everything they had. With their tears, they offered them a feast. 128 Curtis left the funeral early. He strode up the steps of Brother Solis, rushing away from the event happening below. Everyone around him felt sadness, and all he could feel was anger, resentment. Were these people really weeping for the death of his father? The Ardonial who allowed so much destruction to happen on his watch. He wasn't a great man worth mourning. He was a tyrant, a goon. He didn't stop moving. He couldn't stop. He just wanted to get away from the funeral. Get away from everyone down there. He wanted to get away. He couldn't take it. Curtis was moving so fast his heart was racing and his chest was heaving. He closed his eyes and shook his head. He didn't know where he was going. He just wanted to be alone. Weeks ago, back in the final moments of the great battle of Sylvanstride, Curtis caught his breath as he stood over his father. The old elf twitched on the ground. Curtis's attack had been strong enough to render even the Ardonial of the glittering forest powerless. By Curtis's calculation, the old man had less than a minute to live. As he strode towards the dying body of Arendor Ashgrove, Curtis wondered if he had any last words he wanted to say to his father. What he wasn't expecting was to see that his father had final words for him. "Curtis." The way the man spoke immediately made the elf traveler tense. There was something about the way the older elf said his name that made it feel like it was no longer the mind roach speaking, but rather his actual father. But that's not possible. "There's no time to explain," gasped the dying man. "Bottom drawer, my office." Curtis fell to his knees. "What are you talking about? You're not making any sense," he said. Curtis shook his head. His face was going red as anger and frustration began to swell inside of him. "Why are you doing this?" he said. "I hate you. You made me hate you. No apology will make up for it. And yet even here dying, you can't even do that." "What's wrong with—" The man's eyes faded away. He was gone. Curtis marched and marched until he suddenly found himself right in the place he had been avoiding for the last few weeks. His father's office. As Curtis caught his breath, he stared at his father's desk. The man's final words echoed through his head. "Bottom drawer, my office." The last thing Curtis wanted to do was follow his dead father's instructions. The man who had shamed him, disowned him, banished him from his family and people. Why should Curtis do anything for this man? Curtis cautiously stepped towards the desk. The top of the desk was empty but for a lamp. The man had always been obsessively tidy and orderly. Curtis moved around to the other side. He crouched down, staring at the bottom drawer. Trembling, he reached out and placed his hands on the drawer's handle. He paused. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest. Do I really want to do this? Do I really want to confront whatever father has left for me? He just wasn't sure if he had the strength to confront one last bit of shaming and insult from his father. Not now that the man was dead and gone, being buried in the sacred soil that very minute. But there was something that compelled Curtis to keep his hand on the handle of the drawer. He wasn't ready to walk away, even if he wasn't sure he wanted to take the step forward and actually see what was waiting for him from his father. Yet Curtis knew it must be important. He had studied the mind roaches. He knew that only someone of incredible strength and fortitude would be able to fight through its power, even for a few seconds to speak consciously as one's original self. Curtis's father had used that strength and that tiny bit of time to tell him to come here to this drawer. He couldn't ignore that. Not even if he didn't want to. Not even if he hated his father. Curtis sighed. His arm trembling, he pulled the handle of the drawer, opening it up. His eyes widened as he peered inside. It was empty. When Curtis was only 10 years old, his father would play with him, teach him games, laugh with him, tickle him. No one had seen such light jovialness from the Ardonial since the start of his romance with his wife, Curtis's mother. "Look here," said Arendor to Curtis one afternoon in his office. The young boy walked over to his father, who was sitting behind his desk. "Do you want to know a secret?" asked the man. Curtis nodded. Secrets were fun. They were mysterious, precious, a sign of closeness between two people. "Okay," said his father, "but you have to promise not to tell anyone. Can you keep that promise?" Curtis nodded again, this time eagerly. He was getting impatient. He wanted to know what the secret was already. The old elf smiled and opened up his bottom drawer. It was empty. Curtis was immediately disappointed. "Look," said Arendor, and he pushed down on the bottom of the drawer and it tilted up, revealing a hidden section beneath. He then pulled out a small candy and handed it to Curtis. "Wow," said Curtis. "A secret shelf." "Yes," said Arendor, "a secret shelf for only you and I." Curtis's lip quivered as he stared at the bottom drawer. So he hadn't forgotten, Curtis thought to himself. His throat suddenly felt intensely sore. The father who had showed him the secret section of the bottom drawer was a man long lost to Curtis's memory. The man had been kind and loving, warm and playful. That man had faded away after Curtis's mother passed, and then completely disappeared after Curtis's day of passages. Curtis thought that man had long been gone. He reached down and tilted the bottom of the drawer. It tilted upwards, revealing the secret section. Waiting there alone was a letter with Curtis's name on it. He pulled the letter out. He held it between both hands and stared at it, shivering. What could his father have possibly wanted to say to him that he hadn't told him already? Was this one last chance to tell him how worthless and shameful he was, what an utter disgrace he was to the entire Ashgrove dynasty? Curtis closed his eyes. If that's the case, he thought, so be it. If he didn't read the letter, a piece of his father would always be with him, haunting him. Yet, if he read it, he could finally be rid of the man. Put like that, the choice was simple. Curtis opened the envelope. 2 sheets were inside, written in Elvish. Curtis began to read. Dear Curtis, I have thought about writing this letter for years, and yet now as I sit down to write it, I am at a loss for words. I have no idea how to close the gulf that exists between us. It feels like I'm on one side of an excruciatingly large chasm, and I know somehow you exist on the other side, and yet I cannot even see you. Not even a tiny speck. That is how far away we are from each other. That distance, that separation, that is all my fault. I am the one to blame. I should mention I'm writing this on the eve of the human holiday of Hallows Haunting. It is the year 1768 of the Royal Westrian calendar. Curtis paused, reading the letter. So, his father had written this last year. It must have been shortly before he had been infected with the mind roach. This was probably some of the last of his writing before his mind had been taken over and corrupted. He continued reading. Oh, Curtis, I don't know where to start. I don't know where to begin. How does one commence apologizing for decades worth of failures? I guess I'll simply start at the beginning. I failed you as a father. First, when your mother passed, and I disappeared into my own pain and suffering and forced you to fend for yourself. Then again when you didn't unlock a path. You see, my father had failed me, showing only an emotionless path forward of order and rules and tradition. I had sworn when I was younger that I would never be like him, and yet somehow I became him without even realizing it. But do you really need me to tell you this? You know this already. What is even the point when all the pain and suffering has been already dealt and hardened within your soul? What benefit is there to me apologizing if it will only make me, the wrongdoer, feel better and less guilty? I imagine this apology might land on deaf ears. My realization, my guilt, my shame, those are mine to bear. I cannot take away your decades of suffering and pain, so maybe I will turn away now from attempting an apology that will never suffice. I will write more now about the recent past and present. After I regretfully banished you from the glittering forest, I still managed to keep tabs on you. As the years went by, I heard about your accomplishments, rising through the ranks of new magic wielders, helping save the city of Resfall from a hostile takeover, and most impressive of all, single-handedly breaking a 1,000-year-old grudge with the dwarves. If we ever see each other again, I would love to know how you managed to pull that off. Every time I learned of a new feat of yours, I considered reaching out. But I was too weak, too scared, too frightened to say the things I had once failed to say to you when we were together in the glittering forest. Even now, I wonder, will these words be enough when they have come so late? I'll say them anyway. You've not only grown into the man I had always hoped you would be, You far surpassed it. You're a son that any father would be proud of. I am proud of you. I miss you. I love you. Sincerely, your father." Tears dripped down onto the parchment. Curtis's hands shook as he held the letter. He read the final lines over and over. "I don't think these words will ever be enough," his father had written. Curtis shivered and thought to himself, "They are enough, Father."
Why didn't you just say them to me sooner? Why couldn't you see that? Why couldn't you say that?
Curtis had been too angry at the man who had shamed him, abandoned him, and banished him to mourn the loss of the other version of his father, who had disappeared so many decades prior. The father who had been loving, warm, and kind. Only as Curtis finished the letter did he realize that that kind man had still been there, hidden and repressed away. Yet now even that man, the father who he couldn't hate, the father who he had once loved and admired, was dead and gone, like every other part of him. Only upon that realization could Curtis truly begin to grieve and mourn the significant loss facing him. He fell to the floor and sobbed. "I miss you too, Father, more than you'll now ever get to know." Curtis spent the next hour in his father's study, reading the letter over and over again. Only after an hour did he feel himself regain some semblance of composure. He wiped a tear from his eye and considered finally standing back up. His thought process was interrupted by the sounds of lumbering boots bashing into the floorboards. "There you bloody are," said Brock. "I've been looking everywhere for you." Curtis perked up at the sight of his dwarven companion. Brock could see that something wasn't quite right, and his face immediately softened. "Are you okay, Curtis?" He moved towards him. "My father," Curtis croaked. "He's gone." Brock frowned and waddled over to his friend. He then collapsed onto the floor beside him, shaking the floor a little bit. Dwarves were clearly not made for elven architecture. "I know," he said solemnly, "and I'm sorry. And I know you didn't have the best relationship with him either. I just never got to know him." "I know," said Brock softly. "But think about everyone you have gotten to know. Me, Olivia, Guildmaster Redfield, the talented little upstart travelers that are going to be overtaking us any day now. I know your father was your biological family, but biological schmiological, we're bloody family, damn you. You're my brother in arms and a brother in my heart. Don't forget that." Curtis sighed. "Thanks for saying that. You don't have to be nice to me just because I'm sad. You don't have to." "I know I don't have to," said Brock, "but I bloody want to. For such a smart guy, you can be bloody thick sometimes." Curtis laughed. "I thought you were supposed to be comforting me." "I gave up on that 10 seconds ago when I remembered how irritating you are," he grumbled. Curtis smiled. "Thanks, Brock." The two friends then sat there together in silence. Brock only interrupted once to say, "I'm bloody pissed off. I don't think the elves are going to make me a statue like the dwarves did for you." The following day, Toby found himself in the back streets of Sylvanstride's market district. An elf stood over barrels and barrels of fruit, looking Toby up and down with impatience. The young wizard traveler couldn't truly believe he was even there doing what he was about to do. "Look," said Toby, "times are changing. You heard the new Ardonial. Things are opening up around here. I'm telling you that there's going to be big business in Resfall for elvish delicacies." The elf shrugged and sighed. "I wouldn't even know where to start. What you call a delicacy is everyday food to me." Toby nodded, mustering up the courage to continue persuading the elven wholesaler. He had practiced this all in his head the night before. "You're absolutely right," said Toby. "If we bring all the delicious options elvish food has to offer, we'll flood and confuse the market and be all the poorer for it. That's why we need to be simple and straightforward. Bring just one elvish item to the market first." "But what would we choose?" Toby was practically salivating and had to hold back screaming with excitement. He then spoke calmly. "Well, it would have to be pink cantaloupe, of course."
Toby's heart raced as he waited to hear what the elf said back. The elf shrugged. "Sure. Just let me know how much you'd like to buy, and we can work out a shipping arrangement." Toby's eyes lit up. He then materialized a huge handful of gold coins, which hardly put a dent in all the riches he had accumulated as a traveler so far. "How much will this get me?" The elf's eyes lit up. "I hope you like pink cantaloupe." Toby's eyes lit up as well. "Oh, I do." A few days later, Edgar Redfield's eye twitched from lack of sleep. Lily was crying again. Even with the miraculous elven pacifier, the baby still found time to start crying in the middle of the night. Mildred rolled over in the bed they were sharing and said, "It's your turn, my love."
Edgar picked himself up out of the bed and walked over to the crib where the baby was squirming. He reached down with his burly hands and took the young crying child in his hands and began to nurse her in his arms. He was grumpy and sleep-deprived, and couldn't think of a single moment in time when he had been happier. "Shh, it's okay," said Edgar. "Papa is here now." The baby's face softened and quickly fell back into a restful state of calm. Edgar continued to hold her. He didn't think it would ever get old. "Do you think we need to worry?" said Mildred, sitting up in their bed. "About what?" asked Edgar, rocking the baby. "About everything concerning Lily," said Mildred. Edgar didn't know what to say. Lily was a miracle. Lily had brought the two of them back together. Lily was now one of the most important people in his life. Still, the girl brought more than the hundreds of complications any normal newborn child would bring upon any set of parents' life. It brought up questions of the girl's development. It brought up questions of the dungeon gate system itself. Questions that Edgar hadn't asked himself since years ago when the dungeon gate system had given him hope of a family, and then ripped it away from him. Clearly the White Gate was more complicated than they ever realized. The travelers had always assumed that accepting a class was a purely positive thing. It gave you power and more. But perhaps it was more of an imposition on their bodies than they had ever realized. If such a theory were true, it would mean that the dungeon gates had helped lead to the pregnancy of Mildred, to create their own mediator to bring about the destruction of Westria. More importantly, it would mean that the dungeon gates potentially had a conscious will of their own. That the gates operated with more purpose than as a sheer unthinking actor of chaos and destruction. Edgar considered these things quietly, though he knew these were not musings for the middle of the night. Mildred cut him off from his thoughts. "Are you not worried the elves will want to take her away from us if they knew? Destroy her even?" Edgar shook his head. "They've seen us with the baby already, and they haven't done anything," said Edgar. "Our Lily is not the same as Lilith. This is the daughter we lost, the daughter who was used as a vessel to create a dungeon-born traveler. Our daughter has come back to us, and I know that together we'll raise her to be someone who will stand up and protect others, rather than destroy everything around her." Mildred smiled and then fell back onto the bed. "What?" said Edgar. "No retort?" "No," said Mildred, smiling. "I just always knew you were going to be a good father." 130. A day later, the evening of the inauguration ball finally arrived. The ball was held in an opulent hall in the ancient tree of Mother Gaia. Like so many rooms and spaces within the ancient tree, it was hard to tell when one was exploring the deep insides of the tree, or rather standing in an adjoining attachment to the magnificent natural structure. The ballroom was in the latter camp, a grandiose room with smooth wooden floors, columns with ornate architectural flourishes, and magically floating chandeliers. The most striking thing about the room, however, was the massive tree sprouting out from the center of it, creating a beautiful green ceiling of foliage. "Just so you know," said Curtis to Sam as they stepped into the ballroom, clad in their tuxedos, "that isn't even a tree. It's merely a branch of Mother Gaia." Sam looked on with wonder. He had never visited Sylvanstride or the glittering forest in his first lifetime. He was so grateful and appreciative that he got to see the glorious splendor of the elven homeland for himself. "I don't know," said Brock. "I think underground cities are nicer. This is just a glorified treehouse." Curtis rolled his eyes. "Of course you'd say that." As elven nobles filled the room, more and more of them greeted Brock with enthusiasm. "You know you're a minor celebrity in Sylvenstride now," said Curtis. "So I hear," said Brock. "I would have still preferred a statue." The night began with Thalia giving a speech, followed by an elven minstrel band playing live music for all the guests. Amidst all the hubbub, Olivia found herself being asked to dance by multiple elven nobles. She expected there would have been more, but she kept noticing out of the corner of her eye Brock, Curtis, and Shredder discouraging them from asking her. She couldn't tell if the three men were spreading bad rumors about her or simply threatening the elven nobles with violence. Eventually, an unexpected person came and took her away from the dance area altogether. Guildmaster Redfield. He very quietly said he'd like to speak with her, and they headed to a secluded corner far off from the main excitement of the ball. "Sorry to drag you away from all the fun," said Edgar. "With all the chaos of the last few days, I didn't know when I would get a chance to speak with you on your own." "You mean all the time you've been spending with Mildred and Lily?" said Olivia, grinning. Edgar laughed. "I guess that is partly what I mean by the chaos." "Don't worry, sir. It's nice to see you less happy." "It has been nice to reconnect with Mildred," said Edgar. "And Lily." Edgar looked off in the distance, his eyes going glassy. "Lily is a miracle," he finally said. Olivia smiled up at him. She still wasn't entirely sure what Edgar wanted to talk to her about. She figured it went beyond him waxing poetic about his new budding romance and the mysterious little girl he was calling his daughter. "Anyways," Edgar continued, "I want to talk to you about the future. Specifically, your future. With Lily and Mildred, I can already see my life and priorities changing. It's making me think of my time on this world and what I want to leave behind if I so perish." "That won't be for a little while, surely?" said Olivia, feeling a bit uncomfortable with Edgar's candidness about his own mortality. "Maybe. But maybe not," said Edgar. "Basically, what I'm trying to say is, we need to kickstart your training to eventually take over as Guildmaster of the Travelers Guild. I don't want to waste any more time. I've known you'd be my successor for a long time now." Olivia was shocked. Overjoyed, but shocked. She had been working towards this for so long. Part of her couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. "But what about—" said Olivia, turning away and blushing. "What about Sam?" said Edgar. "Yeah," said Olivia. "He's growing so fast. Surely he'll surpass me sooner or later. I thought you might be eyeing him up as successor." Edgar shook his head. "Sam is an interesting one," said Edgar. "I would say he might be the person to succeed as Guildmaster after you, but right now the role doesn't suit him. He's too much of a lone wolf, a wild card. It's better for him to not occupy such a political and diplomatic position as Guildmaster. He's needed more in the shadows, doing work a more public figure wouldn't be allowed to get away with." Olivia nodded, taking in the Guildmaster's words. "So, Captain Olivia Reeves," said Guildmaster Redfield, holding out his hand. "You ready to take it up a notch?" Olivia grinned. She felt a wave of happiness and excitement rush through her, far more excitement than she would have felt dancing with anyone in the ballroom that night. This was what she dreamed of. This was why she got up every morning. "Guildmaster," said Olivia, "it would be my absolute pleasure." Mildred watched Edgar speak with Olivia in the distant corner of the ballroom. The woman held Lily in her arms, nursing the little girl back and forth, as she watched Edgar have an important conversation with his protégé. It reminded her that she needed to speak with Alice. She was dreading having the conversation and had been putting it off. Just as Mildred was thinking this, Alice appeared in front of her. "Mildred," said Alice, "can I speak with you?" Mildred wasn't entirely sure what the Queen wanted to speak with her about, but she agreed nevertheless. They moved over to a quiet area outside the ballroom in a quiet corner of the ancient tree palace.
"Mildred," said Alice, "it's been a huge joy to see you so happy over the last few days. I'm so glad Lily has entered your life."
The girl's eyes then began to fill with tears.
"And I understand if it now means you might need to step down as being my handmaiden."
"I'll miss you gravely, but I'll understand." Mildred shook her head and stepped closer to Alice, putting her hand on the young girl's shoulder. "Don't you worry, my lady," smiled Mildred. "I plan to look after you both." Alice perked up at this. "Really?" "Of course," said Mildred, smiling. "So long as you don't mind if baby Lily here is also a helper handmaiden." Lily let out a cute little burp at the sound of her name. Alice had a noticeable look of joy and relief on her face. "I wouldn't mind at all." Toby stood beside Clara at the edge of the ballroom. He had grown used to spending time with Clara over the years, eating with her, dancing with her, fighting monsters inside dungeon gates with her. Yet even still, there came moments where he struggled to breathe or even think properly when standing right next to her. When the depth of his feeling felt like it was on the verge of flooding out of him in such a way that it would overwhelm the connection he was building with the beautiful, amber-haired girl. After the battle for Sylvan Stride, Toby knew he wanted to express a deeper feeling to Clara. Yes, they had held hands and kissed, but he felt there was something inside of himself that he wanted to share more of. He turned to Clara. "Hey, Clara, there's something I've been meaning to tell." Before Toby could get the words out, all the elves started yelling and chanting some kind of song. The band at the center of the room began playing the lute with a sudden, furious intensity. Suddenly, elves grabbed Toby's hands and pulled him away, while another set of elves pulled Clara away. A traditional elven folk dance began. Toby tried to stay cheerful. "I'll just have to work up the courage to tell Clara how I feel later on in the evening." 15 minutes later, the elven dance came to an end. Toby returned to the sidelines of the ballroom. He couldn't see Clara anywhere. He did see one familiar face, though. "Brock, do you have any hype juice?" "Kid, didn't I tell you that true hype juice exists inside yourself?" said Brock. "Yes, but I know you have the more artificial liquid courage kind," said Toby. "I did," said Brock, "but I ran out. All these elves are making me nervous myself." He burped. Toby sighed. Some help he was. The young boy searched across the ballroom, scanning the faces of the different guests, his eyes hoping to land on Clara's, and yet they never did. He started to wonder if she had gotten tired and left the ball early, but he figured she would have told him. He eventually tried the large outdoor garden balcony. His eyes lit up when he saw Clara standing in her gorgeous dress, the moonlight illuminating her incredible beauty in the nighttime. Just as he took a step towards her, he then saw her looking up and talking to an elven noble. A tall, elven noble. A handsome, elven noble. Toby suddenly felt his stomach sink with dismay. Clara was struggling to stay awake, listening to the elven noble drag on and on about his family and how important he was. She didn't know how to politely excuse herself from the man, and they were kind of like ambassadors for all the humans of Volsungar, so she didn't want to cause trouble for her friend, Queen Alice, or get them all in some kind of diplomatic squabble. She was about to say something about needing to use the bathroom when, in the corner of her eye, she saw the guy she'd been hoping to spend most of the evening with, Toby. "Oh, he'll be my rescue." Except she saw his face and could see he was leaping to the worst possible conclusions. Her own stomach sank at the thought of that. She cut the rambling elf off and said, "Sorry, I have to go." She hurried after Toby, who had turned back inside to the ball. The serene, calm air of night quickly disappeared as she stepped back inside the ballroom, filled with music and the hum of chattering couples and groups. She saw the back of Toby moving through the hall. She rushed after him, picking up her dress so she could move faster. "Tobes," said Clara, grabbing his shoulder. "Where are you off to? You're not—" Toby wiped a tear from his eye. "I'm not nothing. I love you, Clara." I've always loved you, and I'm sick of pretending as if I only just like you or think you're great. I think those things too, but I also feel so much more for you." Clara smiled and embraced him.
I love you too, Toby,
said Clara. "I'm so happy you're in my life." The two kissed and danced to the music. The two had never felt happier. 132. Sam looked out across the elven ball, smiling at all his friends. Olivia and Brock were locked in an intense drinking game with a group of elven nobles. Thalia and Curtis were chatting and laughing, sharing memories old and new. Clara and Toby were dancing together, beaming with bliss and happiness. Edgar and Mildred were standing together, smiling down at the baby that had brought them back together, reuniting their love and giving them the family they never thought they would have. It was a beautiful and wonderful night, the kind of evening one cherishes when one knows there are so many dark ones still to come. Amidst all of this good feeling, Queen Alice Grace emerged beside him. "Oh, hello," said Sam. "Hi," said Alice, blushing. They stood awkwardly for a moment, not speaking. Eventually, Sam piped up and said, "Would you like to dance, Alice?" "Yeah, sure," the Queen smiled. Sam blushed and took her hand as they walked out to the dance floor. Alice wrapped her hands around Sam's neck while he took hold of her lithe, thin waist. "So," said the Queen, "I was thinking, over a year ago we pretended to be engaged. How would you feel if we went on an actual date?" Sam's heart fluttered. "I'd love to do that," he said. "That is, if you don't kill me beforehand." Alice's eyebrows furrowed and pinched the back of Sam's neck. "Stop that," she said with a smile. Sam looked down at the beautiful girl looking up at him. "It might be complicated, though," said Alice. "You and I going out on a date." "Why is that?" "Well, I am queen," said Alice. "There's a power imbalance. I'm a well-known figure, whereas you—" Sam smiled at her. "I'm what?" At that very moment, the elven minstrel band stopped playing music to announce they were going to play a new song, one they had learned on the road. They had encountered a young girl, a singer. She had written a ballad about a great warrior, a black-haired swordsman. And then the elf began to sing, and Sam knew for certain it was a song written by Arya Nightshade of the Celestial Caravanseers. Sam grinned and looked at Alice. "What were you saying again? Something about me not being that well known?" Alice grinned and shook her head. "Have I ever told you how much I hate you?" "Too many times, Your Highness," said Sam, smiling. "Too many times." The following evening, Thalia Ashgrove entered a special meeting room where a group of hooded elves were waiting for her. "An impressive start to your new role as Ardoniel," said one. "Very impressive," said another. "Bold," said one more. Thalia knew very well that they despised everything she had done so far, letting in the humans and dwarves, promoting peace and change. She knew her promises to the elven people were going to be hard to keep, that even with her power of Ardoniel, she would have an uphill battle to make some of the changes she wanted. Even still, she plans to fight for what she believed in. "Yes," said Thalia. "Which brings me to the first order of business. What are we going to do about the Verendi situation? There's obviously a time constraint, which is why I'm bringing it up now." The members of the council bristled at the word. Verendi, foreigner. "They are honored guests, and we will allow them to stay, of course," said one member. "That is not what is being discussed, and you very well know it," said Thalia. "No Verendi has ever been taught the secrets of Aethelum and old magic," said another. "It would be sacrilege. You can create lots of change across our society and culture without doing that. No Verendi has ever been in a position to learn our teachings," said Thalia. "That's what makes this situation different." The hooded figures shook their heads. "We are only an advisory council," said one of the members. "You can defy us if you wish, though you know where we stand." Thalia was hoping for a different outcome, but defiance would be fine by her. A few hours later, Sam found himself woken up in the dead of night. A shadowy figure loomed over him.
It was Curtis's sister, the new Ardonial, Thalia Ashgrove. He blinked, confused at what was happening. "Come with me, young man," said Thalia. "It's time you unlocked your past."
1. A mysterious, shadowy figure violently shook Sam's shoulders, wrenching him from his slumber. Sensing danger, Sam immediately revolted against the powerful force. "Don't even bother," said the voice. The figure had pinned his arms to the ground. The voice was feminine, and Sam recognized it straight away. Just as he did so, starlight from his open window poured through, revealing the person who had woken him up from his dreams involuntarily. It was a beautiful, silver-haired elf woman with striking blue eyes. It was none other than the High Ruler of the Elves, Thalia Ashgrove. Sam gulped. The elf woman had gotten on the bed to wake him up, stretching her legs so that his body sat between her warm thighs. He wasn't used to women waking him up in the middle of the night, let alone lying on top of him. Sam blushed, immediately feeling uncomfortable. This was a complicated and awkward situation for multiple reasons. For one thing, earlier that night, he'd set up a first date with the queen of the human kingdom of Volsungar, and he didn't think she'd appreciate knowing that he was currently sharing a bed with the gorgeous ruler of another nation. Also, the High Ruler of the Elves also happened to be the younger sister of one of his companions, and he didn't think his friend would appreciate finding out that Sam and his sister had shared a bed together either. Said Sam. "Thalia, what are you doing here?" "Good, you're awake," said the elf woman. "I don't think you heard me properly when I was shaking you. There's something you and I must do." "Thalia, I don't feel that way." "Oh my, silly human boy," said Thalia. "Get your head out of the gutter." Sam suddenly felt more awkward and embarrassed. The elf woman climbed off of him and stood before him in his room with her arms held across her chest. "I'm sorry," said Sam. "Why have you woken me up in the middle of the night?" The elf woman's smile glimmered in the moonlight before she held out her hand to him. "Come with me, young man," said Thalia. "It's time you unlocked your path." Sam didn't react. He stood dead still, staring at Thalia with a serious intensity. Thalia Ashgrove, the Ardonial of the glittering forest, didn't strike him as someone who would wake him up in the middle of the night to pull a prank on him. And yet, what she was saying defied the ancient and well-known scientific laws of old magic. Only elves could learn old magic, unlocking paths that granted them abilities and powers. The rules were so strict that most half-elves were unable to unlock the power of old magic. So it went without saying that no human had ever unlocked a path. This mainly came down to elven genetics and physiology. Most elves were born with a tiny, undetectable speck of a mana core inside of themselves that slowly came to fruition over the course of their extended childhoods. The elves referred to this source of mana as their second heart. It was impossible to unlock the powers of old magic without this second heart. Humans only developed mana cores after entering dungeon gates and becoming travelers. And according to the elves, there were significant differences between a mana core created via the dungeon gate system and one you were born with. Thalia had even given him a lesson in this very subject before the great battle of Sylvanstride. She had described elven mana cores as organic, whereas the mana cores of him and his traveler companions were grafted on and artificial. "Let's not waste time," said Thalia, heading towards the door of his room. Sam shuffled out of bed and quickly materialized a light pair of trousers and a tunic from his inventory and onto his person, and followed Thalia out of his room and into the night. Sam and his companions had been staying in the upper palace of Mother Gaia, the ancient tree at the center of the elven capital city of Sylvanstride. The halls of the ancient tree dwelling were empty and quiet at such a late hour in the evening. He followed the elven ruler as she led him down the spiraling staircase to the lower levels of the ancient tree. It got colder as they went deeper, leaving behind the upper levels of the great tree and entering the subterranean network of thick roots that fed on the natural soil of the glittering forest that had been nourishing the tree for thousands of years. He was still skeptical of Thalia's words. He didn't have long ears or any features that would suggest he had any elven heritage, so the fact that he'd be able to unlock a path seemed highly dubious. Still, if there was a sliver of a chance that Sam could acquire more power, he wouldn't shy away from it. They eventually arrived at an underground temple. The roots of Mother Gaia weaved between ancient stone walls of the underground chamber. The individual blocks of stone had runes carved into them that glowed an ethereal blue light that illuminated the sanctum. At the far end of the room were a group of cloaked individuals. Sam couldn't make out their faces, but he could see that they were shaking their heads from beneath their hoods. They seemed to be upset that Sam was even there in this temple below the primordial tree. "Let's get this over with," said one of them. "I can't bear to witness this sacrilege longer than I have to." The room was composed of stones that were placed in a circular fashion that spiraled outward, at the center of which was a small circle of dirt. "You must go and kneel there," said Thalia, pointing to the center of the room.
If you have an organic mana core inside of you, as I believe you do,
You will connect with the roots and soil of Mother Gaia, and you will undergo the trials that most elves face during their day of passages. Sam walked slowly towards the center of the room and fell to his knees on the dirt. "Close your eyes and breathe in," Thalia instructed. Sam did as he was told. Thalia watched the young man with bated breath. He was doing as instructed. No hesitation, no caution. He was open and calm in the face of the unknown. She could feel the angry looks of the elder council behind her. Let them be angry, she thought. If she was proven right, they would have helped one of their allies get to a level of power unheard of in the entire history of Westria. He would forever be in their debt. It would prove a boon to the elves in this new, ever-changing world. That was, of course, if she was right. Thalia hadn't told Sam that the odds were actually against him. He had less than a 1% chance of actually succeeding. She watched Sam keep his eyes closed and continue to breathe in and out, waiting to see if the young man would be able to do it. Sam kept his eyes closed. The air around him got softer, warmer. The warmth was the first indication that something had changed. The underground temple had been austere and cold. Sam opened his eyes. The mana temple was gone. Thalia was gone. He was all alone. Sam's day of passages had begun. 2. A wave of powerful energy rippled out from the young human who was kneeling in the temple beneath Mother Gaia. The wave of energy manifested as a forceful blast of wind that knocked off the hoods of most of the elder council there to witness the young man's trials. A promising start, Thalia thought, as she recomposed herself after the sudden shock of energy that had shot out from the young, black-haired human. Then, something truly unheard of happened. From the center of the room where Sam was kneeling, the cracks between the bricks began to glow. The glowing in and of itself was not abnormal. The bricks normally glowed for individuals of supreme talent with powerful latent and untapped potential. When this happened, the bricks normally glowed white, as that was the basic color of mana that emerged when beginner elves were training in the arts of old magic. Except the bricks weren't glowing white. They were glowing a thick, rich yellow, the color of artificial traveler mana at the level of journeyman tier. The elder council, who had all returned their faces to the shadows beneath their hoods, gasped at the sight of the changing hue and color of the room. Only organic mana should be able to tap into the soil and roots of Mother Gaia, which meant the small amount of organic mana that Sam had must be mixing in with his greater amount of journeyman tier artificial mana. Nothing like this had ever happened in the entire history of the elven race. Thalia didn't know whether this worsened or strengthened Sam's chance of success. The only thing she did know was that Sam would experience a trial of the Day of Passages unlike any other. When Sam opened his eyes, he found himself no longer kneeling on the ground in the underground temple beneath Mother Gaia. Instead, he was now lying with one ear in some kind of gravel or dirt. He inhaled through his nose, taking in the dusty scent of his new surroundings. Sam got to his feet and took in the new location he'd been teleported to. He wasn't even entirely sure if teleport was the correct way to describe what had happened to him. He hadn't stepped through a portal. He hadn't triggered any spell. It was quite possible that by mixing his mana with that of Mother Gaia's, he had been astrally projected to this new realm, meaning even if he couldn't feel it, his body was actually still kneeling in the temple currently. That made a certain kind of sense to Sam, but he decided he wasn't going to dwell on it. He needed to focus on his current surroundings and get through this trial. Taking in his surroundings, he realized he'd emerged in a circular chamber that looked to be inside a cavern of some kind. The cavern had multiple openings that led to other chambers, all shrouded in shadow. Above each opening there were symbols. Atop the first opening was the symbol of a sword. The next was a symbol of a bow. Sam quickly understood their meaning. They must relate to different paths he could eventually unlock. So if he went through the passage with the sword above it, it would presumably lead him to a trial that would unlock the path of the sword. Interesting. Sam knew better than to be hasty when choosing something so potentially important as one's path. It was the elven equivalent of choosing a traveler class. He needed to choose wisely. He looked over all the different options he had. He took in the 8 different tunnels and their corresponding symbols: a sword, a bow, a spear, a dagger, a flame, a snowflake, a star, and a long-haired woman. Sam couldn't know for certain, but he was able to make reasonable guesses which each of the symbols meant. A sword would lead to the path of the sword. A bow would lead to the path of the bow. A spear would lead to the path of the spear. A dagger would lead to the path of a ranger. A flame would lead to the path of fire. A snowflake would lead to the path of ice. It was only the last 2 symbols that Sam was less sure about. Sam had a strong suspicion that the star represented some kind of night-based magic. Thalia Ashgrove had a very unique path known as the Path of the Night Wolf. In Sam's mind, the star led, if not to the exact same path, one that harnessed a similar type of magic. Finally, there was the symbol of the woman with long hair. At first, Sam thought this was an elven drawing of a mermaid, but he couldn't quite make sense of that. Path of the Mermaid? Sam wondered what that would even be. Perhaps the ability to breathe underwater, maybe grow fins. But the closer Sam inspected the symbol, the woman reminded him less of a mermaid. In fact, it reminded him of someone he had thought about every day in this new timeline. The very entity that had sent him back in time in the first place. It reminded him of the goddess. Sam had seen what the path of the sword and path of the bow could do, add incredible amounts of mana and power into one's abilities with those weapons. But what would the path of the goddess entail? He mused over his options. He narrowed down his best options to the sword, the star, and the goddess. While the sword may have been a basic path that most elves had the option of pursuing, Sam was a swordsman, and anything to improve his battlecraft seemed like an option worth considering. In terms of what he actually knew about the paths, the path of the sword was his best option. The other 2 were inherently risky. He had no idea what powers they would unlock. With the star, he had a bit more of an idea. He had seen the strange purple magic Thalia wielded. But what powers would be granted with the path of the goddess? Sam had absolutely no idea. Still, if paths were anything like traveler classes, rarity was a huge indicator of power. He imagined that not many elves awoke in this cave to find as many options as he had, nor did they ever receive the path of the goddess as an option. It was because of the goddess that he had ended up in this new timeline, had been gifted the second chance to save his friends and the world he loved. He knew which tunnel he had to enter. He took a step forward and entered the tunnel with the symbol of the goddess overhead. 3. Thalia could feel the Elder Council's angry looks behind her, almost as if their ire was burning through her skin. She kept her arms crossed and stayed focused on the human at the center of the room. The boy was still. He remained in his kneeling position, eyes closed. His mind was no longer there in the room with them. He was off to face his trials. If he would return with a path remained to be seen. That was, if he even returned at all. "What are we doing here?" spat an elder council member in annoyance. "The boy won't survive. This is a bad idea. We're going against so many sacred oaths." Thalia didn't even grant the member a response. It was disrespectful to speak ill of someone undergoing their day of passages, especially here in the grand temple beneath Mother Gaia. What do they know of sacred oaths, when they sully them even as they speak? Thalia thought to herself. She kept her eyes focused on the young human kneeling in front of them. She didn't care what the elder council thought. She had faith in the boy. "He'll be able to do it," she thought. "I believe he can. I know he can." Sam's foot landed on the ground, crossing the barrier between the tunnel's entrance and the tunnel itself. Gravel crunched beneath his boots as he took another step forward. He had half expected to teleport somewhere else as soon as he stepped through the tunnel, similar to the mechanics of entering a dungeon gate. However, that didn't seem to be the case here. He moved forward a few more steps. He looked over his shoulder and wondered what would happen if he tried to go back to the original room. Just as he was thinking this, a veil of shadow appeared. The previous room was now closed off to him. He turned back around to see a faint white light in the distance. There was only one direction he could go in this place: forward. He walked and walked. The white light at the end of the tunnel grew larger and larger until eventually Sam walked right through the white light and out the other side. Emerging from the tunnel, Sam found himself entering the gravelly central pit of a large gladiatorial arena. The stone seats that circled the arena were empty and went high up. The arena had no roof, leaving an expansive twilight sky to linger high above him. Stars shimmered down towards him. Silhouettes of far-off floating islands dotted the skyline. A flurry of flickering messages suddenly appeared in the retina of his eye. Asterisk AGJDKLFAJD, semicolon, KJEATJ, semicolon, AKDJF, ... Asterisk, cannot translate message, asterisk, ... Trial, stage 1. Sam's shoulders tensed as he looked at the message in his traveler profile. This wasn't the first time he'd witnessed the system struggle to make sense of the world around him. There was something about old elven magic that the system struggled to comprehend, struggled to put into its own words. A few months back, Sam had acquired a rare item known as the Thrower's Gloves. The system had originally failed to describe the full nature of how it worked, only expressing that the glove's special ability to throw opponents high in the air was determined by an undefinable value. Sam came to later learn that the undefinable value was a form of measurement neither humans nor the system itself had ever used before. It was an elven, old magic concept known as harmony. From what Sam could understand, harmony was the state of one's being in relation to the magical world all around oneself. When one drew upon the mana both inside of oneself and the world around them, they were temporarily exchanging their harmony value in order to trigger the ability. Sam thought he understood the basic ideas behind the concept, but had a feeling there was a lot more to it than he could currently fully comprehend. The most important point at the moment was that Sam had witnessed the system struggle to define the laws and terminology surrounding old magic before, so it was no surprise that the system was acting up here in the trials to unlock one's path. Two figures suddenly flickered into being at the other end of the arena. So, Sam thought, the trial begins. Sam materialized a black sword from his inventory, gripping it tightly. The shadows swirled around the sword while purple runes glowed out into the air. The sword was a master-tier sword of mythic rarity, known as Shadeslayer, the Shadow Blade. He walked towards his incoming opponents. The figures had a humanoid shape to them. They walked with a slow and odd gait. Sam's eyes widened as the two opponents he assumed he was meant to fight came into view. His stomach lurched. He wanted to throw up. Revealed before Sam's eyes were his best friends, Clara and Toby. Except They didn't look anything like how they were when Sam had last seen them, earlier that night at the Elven coronation ball for Thalia Ashgrove ascending to the high rulership of the glittering forest. No, they looked awful. They didn't even look alive. Their skin was pale with a sickly green pallor. As they got closer, Sam realized they had open flesh wounds dripping out from their bodies. They were wearing nothing but rags. It was the rags that tipped Sam off. Those were the rags they wore in the orphanage in the city of Resfall, where they had grown up together. Oh man, Sam thought, gulping as he took in the sight of his friends. This wasn't the Toby and Clara he had come to know in this new timeline. This wasn't the Toby and Clara who he had been able to save and watch flourish as they fell in love and grew in strength as travelers. No. This was the Toby and Clara whose deaths he had witnessed in his first timeline inside the tutorial dungeon known as the White Gate. He couldn't believe this was what the trial was asking him to do. It was asking him to fight the version of the two friends that still haunted him in his nightmares. The version of the two best friends he had failed to save. 4. Sam looked on with horror. It was the faces of his two dead best friends. It was as if they had been frozen in time from his first timeline and reanimated here in this trial. "Sam," said the living corpse of Toby. Sam shivered as dread filled his body. He took a step back. He clutched his shadow blade tightly. "You," said Clara, speaking with the slow, creepy drawl of a reanimated corpse. "You left us." Sam shook his head. That wasn't how it happened. "Why did you let us die?" Sam shook his head. "Lies." He rushed forward with anger. He kept his eyes tightly shut as tears formed in them. Even with his eyes closed, he slashed at his opponents. He knew this wasn't the actual Toby and Clara. They were clearly an artificial rendering of his two friends, but even still, it broke his heart to slay them like any other monster he would fight inside a dungeon gate. It was made worse because these just weren't apparitions of his friends. These were apparitions of the version of the friends that he had lost, that were never coming back, no matter how many people he saved or tragedies he averted in this new second timeline. He had his back turned to his opponents now. He could hear the sounds of their diced flesh falling to the ground in a pathetic little pile behind him. Yet, by the time Sam turned around, Toby and Clara were standing on their feet again. They now bore the scars of his most recent slash. Lines of connective tissue went up and down their bodies where Sam had so recently cut them to pieces. Why won't they just die? The two reanimated corpses tilted their head at Sam with perplexity. "Why did you do it, Sam? Why?" "Why?" Sam shook his head. He couldn't take it anymore. "I couldn't do anything to save you back then," Sam screamed, tears filling his eyes. "I would have if I could, but I couldn't back then. I was powerless." Sam wasn't just yelling at the two zombie corpses. He was yelling at himself. It didn't matter how much of the tragedies of his previous timeline he stopped. He would still always bear the scars of that first life. Yet, somewhere deep inside of himself, Sam knew the only way forward was to forgive himself. Sam dematerialized his sword. He walked over to the living corpses of his long-lost friends and reached out his arms and pulled them both into a hug. Both of them smiled, and their bodies began to turn transparent. "It was nice to see you again, Sam," said Toby. "Good luck and goodbye, Sam," said Clara. Those were their last words until they disintegrated into dust. Sam caught his breath and wiped a tear from his eye. He looked at the space where the Toby and Clara from his first timeline had just been standing. He thought he would never have seen those two again, the two orphans who, just like him in that timeline, had entered the White Gate completely unprepared, shocked and horrified. Just a couple of orphans sent into a dungeon gate to be slaughtered. He was glad he got to see them one last time, got to give them the goodbye he never had the chance to give them before. Sam was starting to piece together the nature of this trial. The goddess had sent him back in time. The goddess's powers involved the powers of temporality and all of its many forms. The first stage of this trial had been to confront his past. So, seemingly, the next portion would be to confront his... Sam's thoughts were cut short as suddenly the two figures from before began to reappear. Wait, what? He couldn't understand why Toby and Clara were coming back. Surely he had faced his past fearlessly. That should have been the end of this stage of the trial, no? The figures of Toby and Clara reappeared, but only for a second. Their bodies morphed, their former humanity disappearing, and being replaced by tall, slender beings, shimmering between solidity and ethereality. The creature's eyes were swirling whirlpools of nothingness, cosmos of lost time. Each iris a ticking clock, its hands moving in erratic, unpredictable patterns. Sam shuddered, recognizing the monsters in front of him from the bestiaries left by the scholars in his previous timeline. These were terrifying creatures known as time wraiths, horrific creatures that fed upon memories of regret and missed opportunities. Sam materialized his shadow blade and got to work. He wouldn't let these creatures feed on his memories for a second longer than he had to. He triggered the foundational ability of his super-rare Blood Knight class, Pain Ring. A crimson circle of energy shot out from his chest and took over the arena. The ability granted him more power, the more pain he took. This comboed perfectly with his silver dragon armor set that had gnawing teeth that went in and out of his flesh, meaning he was constantly taking in a stream of pain. And so, within the pain ring, he was always getting stronger, even if his enemies failed to attack him. He moved forward and slashed one of the time wraiths, his blade slicing through its ethereal body. This won't do, Sam realized. He then materialized a vial of blood in his hands. As soon as he felt the glass vial in his hands, he smashed the vial within his grip, shards of glass piercing his skin as his fingers and palm got drenched in blood. He then triggered level 3 of his legendary Deathlord class ability, Blood Flame. The blood on the palm of his hands glowed and began to reshape itself into a blade of crimson fire. Sam slashed at the time wraith once more and felt the creature shriek and tremble. Physical weaponry was less powerful to spectral-like beings such as ghosts or wraiths. A magic sword of blood flame, however, was good enough for the job. The time wraiths shrieked with pain as Sam slashed them into nothing but fragments of dust. As Sam caught his breath, he couldn't help but smile at the message appearing in his retina. Trial 1 complete. Trial 2 will commence in 1 minute. 5. Sam watched the timer count down in his retina. 3, 2, 1. He expected a new, more powerful type of monster than the previous stage to appear, but instead something much more drastic happened. The gladiatorial arena, the starry skies, everything swirled into nothingness. A dizzying sensation filled Sam. His stomach lurched as nausea took over. The discomfort didn't last long, though. A few seconds later, Sam found himself standing in a whole new realm, different from the arena he had been in previously. He found himself on a patch of grass, surrounded by the twilight sky. In front of him were 2 long rows of stone statues that created a passageway of sorts. Sam could see far enough down that the hallway of statues eventually split into 2 different paths. It was like a hedge maze, but instead of hedges, the walls of the maze were statues. Weird. A message appeared in his profile screen. Trial, Stage 2. The system's explanation for his day of passages so far had been noticeably sparse. Compared to the challenges Sam had in different dungeon gates, he normally got a lot more information than he did here. Sometimes he received timers, congratulatory words, or greater explanations of what he was meant to do in the random places the dungeon gate sent him to. Not the case here. Perhaps it reflected the simplicity and elegance of a rite of passage of a very ancient form of magic. Or it was the new magic system's best attempt to properly translate the old magic, reverting to simple messages than attempting to translate things that went beyond the new magic system's comprehension. Sam planned on investigating more of the tension between the 2 forms of magic, but knew he would save the deep thinking on it for another moment. He stepped into the statue maze. The statues were all different variations. Some were of children, others of adults, some of warriors, some of priests. The statues reflected the different stages of life and possibilities within societies. As he took a step forward and considered how deep this maze went, the statues all moved, bending over and blocking his path. Huh? He paused. The statues suddenly relented, and he could move forward once again. He couldn't quite understand what determined why the statues bended and relented when suddenly they bended down, blocking his path once more. Sam paused like he had done before, and the statues eventually relented. After a few more moments of trial and error, Sam realized that the maze appeared to be connected to his thoughts. When he contemplated where the maze was going, the statues blocked his way. If he contemplated what he'd done wrong to make the statues do that, they continued to block his way. The only way forward was to clear his mind and stay purely in the present. To stay present and keep his mind clear, Sam paid attention to his breaths and noted things around him as he moved forward, contemplating his feelings and sensations as they came up. He thought to himself, touch, as his boots landed on the ground. Sight, as he took in the statues. Smell, as he took in the fresh breeze and grass of this peculiar realm. And so on and so forth. Eventually, Sam turned a corner of the winding path of statues and emerged at the center of its maze. At the center was a single flower. The flower shifted and glimmered. Its petals were constantly blooming, only to collapse in on themselves so that they could bloom again a second later. The flower was in an eternal bloom. It was striking and beautiful. Sam had never seen such a thing. He calmed his breath and took a step forward, keeping his mind in the present moment. As he got closer to the flower, the flicker of a silhouette appeared behind it. It was a monster that appeared to blend in with the environment. The only thing that gave it away was its subtle movements and the appearance of two floating and glowing blue eyes. It then began to reveal its true characteristics. The monster was a golem of some kind, an automaton created from some kind of ancient technology of a long-lost civilization. The different stone components of the monster had glowing runes carved into them. The creature took a step toward Sam. Its eyes turned red. Next thing Sam knew, powerful blasts of energy shot out of the creature's eyes right where he was standing. He quickly dodged the attack and ran from the targeted laser attack. Sam materialized his shadow blade and then rushed towards the creature. The creature's laser blast made it difficult to get close to the monster, and Sam had to rethink his strategy. He materialized a glass vial of blood. He poured a splash of the blood onto his blade and then whipped it towards the monster's face. The glass vial shattered across the golem's head, leaving a huge stain of blood that dripped from its emotionless face. In a quick succession of motions, Sam whipped his shadow blade and triggered level 2 of his Deathlord class's apprentice tier ability, Blood Teleport. Level 1 of Blood Teleport allowed Sam to teleport from one nearby puddle of blood to another. Level 2 of Blood Teleport allowed Sam to teleport items between one puddle of blood to another. After lots of training, practice, and trial and error, Sam realized the power could be used in more interesting ways than he had initially realized. His shadow blade flew through the air towards the giant, ancient golem. The golem pointed its laser to destroy his powerful sword. Except before the golem could do so, Sam's airborne sword flickered out of existence, only to reappear with explosive momentum right through the golem's head and brain center. The sword's hilt stuck out on one end, while its pointed blade shined out on the other side of the creature's head. Cracks of destruction appeared across the creature's entire facade. The golem's eyes immediately faded away in death. 6. Sam watched the golem crumble towards the ground, no longer powered by the arcane magic that was keeping it alive. In the center of the battlefield, the eternal blooming flower continued to perform its dance of unfurling petals. It was a beautiful sight amidst the carnage and destruction Sam had laid to bear. It was the last thing he saw before the world around him swirled once more, as the trial relocated him to somewhere new. After a brief moment where the urge to throw up took over Sam's entire body, he blinked and found himself in a new realm. A grassy plain with a beautiful, vast blue sky overhead. Patches of stone jutted out of the ground, weathered bricks from a once incredible castle that was no longer there. The stones made up the ruins of the former castle, a reminder of a once great structure lost to time. A message appeared in Sam's retina. Trial, final stage. Sam took a deep breath at the words in front of him. So this is it, Sam thought. The last stage, and then I get to return back to the temple beneath Mother Gaia. He grinned, just thinking about the look on the elder council's faces when he returned. He then shook his head. He was getting ahead of himself. He needed to focus. Appearing in the distance was a figure, his opponent, the final boss of the trial of his day of passages. Sam began to feel a deep sense of dread and despair as his opponent came into view. It was a swordsman with black hair and red eyes. Standing before him was a doppelganger version of himself. The clone had a slightly dark and shadowy hue to him, but other than that it was like Sam was staring in a mirror. I'm going to have to fight myself? Just the very idea of going up against himself was breaking his brain, but he knew he didn't have time to stand there and theorize what such a battle might entail because he was about to find out. He materialized his shadow blade within his grip. Across the field, so did his opponent. The two swordsmen rushed towards each other. As they got close to one another, they both triggered Pain Ring. The two circles overlapped in the middle of one another. At that point, both fighters stopped. Sam stared at the evil shadow version of himself. They had come to a brief standstill. Both of them could stand in their own respective pain rings and build up power. Sam looked his enemy over. The first thing he had to do was figure out the extent of how identical they were. He could tell just by looking that the man had the same sword as him and the same silver dragon armor set. He could also see that the man had the Blood Knight class, and so Sam would assume he also had the Death Lord class. Was this shadow version across from him an exact replica? Or were there differences? Sam wondered if the man had the same supply of glass blood vials sitting in his inventory. Shadow Sam rushed towards him, and Sam lifted up his shadow blade to block, then materialized his demonic rune blade in his other hand and thrust forward, except Shadow Sam expected that and was already leaping backwards to dodge. Sam ran after his enemy, now on the offensive. He triggered Hurting Hook, which Shadow Sam slashed away, before the powerful magical hook could lock into him. Shadow Sam then triggered Hurting Hook, and Sam dodged the hook's arc. The battle continued. Sam assessed his evil doppelganger's strategy. He soon realized after another minute of fighting him that, while they had the same abilities, Shadow Sam's fighting style was slightly different. The doppelganger utilized Hurting Hook far more than Sam normally did, which meant his doppelganger might not have the same level of ingenuity and creative combos in the way that Sam had. It had taken him a while, but he finally figured out the difference between them. And that difference would be the very thing he exploited to triumph over his shadow self. Shadow Sam's eyes narrowed at the sight of his enemy. The doppelganger didn't have many thoughts or memories or ideas outside of this one single battle. Number Shadow Sam only had one purpose: to defeat and kill the swordsman in front of him. He rushed towards his enemy once more. His enemy materialized a glass vial of blood in his grip. Interesting. His enemy quickly whipped it, the glass vial moving so fast it smashed right into his face. Shadow Sam quickly tried to surmise what his enemy's strategy was, but he couldn't quite figure it out. If his enemy triggered Blood Flame, it wouldn't do anything because they were both immune to the crimson fire born from blood. It would be futile. His enemy whipped his sword through the air right towards his face. Odd, Shadow Sam thought, his eyes widening as he began to understand what his enemy was doing. Wait. Before Shadow Sam could do anything, his enemy's sword reappeared, explosively going right through his forehead and out the other side. Sam caught his breath as he watched the defeated version of himself collapse on the ground. He grinned, happy the battle was over. I really shouldn't be smiling at the sight of my own defeated corpse, though, he thought to himself. It was a good lesson in experimenting with his abilities to uncover their full, hidden potential. Shadow Sam may have had the same moves as him, but he clearly lacked the knowledge and theory to push them to their limits. That was ultimately Shadow Sam's downfall. Just like at the end of the previous stages, the world around Sam began to swirl once more. Sam imagined he would soon be returning to the temple below Mother Gaia. Except when he opened his eyes, he wasn't back to reality. He was in a strange, all-white, expansive space. His eyes widened as he took in a shocking sight in front of him. A bright orb of light floated near him, slowly taking the form of an ethereal woman with long, flowing hair. Standing in front of him was none other than the very being that had sent him back in time. It was the goddess herself. 7. Meanwhile, in the temple below Mother Gaia, Thalia and the Elder Council continued to watch Sam undergo his day of passages. The grumbling and murmurs had died down and had been replaced by an austere silence. No one really knew what to make of what was happening before them, and so everyone had given up on voicing their opinion and was waiting to see what the outcome to all of this might be. The first human to undergo a day of passages. The first human to potentially unlock a path. Neither Thalia nor the members of the Elder Council could really say what it would mean for the rest of Elven society, old magic, and the future. They could only wait and take it one step at a time. Thalia watched Sam, kneeling in the center of the temple, with eager anticipation. Then the floor of the temple suddenly began to shake. Thalia narrowed her eyes, at first thinking the human at the center of the room might be the cause. Yet the shaking continued, and when she triggered her mana sense, she saw something she wasn't expecting. A huge mana force was coming towards the temple. "What's happening?" gasped one of the members of the Elder Council. "It's the humans doing," said another. "We should never have allowed for something so sacrilegious to ever take place." "Shut it," said Thalia. "This has nothing to do with the boy. I know you all have both the ability to use both your mana and common sense." Something was moving towards the temple. It must be a mana creature of some kind. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened in the last few weeks. After the great battle of Sylvanstride, where Lilith and her army of insects attacked the capital city, something had changed across the glittering forest. Dungeon gates were appearing faster and with more zeal than they had prior to their war with the Insect Queen. With all of this new magic swirling about, the great creatures of the forest were being corrupted by the artificial mana and turned into threatening beasts that had to be dealt with. But no creature had gotten so close to Mother Gaia or the temple. How come the rangers and guardsmen hadn't caught wind of this? The temple continued to tremble. Dirt and stone fell from the ceiling. The rumbling got louder and louder until one of the walls exploded, stones flying everywhere. From the swirl of dust and dirt emerged a huge worm with ferocious teeth. Thalia grimaced. "I guess that explains how it bypassed all of our defenses," Thalia thought. The worm must have been festering within the soil beneath Mother Gaia and had been corrupted by mana and was now in a frenzied, destructive state. A silver luminescence began to glow all around the worm. Thalia could easily see an attack was being telegraphed and wouldn't stand for it. She rushed forward, holding back her fist, as a swirl of starry purple energy swirled around her fist. The Ardonial followed a rare path, known as the Path of the Night Wolf. One punch should be able to end this worm in seconds. But as she rushed towards the giant attacking worm, the purple magic around her arm began to fade away. She suddenly felt lightheaded and nauseous. It took her a moment to realize what was happening. The worm was draining her of her mana. She felt her vision swaying. This isn't good. The creature was depriving them of their life force, their energy to move forward. As Thalia collapsed to the floor, she looked on at the giant worm with horror. This creature was going to destroy them all. Sam stared at the beautiful glowing woman in front of him. The goddess. He couldn't believe it. He was dumbfounded, though he figured he really shouldn't be. considering he had chosen the passage with the goddess symbol at the start of this trial. "Are you surprised to see me?" asked the goddess. Sam didn't know what to say. The last time he had seen the goddess had been surprising. It had been almost 3 years ago now, at the end of his first life, dying in a heap of bodies in the carnage of the Demon King and his army. He remembered the moment clear as day, the last exchange he had in the final moments of his life. "I am the last living goddess of this world," said the light. "I will die along with the rest of Westria, never to return. I have enough power, however, to send you back." "Send me back? Back where? Will you be there?" The goddess paused for a second, sadness filling her voice. "I will not be there, no. I don't have enough energy or power to explain anymore. Just trust me. You're the only one capable of doing this. Good luck." The way the goddess had explained it to him back then was that she was dying along with the world, never to return, which meant not existing in this second timeline. "The last time I saw you," said Sam, "you told me you weren't going to survive?" The goddess nodded. "I see. Yes, that makes sense. I am not the goddess who sent you back. I am merely a facsimile, an ash of her remains. Nothing more, nothing less." "So you can't comment on the job I've done so far?" said Sam. "Or tell me why you chose me of all people to go back?" The goddess smiled. "No, I cannot. Just as you cannot truly explain the actions of another who is not you." Sam wasn't sure what to say next. "I see that you are disappointed," said the goddess. "I can comment on your actions during your most recent trial, however. I think the result of which will ease whatever disappointment you currently feel from my lack of answers for you." Sam nodded. "Go on." "As you know, my powers are related to temporality and all of its many forms," she began. "So too will your powers grow if you wish to follow my path, but first you had to be tested. In the first stage, you had to face your past. In the second stage, you had to face the present. And in the final stage, you had to face your future." Sam's eyes widened. "That shadowy, sinister version of myself is my future?" "The future is not yet written, so it can take on many different forms," said the goddess. "Take that as a warning, one that the version of myself you met before would have told you had she more energy at her disposal. Remember, I cannot control how people choose to use my blessing." Sam found her warning perplexing. He had been using her blessing to save as many people as he could. He was taking the responsibility seriously. Unless... The thought gave him extreme pause. Unless she meant there were others. Others like him from another time. If that were the case, such people had yet to reveal themselves to him. The idea was a frightening thought. He wasn't sure what to do with it. "Are you saying—" The goddess shook her head. "I cannot say any more. There's one thing left to be done here." The goddess held out her hand to Sam and smiled. "Do you wish to follow my path?" 8. Thalia's whole body ached. From her forehead down, everything was sore and throbbing. The mana-corrupted worm's spell had done something to her to make her whole body feel tightened and constricted. Even to turn her neck slightly was enough to cause her agonizing amounts of pain. She fought through the tortuous pangs of suffering to look her surprise enemy in the face. The giant worm stretched and writhed from the hole it had broken through. It vibrated and shook with a fury as it looked to be slightly stuck and struggling to push itself all the way through into the temple's chamber. The sight of the worm's inability to get forward only registered a tiny modicum of relief for Thalia. The giant horrendous creature would writhe its way through eventually, at which point it would devour them all in seconds. Her life had been saved merely for the moment. To know one's fate had a short ticking clock to it was not an enjoyable feeling in the slightest. Thalia quickly considered what her options were. There was no way she was killing that foul creature with no magic or energy, so that was immediately off the table. There was no way she could escape via the long passageway back to the upper palace of Mother Gaia either. Survival was looking more and more like it was definitely off the table. She would be the shortest reigning Ardonial in the history of the glittering forest. She shuddered to consider who would succeed her. She hated the idea of the Elder Council taking over in her stead. Then, a brief flutter of relief came as she considered that they were all here and about to be made worm grub just as much as her. Elven society would be in a huge pickle with them all dead, though. It would probably force her brother Curtis to take over. Thalia just had to face the hard truth. The elves would be really screwed with her gone. Though that was their problem, not hers. Her problem was how she figured out how to piece together some kind of legacy in these final moments pre-worm devouring. That was when she realized the only option she really had here in this terrible turn of events was to save her people and her city. There was an alarm system at the other end of the chamber. If she was able to set off the alarm, rangers and other powerful elven warriors would know there was danger down below, here in the temple. They might not be able to save her, Sam, or the Elder Council in time, but at the very least, they would mitigate the damage and save countless innocent lives from being lost at the hands of this deadly monster. Gritting her teeth and fighting through the horrific pain, she reached forward and grabbed one of the stones ahead of her and dragged herself forward. Arg! She'd warned her people before that awful creature chewed her to bits. She pulled forward, wincing as the ripples of intense pain seared through her entire body. She stayed focused on her horrible last task when echoing behind her was a weird splashing sound. I don't like the sound of that. Thalia glanced behind her to see the giant worm had spawned multiple tiny, smaller worms. They were all inside the temple chamber now, inching their way forward, their circular mouths filled with vicious, sharp teeth. The smaller worms were moving towards her faster than she was going to make it to the magic elven alarm system. With more throbbing pain, she rolled over so she could face the incoming worms. Trembling, she reached down to her side and pulled out a dagger. One of the smaller worms got close, and with all of her strength, she lifted her arms and slashed. She cut the worm in half. Its dying body flopped about on the ground before going still. Thalia knew she wasn't going to survive, but she wasn't going to go down without a fight. She felt her vision wobbling. She didn't have the strength to fight them all. She had maybe one good slash left in her, and there were plenty more worms coming towards her than that. She noticed to her side one worm coming towards Sam. Unlucky. The young human wasn't even conscious to defend himself. The worm inched towards the black-haired human, its mouth widening to devour its prey. When out of nowhere the young man's eyes opened wide, revealing his deep red irises. He was back. He punched the small worm right in the side, sending it hurtling against the wall, where its flesh splattered in death. The giant worm, still writhing its way into the temple's chamber, began to glow silver once again. Thalia was about to yell at the boy to be careful at the worm's power to drain people of mana and energy, when the swordsman suddenly moved with frightening quickness. He was moving across the chamber in less than a second, faster than a blink of an eye. It defied Thalia's own perception. One moment he was stabbing a small worm on one side of the chamber, and in less than a fraction of that same moment, he was on the other side, slashing another one of the mini worms in half. How is that even possible? Thalia thought, witnessing it all in amazement. She knew the young man had a teleport spell, but it only worked on spilled blood, and the worms weren't dropping much, even in death, and he was appearing and disappearing faster than she'd ever witnessed, and he wasn't even appearing where there was blood. This could only be the result of the boy's path. What in all of Westria had he unlocked? The boy continued to ping-pong across the room, until in what felt like less than a literal second, Sam was standing in front of the formerly silver-glowing giant worm, its entire body slashed in half as its guts leaked out onto the temple floor. 9. Sam caught his breath, taking in all the carnage he had left behind in his wake. Worm flesh and guts were scattered all across the temple floor. He hadn't expected to return from his day of passages to the sight of a giant worm and its little vicious spawnlings. He had barely a second to catch his breath or even take in his new abilities from his path. He just had to apply everything to practice straight away. Sam quickly reviewed his profile in his retina. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare, rank, Journeyman tier. Ability, Pain Ring, Novice tier, level 3. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. After significant damage is taken, user acquires split-second vision to see where their opponent is going to move and what they do seconds before they do it. Herding Hook, Apprentice tier, level 3. Shoot a hook rope that, if it hits an enemy, it can pull them back closer towards you or send you hurtling quickly towards them. Hook can be bent at will to whip and hurl enemies with. Herding Hook can also latch itself onto inanimate objects and be used as a magical grappling hook. Blood Vision, Journeyman tier, level 1. Can see blood vessels beneath the skin, allowing for greater accuracy and destruction. Can pinpoint and hit vital arteries and organs of one's enemies. Class, Deathlord, Legendary. Rank, Journeyman tier. Ability, Blood Flame, Novice tier, level 4. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Can now conjure blood flame sword from spilled blood. Can now also generate a blood flame storm within the vicinity of spilled blood. Blood Teleport, Apprentice tier, level 2. Teleport to and from spilt blood on the battlefield. Objects with blood spilt on them can be teleported to and from other sources of spilt blood now as well. Blood Manipulation, Journeyman tier, level 1. Blood, internal or leaking, from body can be manipulated. Strength, 52. Agility, 51.2. Endurance, 53.1. Magic Affinity, 52.8. Path of the Goddess. Step 1. Time Ring. Step 2. Time Pause. No further steps discovered. Skill Quests. Pain Ring, level 4. Destroy 10,000 monsters with the aid of split-second vision. 7,002 over 10,000. Blood Flame, level 5. Gain mastery with your Blood Flame Storm. Herding Hook, level 4. Gain mastery over your new Herding Hook. Blood Teleport, level 3. Gain mastery over Blood Teleport. Blood Vision, level 2. Gain mastery over Blood Vision. Blood Manipulation, level 2. Gain mastery of Blood Manipulation. Sam grinned at his profile and the new addition that had been added there beneath his legendary Deathlord class's abilities. The new section dedicated to his path. He focused in on the words once more. Path of the Goddess. Step 1. Time Ring. Step 2. Time Pause. No further steps discovered. It all made a certain type of sense to Sam. Of course, to follow the path of the very goddess who sent him back in time would involve some form of time-based magic. Similar to his Pain Ring, Time Ring allowed him to create a circular field in which he could pause time. It just so happened that the field covered the majority of the temple chamber. By pausing time, he could move straight to where his opponent was, slash his sword downward, and unpause time right as his sword struck, making it appear to others like he was teleporting across the room at unheard-of speeds. He had attempted to slice his enemies while time was paused, but it proved that he couldn't actually deal damage within the time ring when time was frozen. His sword slashing through his enemies felt like swiping empty air. Regardless, it was a truly incredible ability, and he couldn't wait to study, practice, and train with it, and figure out how to fully incorporate it into his fighting style. That was beyond remarkable, said Talia, standing up and cutting Sam off from his reflections on the battle that had just occurred. You saved us, said the elder council members in shock. You must share with us the path you unlocked? I had 8 choices in the cave. Talia's eyes widened in shock. Unbelievable, 8! I've not heard of people receiving that many. I got 5, and that was considered an incredible blessing. What path did you choose? Sam considered holding back the truth from Talia and the elder council, but he then decided he would share his path with them. He was in such uncharted territory with elven old magic that he could use any help he could get. He wouldn't get any if he wasn't forthcoming about what path he had unlocked. I unlocked the path of the goddess. The whole group was stunned into silence. What? Said Sam. Aren't you going to say something? It's just, said Talia, searching for words. What you've done is not normal, Sam. You've unlocked a completely new path. You'll be the sole practitioner. There hasn't been a new path like this since ancient times when the elves of legend discovered their paths for the first time. This is beyond belief. Sam wasn't sure what to say back to that. He figured he'd unlocked a pretty special path, but the elves were normally a more stoic bunch, so for them to be this impressed really was saying something. One of the elder council members stepped forward. We thank you for saving us. You must be tired. It's customary for an elf after completing their day of passages to take a day of rest. I imagine you might wish to do so. We can discuss more later if you like. Agreed, said Talia. Enjoy your rest. You deserve it. Sam nodded and left the temple and headed back to the suite where he was staying. About 20 minutes later, Sam found himself stepping back into the suite the elves had granted for him and his companions. Everyone was awake, eating breakfast when he stepped through the door. Oh, there he is, said Toby as soon as he entered. I told you he wasn't sleeping. Our man exercises and trains when the rest of us merely slumber. Calm down, said Clara, elbowing him playfully in the ribs. Are you in love with him or me? Toby blushed, and the two rubbed their heads together full of smitten joy. Sam's two best friends had confessed their love for one another the evening before, and were surrounded in a cloud of their own gooey lovey-doveyness. If only I had that, sighed Brock, the dwarf. He then turned to his companion, Curtis, the elf, and eyed him with anger. You're the one in the way of my happiness. Said Curtis, crossing his arms and adjusting his glasses. I could say the same to you. What are you guys talking about? Asked Captain Olivia Reeves, stepping into the suite in her pajamas and gray tank top. Both Brock and Curtis blushed, neither one prepared to confess their undying love for their captain. Nothing. Didn't sound like nothing. Olivia smiled. What's for breakfast? From the far-off corner of the room, the Queen's handmaiden, Mildred Cross, said, We made porridge. The woman was holding a green-eyed baby in her arms, while Edgar playfully brought a spoon of porridge to the baby's mouth. Here comes porridge, said Edgar with a goofy expression on his face. The baby took a mouthful, swallowed, and then giggled and smiled. Lily loves porridge, doesn't she? Said Mildred. It was hard to believe that this green-eyed baby, Lily, had originally arrived in this world as the evil insect queen, Lilith. But Sam had spent the morning unlocking old elven magic inside of himself and fighting giant worms, so any lingering shock about Lily's former incarnation had dissipated a while ago. Sam was simply happy to see Edgar, Mildred, and Lily be together as such a happy new family. Morning, said another voice. Sam turned to see a beautiful, slender woman with bright blue eyes sipping on a cup of tea behind him. The gorgeous woman was Queen Alice Grace. Unlike his friends, Toby and Clara, Sam had strong, unconfessed feelings towards Alice, and he had a feeling she felt similar to him. He admired the Queen's strength, determination, and sense of responsibility for everyone who lived both under her kingdom but also abroad. Sam knew they had a little while to go until they were anywhere close to Toby and Clara's level, but they had finally agreed to go on a date when they got back to Resfall. Sam couldn't wait. He'd happily leave the glittering forest that very day so they could get back sooner, though he knew there were still a few more things to be done in the elven homeland before they set back off for home. Morning, Sam said back to Alice. So, what did you get up to this morning before any of us got up? Asked Clara. Sam thought about his day of passages, his meeting with the goddess, the giant mana-corrupted worms, his new time magic, and suddenly felt a massive wave of exhaustion hit him. Long story, he grinned, walking away. I'll tell you later. Where are you going? Asked Alice. Back to bed. Clara turned to Toby. See, he's lazy like the rest of us. Meanwhile, in the depths of Mother Gaia, Thalia and the Elder Council discussed the nature of the morning's events. Thalia wasn't sure what the Elder Council's response was going to be. If she had to guess, it would be further chastisement. They seemed to always think they were right and she was wrong.
"Ardonio," said one of the Elder Council members from below her hood. She removed her hood, showing an aging elf woman. One by one, the other members of the Elder Council did the same. "We were wrong to question your judgment," said the first member to remove her hood. "Please accept our apology. That young human today unlocked a path none of us had ever heard of, ushering in a whole new era for both elves and humans alike. We've held on to the sacred rules for so long, we didn't realize they have been holding us back. Your actions, along with the bravery and power showcased by that young black-haired swordsman, has shown us that change can be a good thing. Thank you, Ardonio." The individual members all said, "Thank you, Ardonio," one by one. Thalia Ashgrove grinned. Her actions had been done to help Sam, but also help push for the changing elven society she wished to create. The Elder Council was going to be one of the hardest institutions to bend to her vision of the future, but now her vision was slowly coming true. She had Sam to thank for all of that.
10. The following evening, Sylvanstride was alight with activity. The whole city was packed with elves from the city proper, as well as from the villages and towns in the outer reaches of the glittering forest. Paper lanterns glowed and hung along the trees, while street vendors serving grilled elven delicacies lined the streets. It was the first day of June, which was a special day for the elves known as Luck Day. The main attraction across the city were the different booths of card games, roulette, and other games of luck and chance. Sam had read about Luck Day in his studies back in his first timeline. Oddly enough, the elves loved gambling. Perhaps a little too much, so they only allowed for major gambling events twice a year. Luck Day was a huge celebration. Sam was eager to leave the glittering forest, but Thalia insisted they stay at least one more day. He knew he had to keep moving forward with his plans. He suspected he would have to travel to Opali soon to stop the last human war from officially ramping up. He and his whole traveler team walked through the streets of the elven capital, looking on with awe at the festivities. They passed by people cheering loudly as they won untold riches, while others slumped off depressed, knowing they'd lost their entire vacation fund in seconds. "I wouldn't have immediately suspected elves as big gamblers," said Clara, looking around. "I could pretty much see every other race in Westria liking gambling more. Mermaids? Yep. Orcs? Yep. Fairies? Checks out. Humans? For sure. Even dwarves." "Dwarves definitely love a roll of the dice, that's for sure," Brock chimed in. Curtis readjusted his glasses, signaling he was about to give them all a history lesson. Brock was already yawning before his elf companion had even spoken. "Gambling actually fits deeply into the elven worldview," Curtis began. "Elves believe gambling is a pure expression of the tension between Lirathol, harmony, and Quilinde, order. When you roll dice, you're dancing with fate, luck, and risk. When the dice lands, balance is restored." Sam's ears perked up at that. He already knew about harmony and how it was one of the central building blocks and metrics within old magic. He'd heard Quilinde before, but had never really been able to put together its meaning. He had heard the elves use the word, normally in a negative sense. Normally, it went hand in hand with the word Gorgoloth, abomination, which they used